COVID vaccine researchers are being targeted by professional hackers.
Hobbled traffic police in schools and forced hospitals to divert ambulances.
Hackers were able to gain access to the control rooms of electric utilities.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Geneva, and it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to UNIDIR's Cyber Stability Conference 2022 here at Campus Biotech. The Cyber Stability Conference is one of UNIDIR's 3 annual flagship events. It's organized by our vibrant security and technology program and supported by the financial, and comes with the financial support of France, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and Microsoft, for which we are most grateful. This year, the theme of the conference is protecting critical infrastructure and services across sectors. And this topic probably comes at no surprise. It is most timely, most important, but it is also constantly evolving and certainly warrants another round of deep dives, which we will undertake in the course of the day. In a world that's increasingly digitized and interconnected, malicious ICT activities against critical infrastructure and critical information infrastructure, supporting essential services to the public are rapidly growing in scale and complexities. Attack surfaces have multiplied. We're seeing new attack vectors emerge constantly. And I think it's safe to say that attacks have become more targeted and also more sophisticated over time. Often they align with social trends, heightened receptivity, and vulnerabilities to maximize impact. Central heating systems are not attacked in summer, but at the eve of Christmas to maximize impact, and to give just one example in this regard. Malicious operations against water systems and power grids have been a concern for many years now, but the COVID-19 pandemic has also exposed some worrying new trends, as experts noted an increase in malicious cyber activity operations targeting the healthcare sector and research facilities. And of course, international organizations are not immune to ICT threats either. Just think of the ICT operations against WHO systems, or quite recently against the ICRC. Now, as we've heard in the opening video, these worrying trends impact individuals and societies as a whole. They can pose a threat to international peace and security, either indirectly through gradual national and regional destabilization and incremental corrosion, or by way of a direct threat that they pose to institutions and individuals. In 2021, the consensus report produced by the first open-ended working group on developments in the field of information and telecommunications in the context of international security. This first consensus report recommended, first, that states should not conduct or knowingly support ICT activity against critical infrastructure. And secondly, that states should continue to strengthen measures to protect all critical infrastructure from ICT threats and increase exchanges on best practices with regard to critical infrastructure protection. Now, protecting critical infrastructure is certainly a complex and a multi-layered task where different actors play interdependent and mutually reinforcing and complementary roles. To support the implementation of the recommendations put forward by the open-ended working group, it is crucial to understand how ICT threats impact different sectors, who the key stakeholders and key targets are, and how roles and responsibilities are or perhaps should be distributed to maximize cyber resilience. Leveraging the rich and international and digital community here in Geneva, UNIDIR's 2022 Cyber Stability Conference provides a platform to pursue precisely these questions. It brings together experts and practitioners from different sectors and from different professional and disciplinary backgrounds to gather key insights that may enable further progress in multilateral discussions. Now, to this end, today we've assembled over 20 international experts who will explore and discuss the following key issues over the course of the day. First of all, the evolving threat landscape in the context of the select critical infrastructure sectors. Secondly, the role of various stakeholders in threat management and incident resolution mechanisms. Then we'll move on to discuss and explore different ways of strengthening cyber resilience within specific sectors. And last, but certainly not least, we will investigate how all the insights generated throughout the day can be fed and channeled back into the multilateral system, into multilateral cyber negotiations, and how they can be leveraged at the regional and national level. Now, before we begin, just a few words on logistics. Let me explain how each of you will be able to engage with our speakers throughout the day. If you're following us online, you can submit your questions using the Slido platform. Just scan the QR code or open the link and insert the code. You will be able to see questions already asked, vote for them, and add your own. If you're in the room here with us today, we recommend that you use the same online platform, or if you prefer, you can ask questions in person. Please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and ask away using the microphone when speaking from the floor for the benefit of our many participants online. Now, without further ado, it is a pleasure to invite the speakers of our opening panel to join me, Dow Green, here on the stage, and for the other two panelists, please, on the virtual stage. So we are joined here today by three distinguished speakers: Ambassador Guilherme Patriota, Consul General of Brazil in Tokyo and chair of the 2019 to 2021 United Nations Group of Governmental Experts on Advancing Responsible State Behavior in Cyberspace in the Context of International Security. We're also joined by Ms. Latharetti, co-chair of the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace and former senior Indian diplomat and deputy national security advisor. And we're joined here in person by Mr. Dow Green, Director of the Division of Information Systems and Telecommunications at UNHCR. A very warm welcome to all three panelists, and they really don't need any lengthy introduction, and I'll keep it short. Their full bios can be found in the conference program, which is available on the event webpage. Now, the purpose of this very first panel really is to set the scene for the rest of the day. Help us recall the timeliness and importance of the critical infrastructure protection topic. Help us to fully realize the complexity of the many issues at hand, right from the start of our discussions here today. After all, the centrality of critical infrastructures and services makes it quite difficult to draw clear lines between security on the one hand and other important aspects such as development, economic, and humanitarian issues on the other hand. And by all accounts, it seems that the only way to match and address this complexity in the long run will be a multi-layered approach across different fields, and that involves a variety of different measures and really a package of different things. Now, let's see what our panelists have to say in this regard. And without further ado now, I would like Ambassador Patriota, please, to kick us off with the following first question. So the need to protect critical infrastructure was an important element of the GGE 2019-2021 discussion. And our question to you as chair of that group, why did the group consider critical infrastructure to be of such prominent importance? And what were the main conclusions of the GGE related to critical infrastructure? Ambassador, please, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Robin. Thanks to UNIDIR for inviting me and putting me alongside such great panelists. I hope you can hear me well. I confess that the streaming here in Brazil has a bit of interruptions. So I don't know if it's my connection or it's everybody or the organizers there. Critical infrastructure was at the heart of our discussions during 2 years of GGE. It was GGE number 6. And the more I read the outcome report, the more I'm convinced of its relevance and importance, because more or less everything of concern is laid out in that report. And of course, the report is an exercise in multilateral negotiation in a very peculiar way, of course, a small group of experts, but designated by 25 member states in a balance that was chosen in a very balanced manner, representing all regions of the globe. So I think it's a very important achievement in my view. The report establishes a framework that everybody agrees to, all the major countries and all the smaller countries, the whole international community has agreed to that particular vision contained in the framework. And in that view, responsible state behavior in cyberspace requires a particular attention on the issue of critical infrastructure. Why is it important? Well, the report kind of establishes that malicious acts in the virtual world can affect peace and security. It is that a matter of such great importance that it can affect peace, international peace and security. So that was the lens. Not just an issue of criminal activity or concern with interruptions in the functioning of particular systems, but it's really relationship among states under a secure international security perspective. And there you have to look at critical infrastructure as being today at the heart of a country's national security. So if you look at the framework that was established in the GGE, which was adopted May of 2021, you can see how the report ties critical infrastructure, certain elements of the critical infrastructures, into a peace and security framework. And then there's this notion that an attack on a country's critical infrastructure can be equated in some way to an attack directed at the country itself. So it establishes a kind of a link between the sovereignty of nations with respect to their critical infrastructure and the issue of an attack to such critical infrastructure being equivalent to an attack to the state itself. So it's quite serious. And then you will ask, well, but how do you define the critical infrastructure? Well, the report avoided a top-down multilateral definition of critical infrastructure, but it does give you guidelines because there is an illustrative, an exemplified listing of things that can be considered critical infrastructure by states. It's not exhaustive, and it establishes that each state can do it on its own. It can define which critical infrastructure it considers part of its most sensitive, let's say, security concerns. So that's to be done individually by nations, nationally. Nations are encouraged and guided to establish mechanisms and systems to protect their critical infrastructure, not only nationally under their national jurisdiction, but certain critical infrastructures that are sort of transnational in nature, and that provides services to the global community that are of such relevance that they merit global protection as well. So you cannot, not only you should not attack a nation's critical infrastructure defined by itself, each one defines its own, but you should not attack any critical infrastructure that is transnational in nature, providing certain essential services today for humanity to survive, like communications services, like services that are required to maintain the functioning of the internet globally, for example. You cannot just attack it on the basis that it does not belong to any particular individual country. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's something that services all countries in a very, very fundamental way. So you cannot attack that anymore. The COVID pandemic was an example. We were there. And realize how vulnerable systems are to attacks in the cyber realm. So that, there's a hint that health services should be protected, that critical infrastructure, there's a novelty there, critical infrastructure required for humanitarian activity globally should be protected. So everything is described in that report. I think there is this consensus now that critical infrastructure in the digital reality of today is almost equivalent to a national border. So you cannot take it lightly, an attack on a nation's critical infrastructure that is required for the nation to function as a nation. An attack that cannot be taken lightly. It is equivalent to an attack, almost equivalent, if you will, to an armed attack on the nation. And proportionate reactions and responses would be deemed forthcoming if that happens. And the international community would coordinate and cooperate to make sure it doesn't happen, but they would also coordinate and cooperate in response to any such acts. So that's, the critical infrastructure lies at the heart of everything, I think, that was discussed in respect of cybersecurity related to peace and security. Sorry to have spoken for so long, but that's my first take on the question.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And just to confirm, we hear you loud and clear here in the room, so the connection works very well. And thank you for highlighting the seriousness of the issue, and also how quickly and directly it links to important red lines drawn within the UN Charter. And I have a feeling that we will come back to all the complexities around the definition of what critical infrastructure is, what it comprises in the course of our discussions. My next question goes to Latha Reddy, please, and it has to do with the many interlinkages between cybersecurity on the one hand and then the different other domains that are concerned. So, of course, as part of the work of Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace, critical infrastructure protection was an important part of your work. And from your perspective, and this is the question, how does the protection of critical infrastructure from cyber attacks relate to economic development? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Robin, and thank you, UNIDIR, for this opportunity. Insofar as the work of the Global Commission on Security, Stability in Cyberspace is concerned, our focus was on maintaining the stability of cyberspace, as the name indicates. And of the 8 norms which we promulgated, some of which have gained very wide acceptance, the one which perhaps relates best to the question of critical information infrastructure is the norm to protect the public core of the internet. And that goes back to what Ambassador Patriota was saying, that when this has transnational consequences. And if we accept that for information infrastructure, a stable core of the internet is essential, the norm certainly outlines this clearly. The norm itself reads, without prejudice to their rights and obligations, state and non-state actors should not conduct or knowingly allow activity that intentionally and substantially damages the general availability of the internet and therefore the availability of cyberspace. And we also define cyber stability as a situation where everyone can be reasonably confident in their ability to use cyberspace safely and securely. It should be a place where the availability and integrity of services and information are generally assured, and where change is managed in relative peace and tensions are resolved in a non-escalatory manner. But perhaps we should move away from what exactly cyber attacks on CII, or as I prefer to use the term CII because critical information infrastructure is quite a mouthful, to the specific point you put to me, Robin, which is on the how does it connect to economic development. I would go a step further. I would say, other than economic development, we also have to look at social development. Now, in the case of many developing countries, when states are digitized and their welfare measures, for instance, for the weaker sections of society, are implemented using digital data, digital processing, and digital payments, any attack on these systems would paralyze the flow of funds and restrict the access of those most in need. Uh, and in India, for instance, universal healthcare and insurance is assured through a scheme called the Ayushman Bharat for those unable to afford private healthcare. Similarly, distress programs for mass employment in conditions of extreme problems, uh, such as we have a system called the MREGA, where we employ people, particularly in rural areas, in mass construction programs to give at least some small income to those most in need of it, have a strong digital data and implementation base. When these programs are attacked, the social well being of the nation is attacked. Then you come to the economic base. Obviously, industry, power, banks, transport, and other critical sectors must be protected for the economic development of any nations. But these sectors are important again for two reasons. One is to ensure that the nation grows, that its economy grows. And the second is basically that unless these sectors grow, again, the social well-being of people is affected because employment will not grow, incomes will not grow, and therefore my own feeling is that this is a situation that prevails not just in India but in most countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. These do remain important areas. For economic development, clearly banks and financial institutions, industries, and services are essential needs. The global south must indeed emphasize all these aspects if their nations are to thrive and develop. Priorities will vary from nation to nation, depending on their stage of development. But it is clear that development is an international necessity, both in the more affluent nations as well as in developing countries. I hope that adequately addresses the problem, and I can expand on some of these aspects perhaps later in discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for this comprehensive tour d'horizon of the social and economic impacts and the severity thereof that these attacks can have. Now, over to Dow Green, who's here with me on the physical stage. And Dow, you've been in your role since 2014. So you're ideally placed to tell us how the threat landscape has evolved over time and what the particular implications are in the humanitarian sector.
Thank you, Ram. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the two previous speakers have laid out the situation that certainly impacts us. The video in the beginning, we're not exempt from the seriousness of this issue. It's the one that keeps me up the most at night, certainly. So in 2014, I mean, certainly we have seen, and you touched on the speed, the sophistication, and we have recently seen the targeting of the humanitarian sector for sure. I would also say that over those years, we partner heavily with the private sector and with other governments. So the sharing of threat intelligence has increased dramatically. We have benefited greatly from that collaboration. Are often tipped off in advance of threats that emerge. I would say that from UNHCR, we certainly the refugee situation in the world, the forcibly displaced is not getting any better. Almost 30 million refugees now, approaching 100 million displaced. We are providing critical services and assistance to those people that have fled, the persons of concern. So the ambassador really it was really interesting to hear that we, from a stateless point of view, we are pretty much like another, a government in providing those critical services. So the humanitarian sector has really, we find ourselves kind of caught in the middle of this, and have been targeted. From an internal perspective, certainly the speed and sophistication, the impact for us has been our systems for providing assistance and protection to refugees. So the move to the cloud is something that we've been doing over time. We believe that a private cloud that we're responsible for is more vulnerable to the public cloud services like Azure, Amazon, and so forth. So that's been our internal focus. We've increased our investments, I guess. 2014, our security investments less than 1% of IT spend, and we're roughly 10% now. So that's a dramatic increase. I would also say that it's interesting in how we respond now to a major incident, which do occur. In the past, you would work incidents and eventually get through them. Now, pretty much immediately, we ask ourselves, could this be a cyber incident? Not just an infrastructure problem, a software problem. And I would say after 2, 3, 4 hours, we really engage our cyber teams and start to look at that angle, which we would never have done in the past. On the awareness front, the investment we've made within our own staff in terms of mandatory training. We do, of course, know what many do in phishing exercises, internal phishing. We have gotten much better internally at how we, as a staff, respond. The cybersecurity is made it to our corporate risk register, which is quite unusual. It's been 3 years. We have now started there's been a corporate-wide senior management program on communications, communications. So the recent simulation is on a cybersecurity incident. So that's just telling you how the organization feels about those kinds of things. I'll say that prior to 2017, we were not audited in the cybersecurity area. And we have, I suppose, benefited from annual audits. So it is high on the list. We are constantly looked at, and we have improved our posture dramatically, certainly since 2017, 2018, with that increased investment. I will say also that the ICRC, you mentioned that incident. We're very close partners and with other UN organizations. I received a phone call that evening from the CIO at ICRC. So we all share information and very quickly, and whenever any kind of incident. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much for sharing that institutional insight. The steep budget increase, I think, is particularly noteworthy and quite telling in that part. And also the fact that you mentioned that a cyber incident, if things go south, is almost like a default assumption that you need to rule out before moving moving any further. That's quite telling as well. Can I ask you, could you provide a concrete, specific example, one or two, maybe of how malicious cyber activity actually impacts the services that you provide to the forcefully displaced, to just make it more?
Yeah, thank you. I touched on this briefly. So, in general, we provide protection to refugees and forcibly displaced. So, whether that is against forced return, could be sexual gender-based violence. We also provide a lot of assistance, food, shelter, cash. So I'll focus on cash for a second because our cash assistance has really increased over the years and was touched on earlier. So we work quite heavily with the banking sector. We will enroll forcibly displaced or refugees and provide and biometrically enroll them. And the assistance, cash assistance will be on the card typically. And for example, in Jordan, you can go to an ATM machine and the biometric identity of that machine will allow you to take out your distribution. So any disruption of the banking systems, of course, our systems, we consider, we call it primes, that any attack on our infrastructure will prohibit us from being able to provide the badly needed assistance. I'll also say that we typically, just like everyone else, we're seeing state-sponsored activity, the organized crime, certainly hacking and insider threats. What we're seeing is that our data is mostly targeted for as refugees cross a border. At some point, hopefully, they will be able to return, and that's the value of the data. So for example, if a nation state that is able to hack in and breach our systems and obtain data, then the actual it's a life-threatening event that someone could be targeted when they return because they could be certainly soldiers that have left and so forth. So those are two instances that certainly bring to life the vulnerability we face with these attacks.
Thanks very much, and it also illustrates the serious visual consequences that ICT operation would have in that critical space. And it also, I think, shows what we've assumed for this discussion and the conference, that we need multi-layered, multi-partnered approaches. If you say you cooperate a lot with banks, then already there is a public-private kind of relationship that is probably quite relevant in addressing these issues. Now, Lathareddy, I have another question for you, please, following on my first question. What can we do to further mainstream the importance of cybersecurity in international development efforts, particularly those aimed at the developing or upgrading of critical infrastructure? I think that's a big question here. Mainstream the importance of cybersecurity in international development efforts generally. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Robin. I think basically, obviously each country will have to set up an infrastructure for protecting its critical information infrastructure to begin with. And again, I come back to the example of my country, India, which specifically set up an institution called the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center in an organization called the National Technical Research Organization. Has been designated the monitoring and agency as well as the one to forecast any threats on attacks to critical information infrastructure. However, the responsibility to actually protect the particular critical information infrastructure in question will lie with the agency administering that CII system. Now, obviously, across the board, you will not have uniform levels of protection. And therefore, in our government, we can declare any database, IT network, or communications infrastructure as critical information infrastructure to protect that particular digital asset. So, in other words, you have to have a flexible system, right? You can identify certain sectors which will obviously have a bearing on international development. And there are broad sectors. Again, coming back to India, we have identified 6 broad sectors: power and energy, banking, financial services, insurance, telecommunications, transport, government itself, and strategic and public enterprises. So while you can have these broad categories, the question is, if you know that a threat is imminent on a particular organization, or you know that organization is very weak in protecting its critical information infrastructure, the government can declare that particular organization as critical information infrastructure in order that, for instance, the experts on cybersecurity could move in and strengthen that institution. I think this is very important because very often institutions involved in international development are not very strong on cybersecurity measures because they would focus on the humanitarian and the pressing needs of the people they're trying to help, right? And may not perhaps give as much attention to how secure is the data, how vulnerable to attack they are, that particular institution. So what the government is doing is not playing Big Brother, not sort of arbitrarily picking institutions, but warning institutions that, look, you're under attack and we will come in and help you. You know, our experts will be there to strengthen your cybersecurity infrastructure, to strengthen your critical infrastructure so that you are more protected against attacks. I don't think any of us can say that any organization or any individual can ever be 100% completely safe and protected. All we are trying to do really as governments, as organizations, as individuals is trying to make this cyberspace a slightly safer space for us to operate in. So I'll stop there and I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks very much. And it seems that early warnings and advanced forensics, so to say, play quite a role. You spoke of the government providing such early warnings, and I think, though, Green, you mentioned tipping off as something that happens quite often to hint you maybe in the right direction. So that's, I think, an important point to note. Ambassador Patriota, I have another question for you, and I'll combine it with a question that I've received from the audience. And it has to do with the fact that there is no universal definition or classification, of course, of critical infrastructure. And of course, each state has the ability to make such designation based on a national context. But here's the question from the audience. So that's the first. Would it be useful as a transparency measure that each state should share a list of what they think is critical infrastructure? And then my follow-on question is, some states, of course, serve as hosts of infrastructures that provide services regionally or internationally. Threats to such infrastructure could have destabilizing effects across the board. How has this issue of shared critical infrastructure been addressed by states? How has this issue of shared critical infrastructure?
Yes, well, very nice, interesting questions. Both national critical infrastructure as well as critical infrastructure of a transnational type and regional critical infrastructure that serves a regional function. They are all referenced in the agreed report established by the UNGGE and then endorsed by the General Assembly of the UN. So I guess it has it has been received the stamp of approval from the international community. So the agreement is there that these different types of critical infrastructure, from the national to the regional to the global, certain aspects of it is meant to be protected against malicious attack. So the report recognizes that attacks on critical infrastructure is a threat to international peace. It, on the basis of international law, it recognizes that critical infrastructure is a part of a nation's national sovereignty. So that's recognized. It recognizes that general international law that applies to things in the real world also applies to things in the virtual world. So you cannot say that you're acting virtually, so therefore you're outside the scope of international law and you're outside the scope of the UN Charter. That's not true. That's not what the international community has agreed to. It has agreed quite the contrary, that international law, the UN Charter, applies to cyberspace as well. And I think there's, as I mentioned, the fact that you don't have a universal listing of critical infrastructure was a deliberate decision of the members of the GGE and also of the members of the United Nations, because countries are different in nature. So not necessarily all countries will arrive at the same definition of what infrastructure, IT infrastructure for them is critical. So we have to recognize differences amongst states. And that's why there was an avoidance in trying to establish a listing of these critical infrastructures from the top down. But there are indications of areas that clearly would fit that description. Infrastructure, IT infrastructure that is critical for the functioning of national energy systems, for example. So that's clearly in the realm of what a country would probably define as part of their critical infrastructure. So infrastructure required for the functioning and for the provision of energy to their citizens. The generation of power, because a country cannot function without energy and power. Water and sanitation is essential for the survival of mankind. So you cannot attack a critical infrastructure required for providing water and sanitation to the people of a nation. Education has made it into that list. Clearly, it's important, is self-evident. Commercial and financial services that are essential for the functioning of a country. Transportation systems, of course, not just any transportation system, but transportation systems that are required for a country to function at the minimally ideal pace. And there were some novelties recently, because the list keeps growing as the virtual world expands and dominates all aspects of our lives and of a nation's lives. So it will continue to expand, this listing. Many more things will become part of what countries consider to be their critical infrastructure. And recently we recognized, for example, electoral processes. So you want to protect your national electoral process as part of your national political system. So to protect the democracy, you have to protect the electoral process against malicious acts that would obviously discredit and disrupt or destroy such processes. So that's a very core part. And the listing goes on. I think the humanitarian aspect is important because we're tying critical infrastructure to peace and security, so it's kind of under a security lens. But you also want to protect humanitarian activity in whatever circumstances that the world may fall into. So it's very important to make that connection with humanitarian aspects as well. And then there's the private domain. There's also the individual rights of people, the human rights, the rights to privacy. All these things need to be protected. And so the concept of critical infrastructure is really, really at the core of what we're doing. As I said, you're kind of establishing a red line. This is my red line. An attack on this is an attack on the survival of my country, of this nation. So this is not an acceptable area to be attacked by anyone, be it another country, a group of countries, or even a terrorist attack by terrorists or non-state actors. There's also references to that. So what we're drawing here are the new political frontiers of the future. They are the red lines of a nation's national sovereignty as virtual as virtuality takes over everything in our relations. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I very much agree with the dynamic nature of the issue. And I think it will continue to evolve our understanding of what critical infrastructure is. In fact, I think it's closely linked to domain reserve discussions, which we already had long before the cyber discussion even started. Now, coming, I think, to looking at the clock, what is probably the final round of questions, I would like to ask everyone for an outlook into the future and where things could be going. And Ambassador Patriota, I would like again to start with you, and we have an excellent question here from the audience. So what's next for multilateral processes and critical infrastructure protection? And what elements of the GGE 21 discussion were left unaddressed and ought to be explored, discussed further?
Yeah, well, what's next? That's a great question. I think the GGE was a breakthrough, a real achievement. I'm not sure we will be able to produce equivalent outcomes every couple of years for the future, because clearly the world is not going in a direction of increased convergence on these difficult issues. But we should never stop working on it. Whatever the circumstances, whatever happens internationally, I think we need to keep on discussing this, because this is of a central concern for the future of international relations and the international order. Everything has gone virtual. If you don't have an agreement on what is responsible behavior in the virtual world, I think the world will become a less safer place. So we need to continue discussing. We have an avenue for that. We have a group at the UN, an open-ended working group, very comprehensive, that will work for 5 years. I think in terms of norm setting, I think the DG did a fantastic job. I'm not sure we're going to have in a short period of time additional layers of norms, or as I call them, common understanding. But I think implementing what we have so far would be very far-reaching. And so we have to continue to study in the normative aspects, study international law aspects of it. I think all nations should work on the basis of the GGE framework, nationally, regionally, and globally, because there's a lot of blanks to fill up. Countries still don't have the required national policies in place to implement all that, all the 11 norms and whatever that goes along with it for its implementation. So there's a lot of work to be done. We don't need additional norms immediately. I think what we need is to implement what we have agreed on a very serious basis and to stick with it. People will say, oh, but it's not legally binding. It doesn't matter if you're going to wait for a legally binding treaty of the old types from the analog days. I don't think it's going to happen. And I don't think it will be necessarily extremely useful for the new world that we're living in, which is very fast-paced. It's very fluid. You know, things happen very quickly and anonymously. It's very hard to know where attacks are coming from. So things get very complicated. You cannot wait for the pace of traditional lawmaking to do something about what is going on in practice in the virtual world in terms of potential disruptions to a nation's and to society's lives. So what's next? I think you need to discuss an infrastructure, a model for implementing the norms, and for implementing all the complementary aspects of the norms, which include transparency and confidence building measures. So you mentioned the idea of countries having to show, you know, how they arrived at the conclusion that such and such critical infrastructure, you know, were defined as priority for them. So they should be clear about that. They should provide the criteria that was used so that, you know, you don't start manipulating these criteria in a very, let's say, not very stable manner. You should provide stability and clarity to others. You should share. You should provide an infrastructure to cooperate immediately. You should have teams in place dealing with this. You should put them in touch with teams from other countries to build confidence, to have coordinated response to attacks, to further elaborate on the norms, even if you want, by having these open channels. So, you know, there's a lot of work for the future, I think, for the immediate future. From the open-ended working group, I think if they provide a platform for countries to meet formally, regularly, and discuss the norms, further elaborate the norms, and cooperate, and also provide a system of capacity building for the many, many countries who will not have wherewithal to implement these norms quickly and adequately. So they will require a system of international cooperation to strengthen their national capacities in terms of financial resources, human resources, legal resources, and even all of government approach, which is very difficult because this requires also a re-engineering of how government works at the national level. So there's a lot to be done. This is really, I think, the future of the international order. It's at the heart of it.
Thanks very much. And yeah, I do agree. It probably goes beyond cyber and is a more general observation that applies to different fields. And I also do think that overly dogmatic distinctions between binding and non-binding measures are probably misplaced in a hyper-dynamic global security environment. Lathareddy, my final question to you. We often hear about multi-stakeholder approaches and how they're needed to make any progress on many of these issues. So from your perspective and going forward, how can governments and critical infrastructure owners or operators in the private sector better cooperate to increase cyber resilience? Over to you, please.
I would say, that as far as multi-stakeholderism is concerned, I think it's now accepted in almost every country that governments alone cannot implement protection of either critical information infrastructure or any other area. Therefore, I think the principle that you need to bring in other players is clearly accepted. The principle that you need to bring in industry, you need to bring in academia, you need to bring in others. So if you don't do that, then you can't build true resilience. A government can pass any number of resolutions, orders, and acts, but how are you going to actually implement it? I come back to the question of implementation, which Ambassador Patriota also emphasized. I think the question is not how many laws you enact, but how well you can implement them, right? So unless you have proper implementation procedures, I don't think you're going to be able to build real cyber resilience. Obviously, the normal ways you build cyber resilience, you build strong defenses, you demonstrate that you have an offensive capability to deter others from attacking you, and you strengthen this existing systems, you provide assistance to those in need. But I don't think you can really build true cyber resilience without an all of the nation approach. You have to take into confidence the experts in every area, and what the knowledge and wisdom I have seen in I've been in government and I've also worked outside of government. So the knowledge and wisdom I have seen in so many different sectors is astounding, and I personally have found multi-stakeholderism the way to go. I recognize this even when I was in government. I started the first joint working group between private industry and the government in India to build cyber resilience. And I'm happy to see today that, more and more sectors are being involved in this effort. And I personally believe that if you do not involve all the sectors possible, if a nation does not involve every strength it has in every sector, it cannot build proper cyber resilience.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And now the final question to you. How do you, going forward, see the threat landscape evolve, especially from a humanitarian institutions perspective? And what can states collectively or individually do to help you mitigate those threats?
I was just thinking as the others were speaking, I completely agree with this idea of implementation. You know, we know what needs to be done. It's just a matter of having the right resources and the ability to execute. So I would say that primarily we just need to build that in. We need to get more resilient. Our every other year we work with the private sector to do an assessment. We've improved on a one, you know, a 1 to 5 maturity scale, but even as we move up, it changes and it becomes more difficult to move up. So this focus on implementing the best practices and so forth is clear. The partnerships, again, we can't do this alone. So we've talked about that with the private sector heavily, with governments and local organizations. Certainly, we work through our partner network, about 1,000 partners worldwide. Governments is hard. It's not my space. I will say that our board of directors, our executive committee, is 90 or so member states. So it's quite interesting and political. You know, how do you handle that when some of the state-sponsored um, attacks come from those kind of entities? But certainly, you know, I think on all fronts, I guess I would just add, technology is not the only piece. That's certainly my world, but we've made a lot of progress on the data protection, privacy, the GDPR side of things, and I think that you know, continued focus of bringing our data protection, privacy officers in. We've had a real focus the last 2 years. Before we do anything in IT, we do a data protection impact assessment. Before we even start, what kind of data are we talking about so that we can ensure systems are protected up front? And then we take that across systems because we share data, as I mentioned before, ICRC and others. So I think from a life cycle perspective, and it really gets back to implementation, that would be the continued focus. And certainly intelligence, threat intelligence sharing has been really a godsend to us. So partnering with European intelligence agencies in particular, but the private sector has really helped.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And thanks to all of our panelists. I think we had a perfect scene-setting event here. Time is flying by, so we're already coming to the end of the first round of discussions here. And can I please ask the audience to join me in a round of physical and virtual applause to all three panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next panel is up at 10:25 Geneva time, and it will focus on health and healthcare protection. Thanks very much, everyone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Mudehi Makumane, and I'm a researcher in the Security and Technology Program at the UN Institute for Disarmament Research. This morning, I have the pleasure of moderating this panel titled Curing the World, Health and Healthcare. Over the next hour, we will discuss how the threat landscape in healthcare has evolved and how the healthcare industry across all levels has adapted and what kind of partnerships make this possible. Just a quick housekeeping matter. If you do want to ask questions, please use the platform Slido. We'll open up the discussion in about 30 minutes, so be ready with some questions. But also for delegates in the room, if you do want to ask a question, we'll also have a roving mic available for you. So let me introduce you to our panelists today. Joining me on stage is Ms. Francesca Bosco, Chief of Strategy at the Cyber Peace Institute. And by her side is Mr. Flavio Aggio, Chief Information Security Officer from the World Health Organization. And joining us virtually, very early in the morning for him, is Mr. Brian Sincera, Chief Information Security Officer from Pfizer. Good morning, Brian, and welcome.
Good morning.
I think you will all agree with me that we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic inspiring displays of solidarity and compassion. While hospital workers set up filled hospitals and parking lots, a lot of industries diverted their attention to also producing sanitizers and other things, as well as speeding up the production of a vaccine. However, as with any tragedy, bad actors took advantage of this situation for personal gain. And I will then turn first to you, Francesca. Given your role at the Cyber Peace Institute and the work that you do there, how has the cyber threat landscape evolved in the specific sector we're talking about today?
For the invite, and thanks for giving the opportunity to the Cyber Peace Institute to present our work. And I mean, clearly, you started mentioning the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's exactly when we set up the institute, basically. So in between March and May 2020, we started developing the institute that is a nonprofit NGO that is based here in Geneva with a sort of like ambitious mission, which is the one to basically assist and protect the most vulnerable victims of cyber attacks. And at that time, one of the first questions that we asked ourselves, who are the most vulnerable in this situation? And the healthcare sector clearly stood up in the vulnerability, as you very well said, both for, let's say, the critical infrastructure dimension that was also mentioned in the previous panel, but also because of like sort of like increased vulnerability and that the pandemic caused. And so we started analyzing the phenomenon, started collecting data, and the important thing that we wanted to understand was specifically which is the impact and specifically the harm that cyber attacks cause on people, on society when hospitals are hit. Therefore, we published last year the report, the strategic analysis report that is called Playing with Lives, Cyber Attacks on Healthcare, Attacks on People. And one of the challenge that we encounter ourselves was, the gap in terms of like data. So the availability of data and also the disparities and gaps in reporting. Therefore, we try to understand how we can support the wider public, the policymaking community, and also the private sector that wants to basically increase the protection, and clearly the healthcare sector in kind of like enhancing their cybersecurity posture. To that end, we launched last year one platform that is called the Cyber Incident Tracer Health, that is mapping and analyzing cyber attacks against hospitals, medical manufacturing, patient care services, pharmaceutical companies and labs, to try to understand, I mean, which is basically the threat landscape that we see, and also try to understand clearly how how we can kind of like put in place measures to mitigate the impact and also to enhance the protection. Up to now, if you open the tracer, you will see that it has 447 incidents over 40 countries, and with an average of 4.2 incidents. If you allow me a couple of like, let's say, considerations out of what we've seen. First, it's interesting because before you were mentioning privacy, and I concur with you. Cyber attacks on healthcare used to be and still are a big, let's say, data privacy issue, but with the rise of ransomware, clearly, this became a sort of like critical issue that threatened lives and also because it prevents the healthcare basically to provide support to the patients and to the society in need. There was the recent attack, unfortunately experienced by the Costa Rican government, pretty recent, allegedly from the Hive ransomware group, linked also to the Conti group, and basically 1,200 hospitals and clinics were basically, blocked because they shut down the digital record keeping system. So first point is for sure the ransomware aspect. The second, the role of nation states, meaning that historically, let's say, and especially when it comes to ransomware, we immediately think about criminal groups, but it's no longer just a criminal threat, and specifically during the pandemic, the healthcare sector was obviously identified as a sector of like strategic importance. And then also, the third aspect that's also, let's say, what is motivating the Cyber Peace Institute work, which is like analyzing the impact, so the harm that is causing on people and society, because basically cyber attacks are disrupting the ability of hospitals to provide care, and also the modus operandi of criminal groups and nation states groups that are kind of like, for example, even cases of like quadruple extortions in case of ransomware, and they directly impact the victims and increase the risk of re-victimization. If I still have like 1 minute, I just want to mention maybe a couple of examples that you can find also on the tracer. First of all, we observed that attacks on server and systems in one country can also have a detrimental impact on connected sites across the world. And we have an example of an Indian pharmaceutical company, and then afterwards we will hear also from Brian, that was ransomware, that was targeted by a ransomware attack. A week after, basically, it began the final trials for COVID vaccines. But the problem is that it was connected to various other sites, for example, in UK, in Brazil, in Russia, and in the US. And therefore, basically, the production was disrupted not only in India, but also in the other facilities. During and following an attack, other organizations, both locally and abroad, are called to maintain critical patient services. And this is the example that we had in New Zealand, for example, where the 5th largest healthcare network was attacked. They had to divert basically the patients in Australia, but clearly also Australia was heavily under stressed. Third point, communication channels between patients or, for example, customers and organization providing health services are hindered as a result of cyber incidents. And we have some examples of a diagnostic lab that was basically paralyzed for 17 days. And then I have a couple of cases that I really would like to mention, because one attack that specifically led to the infection of both primary and also backup servers, leading to a sort of like significant operational downtime, and records were rendered entirely inaccessible, because often we hear also that, oh, against ransomware you just need the backup. Well, it's not the case anymore, because also ransomware is becoming very sophisticated, and it was a case of a Japanese hospital where 85,000 patients, basically the medical records of 85,000 patients were basically encrypted, and they had to revert back to basically pen and paper, and they were not able to retrieve the information. And then, unfortunately, a very famous case is the case of the Bastamo attack, which is a Finnish psychotherapy clinic, and it went to a point where we really need to consider impact also because, for example, in that case, they were not able to recover and they had to shut down the service. And then, I mean, the last example that I would like to bring is that it's not just allow me to say patient data that holds sensitive information, but also the employee or that work for the organization. So we really need to think about it in a sense of like in a sort of like ecosystem. Also, when we think about which are, let's say, the most vulnerable assets that we need to consider, and that was the case that you will also find in the platform of US-based manufacturer for advanced technology blood testing analyzers that basically the data that were encrypted were also the ones of basically the staff working for the lab. So just to give you some, let's say, some food for thoughts on what we've seen as a sort of like main characteristics of the attacks impacting the healthcare, and also sort of like evolution, also the threat landscape, but also of the criminal involvement.
Thank you so much, Francesca. You've raised quite a number of important issues, and I like when you call it an ecosystem. And Brian, you're certainly part of that big health ecosystem. Pharmaceuticals are an important part of the ecosystem, as well as the broader supply chain of medicines, but also of global health delivery. And so, Brian, my question to you now is, how has the sector adapted to this new reality? And what else can be done to increase its resilience to malicious ICT activities?
Well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me. I'm Brian Sincera. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer Advisor. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective on the impact of cybercrime on the development and delivery of healthcare and life-saving therapies for patients who are in need. And I'm deeply grateful to all of those who strive to make cyberspace safer and hold accountable those who use computer networks to steal money, intellectual property, damage business operations, and disrupt civil society. As Francesca rightly noted, the cost of cybercrime extends far beyond fraud and financial losses. Cybercrime directly impacts the delivery of critical infrastructure around the world and services, those critical infrastructure services, including the delivery of life-saving healthcare. Counterfeit medicines imperil patients by depriving them of therapeutic benefit or by making them sick through the ingestion of toxic ingredients. And fake drugs are heavily marketed through internet advertisements that are meant to trick patients into believing that they're real and safe and often inexpensive. Over the past decade, attackers have demonstrated their capacity and willingness to target healthcare organizations, literally hundreds of them each year, and they seem to be undeterred by the impact on human life. In fact, ransomware attacks, in many of them, it seems clear that the potential for impact on human life is used to leverage to increase the likelihood that their extortion demands are going to be paid. And the impacts are significant, and they include the destruction of medical systems and data, the need to turn away or transfer patients to other facilities. They result in supply chain shortages and delivery of life-saving medicines, and of course, delays in the delivery of patient health care. While we're thankful that there's not been a documented loss of life, it's certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. As important, cybercrime increases healthcare delivery costs on already budget-constrained systems. Pfizer and other large private sector firms have for decades invested heavily in protecting protective technologies and human resources to defend our operations and personnel and personal information from theft, tampering, and destruction. But these costs divert resources away from things that we would rather spend them on, like new research, new clinical trials, and new therapies. And we know that rural and underserved communities bear a disproportionate resource burden, exacerbated by the generally high cost of cyber technologies and the shortage of skilled labor. Ultimately, cybercrime slows the pace of scientific innovation, it erodes the trust of patients in the safety of the healthcare delivery system, and it increases the cost of healthcare for everyone. So now is the time to redouble efforts by the private sector and government to make it harder for criminals to accomplish their cyber objectives and to dramatically increase the likelihood of prosecution. And we believe there are three important actions that we can take to beneficially shift the landscape in favor of defenders and away from attackers. First, policies that help local hospitals and delivery organizations offset the escalating costs of cyber defense through grants or tax policy that can help them spend on defensive infrastructure. Expanding educational programs in K through 12 and higher education to grow a skilled cybersecurity workforce. And last, to more aggressively pursue indictments and prosecutions, especially across international borders, of cyber criminals who make, market, distribute fake drugs and otherwise attack the healthcare system. So again, I deeply appreciate everyone's vital interest in this vital issue, and look forward to a discussion here today. Beyond those items that I mentioned in my opening remarks, I would say that the pharmaceutical industry in general has done extensive work, especially with COVID, on expansion of supply chain and making sure that there are more medicines available through a more rich and diverse supply chain to assure that patients have them at the moment of need. That becomes increasingly difficult, though, that level of resilience at the point of delivery, particularly in local clinics, hospitals, and health facilities where, in the end, patients are standing in front of a healthcare provider and expect or need vital medicine or other mechanisms of delivery for their health. But this program of resilience is one that we must all be on, and it's one that we all need to take seriously.
Thank you so much, Brian, for your inputs. And I think it's always concerning how big the gap is between perpetrators of these malicious ICT attacks, as well as actual indictments and prosecutions to curb this activity. Now, I'm going to shift over to you, Flavio, from the World Health Organization. And during the pandemic, you were certainly very busy. And we know some of your key stakeholders, governments, ministries, and policy officers. But I'm certain that your stakeholder group has also increased during the pandemic to help you deal with the threats that you were dealing with. So can you just share with us how some of those roles and responsibilities evolved, but also how that distributed between you and your other stakeholders?
Good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation. Every opportunity we have to share precisely the cybersecurity concerns and how we can improve cybersecurity as a whole, I think it is essential, and I'm participating in any discussions that we can improve everyone's security. So on this topic, on the threats, especially for the COVID-19 pandemic, WHO was in the center of multiple cyber attacks, and we had several types of threats. I can be here describing for the entire day because, as you said, we were very busy working multiple hours a day because of all the cyber attacks that came. And the important relationship between the stakeholders, the roles and responsibilities expanded and changed dramatically. The first one that was essential was the participation of member states in how to really not only give tips, but also to prevent attacks from happening. And this was tremendously beneficial, and we had participation from multiple member states in this effort. In addition to, we had private institutions reaching out to WHO and helping as well, identifying threats, helping to identify systems that needed to close vulnerabilities so we can continue to operate as needed. The last part that was very interesting, we had a lot of individuals that reached out to WHO in helping on those threats. So with the volume of threats that we identified internally, we shared this in the organization. And of course, multiple subcommittees were created. We worked as a team, not only within the organization, but outside of the organization. The Cyber Peace Institute participated in this effort as well, alongside with multiple no-profit organizations. And with that spirit of team effort in terms of sharing information, sharing intelligence, giving tips, we could really protect WHO and keep WHO secure so it could perform its mandate. So the important piece was to elevate the threat level across the organization and make the organization to understand from multiple levels, from the lower level to the highest level of the organization, where the threats were coming from. And just to exemplify, the number one threat that we identified was misinformation and impersonation, which is precisely the phase one approach from any cyber attack. And as you know, cyber attacks will exploit human element. The human factor is essential. So when I hear about critical infrastructure, to me, critical infrastructure includes people, process, and technology. You cannot think about critical infrastructure without thinking first about the human factor, because hackers will exploit vulnerabilities in multiple ways, and our role as security professionals, we need to understand the psychological impact and how to really address those. It is not only about training and awareness, it is about experimentation, it's about clarification, so the public at large understands, not in a geeky way, but understands how to how can they operate online without having those threats being a real threat to them. And as I heard in the first panel, it's impossible to guarantee 100% security, but we can together increase the level of our defenses on the prevention, on the detection, because if you don't detect, you have no idea what is going on. So the detection mechanism is quite important, and how to respond. And again, I will emphasize the nature of collaboration, because without collaborating, especially during the cyber attacks and the COVID-19 pandemic, when it started, it will be impossible for the organization to survive. I can tell you for a fact. And after the pandemic, or as we are going down in terms of cases globally, what I notice is the most important threat is being complacent and not understand what are the vulnerabilities you have, what are the threats you have, and we have to participate in a collaborative way. So private sector, no-profit organization, member states, individuals. That's basically my summary.
Thank you so much, Flavio, for that input. And I got something that I think should probably be the tagline for the WHO, which is protect the World Health Organization from cybersecurity. Now, I'm going to be opening up for questions. So again, if you have any questions, please remember to use the Slido platform and raise your hand, and then I will have a roving mic available. I already see one hand, the gentleman to my left.
Thank you very much. I asked part of,
We're just going to switch it on.
yes?
Thank you.
It's going good. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Junaid Bazia. I'm an independent consultant based in Geneva. I'm working with NGOs and civil society. I used to be in coordination office for NGOs since more than 20 years ago, the board member from NGOs. I'm still following negotiations in the UN, including in WIPO and in ITO. But I take the floor to raise a question. As our topic of this session, it is about health and healthcare. But what I didn't say in the previous sessions, in the international law, we can reach some aspect, we can have some aspect to enhance and to protect more cybersecurity. As we are talking on healthcare, what is well known by confidential medical information, secret médical? This is also kind of strategic because the confidential medical information, it is institutional matter for hospitals, as we raised the case in Japan. Yes, but this is also an aspect. We should more think about that. And yes, what it is very important, I will raise that now, cybersecurity. It happened where? In which country? This is also very important. We didn't say that in the previous session. And it could be a regulatory authority matter. We are in Switzerland, yes. If any international or UN agencies have been attacked, how about the others? How about the regional office, WHO in Washington, or the headquarters in New York? But anyway, the locality of any attacks, it's very important. So my question, it is about the confidential information secret médical, and the cyber security, because it cannot be data sphere. But anyway, it is sensible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the question can actually go to all of you, but I'll start with you, Flavio, because you'd already mentioned something to do with the privacy as well. And the question then, if I got it right, has to do with this confidential health information. And maybe you can share with us what are some of the trends that you've seen with regards to this, but also what the WHO and its partners are also doing in this regard.
Thank you so much for this question, because to be honest, confidential information privacy is one of the biggest concerns and what keep me up at night. Because when you have ransomware, the scary part of that type of attack is that information is being extracted and information is being sold on the dark web, and information is being used as a weapon to get more financial benefit or to destroy brands and so on. So I think the problem is a huge problem. It is not a small problem, first of all. Of course, I don't have a silver bullet for that. I don't think nobody does. What we are doing to really address that is very similar to what Doug mentioned in the previous panel. We are doing a risk assessment for every single new IT system, and we are doing a penetration testing. And that risk assessment follows the ISO 27000 family standards and also OWASP. So we are looking at what type of data that we have and the sensitivity and the risk, and what type of protection and investments that we have to implement in those. So this type of risk assessment approach, it is part of our policy. So everyone needs to really follow in the World Health Organization globally, in Washington or in Tokyo or in Brazzaville in Africa. So everyone needs to follow. And by doing that, we are making sure that no new doors or no new vulnerabilities can really exist. And we have the extra protection for the data. The biggest concern I have is for all legacy systems. And the other the bigger concern will be for organizations that don't have resources, and we don't have resources to look at for all applications. So it is a very important point. We are taking seriously, and we are prioritizing based on that sensitivity. So this is what I can share with you. And the practical way will be to elevate that risk assessment across all organizations and to improve the data protection for sensitive data, being personal data related to privacy or sensitive data, as Brian was talking about when you're talking about intellectual property or financial implications. So those are the points that I wanted to share.
Thank you so much for that. Francesca?
Yeah, actually, I think you raise a super important point, I will. I mean, after, let's say, the general remark that refers to the previous panel, where both, for example, the GG and the open-ended working group norms were mentioned, and the role of international law in protecting critical infrastructure and specifically the healthcare sector. I would like to add, to build upon what Flavio was mentioning. So the important to translate the law into practice, basically, as you very well know, and also to translate it into practical measures. I really appreciated what Flavio was mentioning before in terms of like teamwork, and teamwork, necessarily also imply, let's say, that you find the right language and the right way to play, let's say, the same game together. And to this point, I think it's very important, the example that he brought about working between international organization, private sector, civil society organization, because clearly, you start with different interests at stake. And to this end, going back to the confidentiality of information, I think that beyond the rules, let's say, and regulations, you also have let's say, first of all, to respect clearly the do no harm approach, but then on the other hand, also how we can finding ways by which we can actually work, for example, with the private sector or civil society organization. I'm thinking also about, for example, a very interesting trend that came up during the pandemic, which was also the collaboration with universities, that they might have, a lot of data, also in terms of like collecting information about, let's say, criminal instances. So, for example, cyber attacks, and they were willing to share. So, on this point, I think it's very important to have a practical approach, and I would like to give a practical example of what one program that we've been basically working on since October last year, together with Microsoft and the Czech Republic specifically, on having these type of discussions, basically with a multi-stakeholder approach, having tabletop exercises, thinking about, okay, what's happening in a case that a hospital is hit, and for example, what's happening on practical terms when you have to deal with, for example, exchanging information with different parties, but also with different states, for example. So information exchange. I really like what Flavio was mentioning before in terms of like risk assessment and security controls. So how you translate into practice what is what is happening and what can happen and how to prepare. And to this end, we will present a compendium, which is basically the collection of all these very concrete good practices that were discussed during a series of workshops, including diplomatic measures and including, for example, international law discussions. The compendium will be presented during the open-ended working group that is going to take place in July in New York, specifically the 28th of July. During a lunch at a side event at the UN headquarters. So if you're interested, it's going to be a hybrid event, so you can also follow it. So my answer is very concrete examples of like good practices together with both the private sector and the international community.
Thank you so much, Francesca. And Brian, I also want to give you an opportunity to also share something there as well, but I also want to add to that. You mentioned the cost of these incidents also being impacting research that the pharmaceutical industry can also do. And I'm also interested to know what else have you put in place in order to be able to still do your core work and at the same time deter those malicious attacks to ensure global health delivery.
Yeah, thanks so much. Francesca and Flavio have had great comments regarding personal and private information. I might only add that I think the healthcare delivery is unique in the sense that individuals need to provide a lot of personal information, and healthcare providers need to use it. They need to get a lot of personal information in order to do the very work that we're trying to accomplish. So unlike other industries where collection of personal information may serve marketing purposes or other reasons why personal information is collected and stored, for healthcare delivery, it's a necessity. So it's unfortunately in that sense unavoidable. In addition to the items that have already been mentioned, I would note that I think that companies like Pfizer in the pharmaceutical industry performing research, but also in medical device or companies that provide medical devices and in healthcare organizations in general, a lot of work has been done over recent years on data minimization, on collecting only the data that is necessary in order to accomplish the job, on making sure that there's significant restrictions in who can access that information and for what purpose, whether that's an employee internally or a third-party partner that may transact in that information. A lot of work has been done to limit the spread and limit the amount of sharing that gets done, and to be particularly certain about those with whom we share that data. And that might be the last point that I would make here, is that I think we all have a responsibility to assure that the third parties with whom we do business are as secure as we are, and we would want them to be. So, an encouragement on my part, and significant work again being done to make sure that the third parties that we share information with and that we connect with electronically are following good safety and security practices.
Thank you so much, Brian. I'm receiving a lot of questions on the Slido app, and so I'll take the first one. And I'll ask you, Flavio, to please give me your first stab at this question. What steps can member states take within the context of multilateral processes to enhance protection of the health sector?
Wow. I think the steps are already, they started. Making sure that the committees, the subcommittees formed, the working group is really working hard to bring this into fruition. I think the involvement of the society also is equally important, because we are talking about a huge approach and a mentality change. And this is an ongoing effort and challenge, and education. A lot of discussions about how can we educate our kids, because my kids, ironically, they only started to pay attention to privacy and data protection when they got hacked. So the importance of really teaching the kids, teaching young adults that the information, if the information is public, it can be used as a weapon. As I said before, the public or the people and process are ways for cyber attackers to take advantage of the information that they get. So back to the member states, I think the important piece is not only advance on the working groups, an important piece is to make cybersecurity a relevant topic. And to be honest, independent of ICT, because when we're talking about the information and communication technology, cybersecurity is how to exploit ICT. So if cybersecurity is within the barrier or the constraints of ICT, because ICT wants to improve functionality, and of course everybody wants to have easier functionality. Brian mentioned about the cost of cyber. The cost of cyber, sorry to tell you, but it will only increase if we don't have the multi-layer protection. So we need to make a huge change on how to use the digital world to improve that multi-layer protection, the education, and this will be a journey and will never end. Because when somebody writes a code, writes a software, it's written by humans. It will have vulnerabilities. And we may not know all the vulnerabilities now, but they will come. So my final comment is, it's a journey. We need to involve member states, private sector, the no-profit organization, and the public to improve our resilience. And this is how we can survive. And again, working together, we are the good guys, and there are a lot of bad guys. So we need to work together.
Thank you so much for that, Flavio. Francesca, I'm going to come to you, and I also have a specific question here for you, which has to do with the methodology for the cyber incident tracker. But I also wanted to link that to the question from the floor, which was about locality of these incidents, and to understand if there is anything that's been done to also help those countries where there seems to be a lot of incidents emanating.
Thank you so much for the question. And actually, that's a very good question, because so on the methodology specifically, there is one section of the tracer, and where you can find all the information, both about the data collection. That is, for now, the tracers are mostly based on OSINT, so open source intelligence analysis, but we are also increasing the partnership with different entities that are willing to share the data, and to also on data minimization, as mentioned before, and anonymization. You can find all the related information. There is one big challenge in all these type of platforms, and which is the data availability. And then I go back to the fact that we try to basically start this journey, especially because we were inspired by the work of the WHO with the map of attacks against hospitals, and we thought, well, we need something similar when it comes to cyber attacks. So step number one. Challenges related to data availability, and also disparities that you might see on the tracer in this moment, depending on countries, for example. So you would see, for example, that there are some countries that are, let's say, more attacked than others, but simply because of the, let's say, of the data limitation. We try to overcome, for example, the challenge in terms of like the data availability, exactly in the spirit of what Flavio was mentioning before. So engaging in collaboration with the different entities, and also try to use the sort of like the multi-stakeholder platform at the international level, like, for example, interdependented working group in raising the awareness and the need, raising the appetite also for policymakers to have, sound data for basing their policies on. And I also would like to mention one specific aspect regarding the tracer. I think it also helped in raising awareness with the many organizations that are active at the local level that they were not even aware. We have some examples on our website, and you can go on the platform to see the stories, basically, also of some organization, mostly civil society organizations that we assisted during the pandemic. So hearing how they were attacked and how we could support them. And another important aspect that I think it is also the fact that we need to, and I connect this to the question before about how we can match basically the role of states and, for example, what we as civil society are doing. And for example, the platform specifically, well, we can match it because the platform can serve to the general public to raise awareness and understanding of the threat that they are facing, and also for policymakers for developing better policies, but also to raise awareness at the local context. So to this regard, the platform has already been used by different member states in trying to raise awareness, but also together with the compendium, the next step is exactly what Flavio was mentioning in terms of like building capacities. So the idea is to have the platform or have the compendium as tools that people can use for enhancing the capacity. And to this end specifically, I would like to mention that next year, there will be a conference in February, a high-level international conference organized together with the World Economic Forum, the GFC, and the World Bank, specifically looking at the role of cyber capacity building as enabler. Basically, cybersecurity as enabler and the different tools that you can have, for example, the cyber incident tracer to enable a sort of like a more resilient society towards a sustainable development. And this is particularly relevant, especially for developing countries. Healthcare will be one specific, let's say, vertical of the critical infrastructure that we will take into consideration. But I mean, just to conclude that specifically one of the challenges that we have, that we are still facing, especially in developing countries, is the first step, so to raise awareness. And we are trying to do this and to encourage also people to contribute directly to the platform. So on the platform, there is also the possibility to directly contribute to that with data or, I mean, with comments, suggestions. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Francesca. That was very comprehensive. And Brian, Pfizer is a big pharmaceutical company. It's also in a lot of countries. How does Pfizer work with countries on the issue of cybersecurity?
Yeah, thanks for the question. This is one area that I think government can make a huge difference. So Pfizer engages with many local governments to do information sharing, specifically on attacks that we're aware of or that we're experiencing as well. And so that's our, we contribute to the bolus of information that governments have. We also ask for their help in receiving information. So asking them to share with us tactics and techniques and maybe specifics of certain cases that they're investigating or that they've experienced with other companies in their countries, so that we can protect ourselves. It is one of the ways in which I think we can all help improve the state of our cybersecurity and reduce the likelihood that we suffer the same attack that another company has already suffered. In this way, I would say that secrecy does us all harm, where governments share information and where industry participants share information with one another. I think we all improve the state of cyber protections in our organizations. And it's one of the things that I think is just so vital to our collective success in this fight.
Thank you so much for that, Brian. I also have a question here with regards to data protection and privacy again, and it has to do with developers. And like you said, Flavio, code is written by humans, and I'm wondering if you've got anything to say on some of the standards that are necessary when the innovation does take place in the healthcare sector with regards to healthcare programs or apps and the big e-health platforms that we also have currently.
What I can talk about is it is essential for an organization to have an application scanning platform that is connected with the development life cycle. Because if you don't have that, it will be actually a manual work that you may lose sight of vulnerabilities that may exist. And I think the concept of security by design needs to be implemented. So when you develop an application, and Doug in the first panel mentioned that, before you develop an application, you need to do a risk assessment related to data protection and privacy. And so you can pinpoint what are the digital assets that you have to invest with higher protection, even to enable encryption mechanisms that you need to implement in order for the application to be secure. Brian mentioned an important aspect, which is the ability to do the authentication, authorization, the right person to see the right information, and not forgetting about the multi-factor authentication, which is essential nowadays. So it must be mandatory for any application. I think all those elements combined with, again, the risk assessment, penetration testing, will give us a better life cycle from the development to the operation for any application. And again, my remark is about legacy applications. And those are the harder cookies, because it will demand a lot of resources for us to look at those applications and build in with security. Sometimes will be easier and cheaper to really redo the application, buy another application on the cloud already with all those mechanisms, and change the business process to really follow what is industry standard.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I've got 7 minutes left. If there are any questions, please remember to post them on Slido, and I will take questions from the room. And I've got a question from Louise.
Okay, is it working now? Can you hear me? Great. Thank you so much for the panel. Great discussion. I guess my question goes to Flavio. That was a fascinating kind of point, Flavio. I was wondering more from an intra-organizational perspective. Of course, we had, a pandemic. It's still in the, let's say, the tail of it, hopefully. So I was wondering, as a CISO within this particular kind of environment, right? If you could perhaps provide some examples or details as to how you communicated with other parts of the WHO. How did you filter, let's say, or translate what you were seeing from a very kind of technical incident response perspective? How did you get that and kind of communicate what needed to be prioritized in terms of response and also in terms of crisis communication, right? I think there was a crisis communication happening at the pandemic level, but how did you, in your role, kind of liaise through these different parts of the WHO and communicating what was a priority in terms of response? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, because you described my first year during the pandemic that brings a lot of memory, So what I can share with you is when the pandemic started, we got a lot of communication coming in our way, and some communication just came with information that was already on the dark web years ago. So I'm trying to filter good data, like actionable, real data from old news and things that are irrelevant. And this was a huge time spent internally in WHO because we don't want to bring to the organization um, uh, the same panic that the media brought to us. So that was the first phase, right? So when we did that, we indeed checked one legacy, again, I'm gonna use that word again, one legacy system that was vulnerable. And we, within the organization, we involved multiple levels of the organization to make a decision to really kill that system. So we de-implemented. There are a lot of consequences from that decision, and was the right decision. And by the elimination of that system, we really stop that vulnerability and the cyber attack that came from that. We investigated the cyber attack, and we didn't see any, in the forensics, we didn't see any consequence from that cyber attack. And one decision, another decision that we have to make is to go radio silence about that, or to go to the public and to alert the public. So we decided to go to the public and alert the public. So we had multiple articles raising the alert, saying, hey, we are being attacked. We are working with a lot of doctors, a lot of hospitals globally to face the pandemic. We're learning about this new virus, and we're being attacked, and the organization may have a huge impact from that. So I think the great participation from the leadership, from the communication area, that we advanced and really brought cybersecurity attacks to the important point for all healthcare providers and member states and so on. So in summary, what I can say that most of what happened after really happened because of that alert. So it was, in hindsight, was the best decision made at that time. And we got huge collaboration from multiple entities, member states, no-profit, individuals, private organizations, and on the communication to the organization. So we had multiple seminars trying to not be technical and making sure that everybody really understood what was going on. So they could take an action, and we have a motto in WHO that is cybersecurity starts with you, and the cybersecurity team is here to help. So basically, this is what we did across the organization with multiple video conferences, multiple emails, multiple sites clearing up what they can do, what they shouldn't do. And of course, I didn't make a lot of friends from the IT organization that needed to really redo everything that needed to be done when the legacy application got implemented. But today, we are way stronger than 2 years and a half ago. So this is how I can summarize the answer.
Thank you so much for that. And at this time, I would like to thank all my speakers for joining me. I think we've had a really insightful and helpful discussion with regards to how the threat landscape has evolved, but also how the industry has and is applying the lessons that it learned during the COVID pandemic. And I'll use what Luis called the tail end of the pandemic. We're not entirely out of the woods yet. And so there's still a lot of work that still has to be done. And I would like to thank my speakers and ask the audience to help me with giving them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Brian, for joining us virtually. Have a wonderful day going forward, and thank you so much.
Good morning. Yeah, works. Hi, good morning. I hope you had a nice coffee break. My name is Andras Kostelitz. I'm part of the Security and Technology program at UNIDIR. And today I'll moderate a panel on the financial sector and trade. Much like the previous panel, this one will be focused on similar aspects of the protection of critical infrastructure. So we're going to be talking about the evolving threat landscape. We're going to be talking about threat management and related roles and responsibilities. And we're going to be talking about the coping mechanisms that may or may not be specific to the trade and financial sector. First, I was asked to kindly remind you of the existence of our Slido platform. If you scan the QR code, it'll take you directly to the platform where you can post the questions. Alternatively, you can also go to slido.com and enter the code that is displayed behind me. The ones that are here with us in Geneva today, feel free to ask questions using the microphone. The lovely lady on the right over there will be happy to assist you in case of need. Just raise your hand and introduce yourself and fire away. I think that's it from me for now. It's time to turn the attention towards our speakers. But unfortunately, at the beginning, I need to disappoint. Ms. Maria Ceccarelli is not with us today, even though she is displayed on the screen behind me. She had some urgent matter to attend to, so she will not be with us today. But nonetheless, I'm happy to say that Mr. Arthur Nelson, Deputy Director of the Technology and Information Affairs Program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, has joined us virtually from DC. Good morning. Good morning, Arthur. Next with us is Mr. Justin McCall. He's the Head of Demand Generation and Partnership at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. He's on my left, joined us from Germany. And the third, joining us all the way from South Africa is Ms. Susan Potkicher. I think I was close enough. Head of Strategic Services at South African Banking Risk Information Center. So we're quite excited to hear from all three of them. Now, we've allocated about 55 minutes for the initial intervention by our speakers. After that, there's going to be, as per usual, there's going to be some space, some time for questions and answers. Please don't be shy. Again, raise your hand and we'll deliver the microphone. We have time until 1, and after that, there'll be lunch. So with that, I hope everything is clear. I think I'd like to turn first question towards Arthur. I'm just going in alphabetical order. Arthur, I know that you're quite involved in research when it comes to the financial sector. I'm fairly familiar with your FinCyber program. How has the threat landscape in the financial sector evolved in the past couple of years or in the past decade, for example, if you wish? Arthur?
Thank you so much. And let me first thank UNIDIR for hosting this great conference. They continue to bring together thought leaders in this space to push the conversation forward. The financial sector is an interesting case when looking at global cyber stability as a whole. We've seen that the threat landscape has significantly expanded, targeting different aspects of the financial supply chain, so to speak. And the threat has grown. And we've seen a marked shift in the range of malicious cyber behavior, especially since 2016, when the world woke up to the reality that central banks could be a target as well, with the theft of $81 million from the Central Bank of Bangladesh. And since then, we've been monitoring the volume of attacks as well as the destructive nature of the attacks, and we've seen those grow in a manner of ways. And as per usual, many of the cyber criminals and cyber threats that we track are motivated by where the money is, and so this is where a lot of the sophisticated threats are targeted. And as a result, we've seen a range of different tactics and techniques employed. And most recently, I'll highlight 2 areas that I think are especially worthy of attention. The first is in the crypto space, where we see a large range of financial deposits being held and targeted for theft for most purposes, particularly in some crypto exchanges. And there we see a lower degree of cyber maturity than we would come to expect from mature financial institutions. And so we've seen 10-figure thefts in recent years, totaling billions of dollars in that space. And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of attention on some of the cybersecurity component of that issue. And then in the second area of threat that I think is most pertinent to focus on is around some of the supply chain issues and the third-party attacks, island hopping, some might call it, where we see a range of sophisticated actors targeting third-party service providers and hopping from their networks either through the contractual arrangements that these third-party service providers have with financial institutions or the customer-facing arrangements they have in order to carry out some of these attacks that we're seeing, some of the thefts ranging all the way from disruptive attacks, from DDoS attacks to theft themselves, as well as ransomware. So I'll pause there, but that gives you a taste. But I would say that the two types of attacks that keep me up at night are the crypto exchange attacks that we're seeing and the third-party attacks, both of which are fairly novel and I think require some further attention from the international community.
Thank you, Arthur. I'm glad that you diverted our attention also to the supply chain security, which I think is quite an important element. So we have on my left here Mr. Justin McCall, as I mentioned. Justin, would you care to elaborate some of the threat landscape developments in the recent years, particularly so when it comes to the trade, perhaps, or even the supply chain security?
No, absolutely. So first of all, just to echo, thank you for having us today. This is an amazing conference. I echo everything that was just said, especially with regards to supply chain issues. One of the things that we've seen rising over the last years has been that cyber threats have evolved from hacktivism and even criminal enterprises targeting individuals, largely based on economic gains. And you see a shift into state actors using this as a mechanism for policy, for their overall politics, right? Sometimes in complement to the violent end of politics as a part of their overall warfare strategy. We see this playing out today. And so I think from our perspective, my perspective specifically, Justin McCall, not my company, right? Clarify. We see that this rising threat of state tier 1 actors who are using this to attack not just states that are adversaries to their agenda, but also to the economies and the individuals in those economies that are fundamental to those their prospective adversary states being well-functioning democracies. That is a core threat, not just to the cyber landscape. That's a core threat to society. It's a core threat to who we are as individuals, humans, and the way that we enjoy the freedoms of our economies, the freedoms of the livelihoods that we live. And so that is a fundamental problem that needs to be addressed. And more tactically, beyond just saying, okay, well, there are state actors who are conducting nefarious activities against other states. You can see this down at the tactical level in the supply chain. Large enterprises, especially banks, banks are like 300 times more likely to be a victim of a cyber attack than anyone in another industry, right? Therefore, there's a lot more money and a lot more attention spent on how to protect the infrastructure around it and the individuals who are beneficiaries of that infrastructure. But around that supply chain, you see a lot of smaller medium enterprises. And those smaller medium enterprises, as was mentioned by the CISO from the World Health Organization earlier, oftentimes don't have the same resources. They don't have the same personnel, the same skill sets that are required in order to address those threats. So they become softer targets for those nefarious activities. And this becomes a prime target, not just for state level actors, but also back to what I said earlier, the hacktivists and the criminal activities, because of the intertanglement of data, the intertanglement of our stacks. The entirety of the supply chain becomes is only as strong as its weakest link. And so I think you'll continue to see those network effects. I don't mean networks as in routers connecting computers, but I mean the network of how we all work together becoming more and more interconnected, and the threats are going to be spanning across those networks. We see that today. And I think we're going to have to point out the elephant in the room of state actors that are using cyber threats in nefarious ways against other states as well as the overall economy, and hold them accountable. Thanks.
I'm writing this down, point to the elephant in the room, because I want to ask a question related to that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Justin. Susan, would you care to elaborate a bit more about the financial sector, especially the threats that you see that are becoming perhaps more prominent or have changed as of last 5 years?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share some perspectives with you. Most certainly, within the financial services sector, a lot has changed over the years, and you cannot speak about the changing threat landscape without actually acknowledging how business has changed in recent years. And technology has been a big, big driver. Most certainly from where I sit, I have seen that the traditional way of doing banking is probably still within, to some extent, within the legacy banks, but new startups are definitely not going brick and mortar at the moment. They are literally going digital from day one with digital infrastructure and building on that. Also, we're seeing that that rapid advancement of technology is reshaping payments. If you think about payments, payments historically was a space in which traditional banks operated. Now, so many entrants have actually come into that space, and the whole value chain has changed significantly. Another driver is keeping the costs low. And again, technology is allowing that. And the conversation can go on and on and on about how how financial services has changed because of technology. Now, moving on to the threats, I just have to say this. You've often heard the saying that we are all trying to catch up with the bad guys. I don't believe that at all. I believe it's the other way around. I think that the bad guys are following business developments. And this is why it's so important to actually understand the business landscape so that you can identify the threats and then, of course, respond to the threats. That's the better sequence from where, from my perspective. So we're seeing in the context of how banking is digitalized and how customer-centric things have become, and how banks are far more agile than previously, and really wanting to keep their customers happy in a user-friendly 24/7 type of services approach. We're seeing that the threats are really aligned to all of those good things that the business practices that make banking what it is today. And if I think about the large amount of data that banks are accumulating, there are massive data lakes in the cloud. If I think of interconnectivity and how, without actually being able to connect with a bank, you're probably missing out on all these new sexy things. If you think about that, the vulnerability that comes with just using the internet itself, and if you think about, for example, another example that comes to mind is how the pandemic, a lot's been said about the COVID-19 pandemic this morning, how that has changed the whole landscape. Previously, banks have always had large estates to protect. But previously, you sort of knew what was your estate. It was on-premise, or it was within your own infrastructure and so forth. And then with online and online services, the estates and the areas of responsibility and things that banks have to protect sort of enlarged into the customer space. But with COVID-19, overnight, things changed. All of a sudden, staff were working from home. And it really just changed the whole dynamic. So just moving on and talking about the threat itself, the threats themselves, most certainly a lot of what's been said today is also relevant to the banking industry. DDoS attacks are commonplace. They happen on a daily basis. I'm always so proud to be associated and work within the financial services sector because of the amount of care that's been taken and you know how robust most of the firms are when it comes to cybersecurity. But most certainly, you can't let your guard down. Ransomware is definitely also a big threat, and already mentioned today was extortion. It's not just ransomware anymore; it's extortion and doubling up, tripling up you know to actually use reputation as a threat to organizations and bullying to you know with these threats which is also commonplace these days. Data theft, massive threat to the financial services sector, of course. And if you've got customer facing and even staff, phishing, malware, and the list just carries on. Something that is a bit of a blind spot to me, and you mentioned nation state attacks. I think within banks themselves, I think that's a bit of a blind spot if you're sitting inside a financial organization. And I think that's one of the areas where probably we could do a lot together to understand what the landscape looks like collectively. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Also have a bunch of follow-up questions, but I encourage you, the audience, to put them in a Slido. I see there are none yet submitted, so please be brave and put them in, and I'll be happy to pass them along to our speakers. Now, moving on, I promised a short debate on the question of the actors that are involved in threat management. And what are the roles and responsibilities? How are they distributed among the main actors? And again, I'd like to keep the same order, if you don't mind. Arthur, would you care to elaborate on that within the financial? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, let me first start by noting that in general, international agreement on cyber issues is really, really hard. And one of the reasons that Carnegie as an institution thinks working on cyber issues in the financial sector is so promising is because there is actually a robust international architecture already in place to manage the global financial system, which everybody has a stake in and wants to see work well. And so you have the central bank community and an international architecture of financial supervisors that are beginning to think about these issues. And then you also begin to see from the cyber diplomacy track an attention to cybersecurity issues in the financial sector, as well as we see certain state threats begin to target financial institutions. The politics of this come into play. And sitting from where we do as a think tank, we actually have an interesting platform to talk with a number of these siloed communities beginning to look at the problem in various ways, both from the governmental side, but also from the private sector side, where we're beginning to see more push for public-private partnerships and a range of initiatives along those lines. But in zooming out, one thing that becomes clear is actually that roles and responsibilities are undefined. And there is a bit of a responsibility gap as to who is ultimately responsible for protecting this shared global architecture or infrastructure. And so I think there's a lot of work that can be done to clarify some of those roles and responsibilities between private sector and the public sector, between the national level and the international level, and opportunities to work through existing multilateral fora in Basel, in the G20 and the G7 and elsewhere, where we can begin to make the whole greater than the sum of its parts in terms of the different initiatives that we're seeing as they're test cased and rolled out everywhere. And I'll just say that this is an area that can be modeled for other sectors, and you can have positive spillover effects, given that the financial sector is one of the most resourced, technically capable out there. A lot of the governmental experimentation that we can see in how to better manage risk, those lessons can be applied to other sectors. In trade in particular, again, another area where there's a global interest in that supply chain working well across the world, we can see more room for international collaboration. So bringing together law enforcement agencies, bringing together the private sector, bringing together diplomatic tracks, bringing together financial supervisory authorities, and having them sit down and talk to each other is something that we continue to push for, and where we think reducing fragmentation will actually increase capacity to tackle the problem when we're thinking about a resource-limited environment. So I'll stop there, eager to hear what my other panelists have to say.
Sure, thank you. I'm glad you brought up the convening power. I think that's quite important indeed, and UNIDIR does a lot in this regard as well. Justin, would you like to talk about our trade sector a bit, and specifically about our roles and responsibilities?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think cyber is very much a team sport. And first of all, I think a lot of times when we talk about cyber threats, we think about data, we think about the technology. But the reality is the data and the technology are a part of something bigger. It's a part of the organization. The organization is a part of the people. It's a part of this overall thing, right? This thing, this cyber thing. And I think that the roles and responsibilities, because it's a team sport, requires everyone to be on the team playing. And this includes from, I'm very crippled today because those who know me in the audience know that I use my hands a lot when I talk. But so if you imagine like a good upside down triangle, right? At the very top, you have this macro level of the governmental organizations, United Nations, et cetera. There's a huge amount of work at this most macro level, strategic level, for pulling together leadership and thought leaders around these topics. We do a lot of work with two folks who are in the audience today, Fred and Ksenia from the AI for Good, who are doing a tremendous amount of work on hosting forums, who are pushing people to the table, pushing the conversations to the surface, and that's a great starting point. Is getting those conversations going. We're going to be partnering very closely going forward and doing that. But then you get down to the organizations. I work in business, so let's talk about the industry side. The roles and responsibilities, a lot of times if you ask someone who is responsible for cyber threats, they're going to say the Chief Information Security Officer, the CISO, the CISO, whatever you want to call them. But the reality is it's everybody's job. And that sounds cliche. It sounds like one of those things like you take in your annual requirement training that is, cyber is everyone's role, but it truly is, because the reality is it starts with the individual, especially talking about financial sectors as we move more to the edge. I do mobile banking on my device. I sent my wife some money this morning. And we look at leapfrog financial institutions, for example, across the continent of Africa, who have gone from in-person banking into mobile applications, and they're at the most vulnerable of the population because they don't have the resources and infrastructure around them. So it starts with the individual, whether it's on how you're using technology as a part of the thing, or whether you're talking about the fact that the individuals are responsible for 98% of the problem areas that will be affecting an organization. So all the rest of the thing. That could be because you have a password that is password. It could be because your organization is not eloquent enough to use multi-factor authentication. Little things like that that kind of compile that don't allow you as an organization to be able to address the threat. So it starts with the individual, it gets to the next layer, which is the people who are requiring those multi-factor authentications, stronger passwords, making sure that you have annual requirements in place, the training of individuals. Moving up from there into the kind of the CISO, the CEO, CXOs, into the board level, there's a huge responsibility because, again, the worst case scenario of a cyber threat is not just that we lose some data. It's not just that you have to pay out some ransomware. It's that your organization goes away. It's that you go out of business, right? That's people's jobs, it's livelihoods. So there's a lot more at stake than just bits and bytes being lost off into the ether or being sold onto the dark web. There's the reality of people, how are they putting food on the table for their families at night? That kind of all circumnavigates back to the beginning of little basic things of what's your password like? What's your authentication like? Do you have the processes and the rules in place to make that organizationally wide, dependent? And is that a part of an overall global construct of people who are coming to the table on a recurring basis, for example, with AI for Good, to have those conversations as those threats evolve, as the nature of the ecosystem evolves, so that it all kind of ties together. So I think it's everybody. I think everybody has a role. And now I want to hear from the more important person's role, Susan.
Thank you for that.
Yes, please.
May I
I'm happy.
proceed? Excellent.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. I concur with everything that's been said up to now. I totally agree with the two panelists before me. And I definitely support you when you say that cybersecurity is everybody's business. It most certainly is. I'd like to add to it, though. And just zooming into the financial services sector, within the financial services sector, I think banks are, as firms, are individually responsible, but they're also responsible collectively. And I think the collaboration and the benefits that come from collaboration must never, ever be underestimated. So collectively, and when I speak about collectively, the model of collectiveness and collaboration can be local, regional, as well as global. And there are many good examples of where this collaboration is actually proven to be very, very, very effective. Over and above that, already mentioned, is consumers, customers out there. They are a big part of this value chain. And making sure that every user of technology is familiar with what good hygiene means, good cyber hygiene. And unfortunately, that's a moving target. So if you were trained or if you had the opportunity to participate in some awareness events last month, and things might look different today. So it's a consistent awareness, a consistent training that we have to actually adopt as consumers, which is very different to going to a traditional bank years ago where you literally just walked in the door. So that is an important player in this whole ecosystem as well. Then I'd like to mention regulators. Mention has already been made of central banks, and I do believe that the regulators, from a financial stability perspective, have a critical role to play. And cybersecurity and everything that goes with it is a massive building block in your whole strategy for financial stability. Then we go to law enforcement, another very, very, very important group of contributors to cybersecurity and specifically to address cyber crime, because without any deterrence, it becomes difficult. So that community has definitely got their work cut out for them, especially because of the clandestine nature of the whole threat and the fact that these players could be anywhere in the world. Another important grouping that I believe have a huge role to play is vendors. Vendors are part of the solution. And if you treat vendors just as third parties who sell you something and not as part of the solution, you're actually losing out, because the value that vendors bring into this community is very, very, very significant. So, I'd like to put that thought out there. Also, at macro level, of course, governments and all of the sort of the players in that space are relevant. But I want to go one step further and say that if we look at strategies like financial inclusion, as by way of an example, most certainly going forward, and it's going to be with us for many moons to come because of just digitalization and where technology is going. We are going to have to start to think about balancing those kind of projects and initiatives with education up front. Otherwise, we might actually be creating communities that are vulnerable within this ecosystem. So it's a long list of players, and I think the importance of any one player in this value chain cannot be, there's got to be an apportionment of participation and a balance throughout the value chain, because every player is as important as the other.
Susan, can I
Yeah,
add
sure,
something?
sure,
to
go
this?
ahead.
So one thing she said that was really, there are two things: the law enforcement and the education part of it. So on the law enforcement side, I completely agree with everybody that you just mentioned. One of the best practices, I was just speaking with a CISO recently, and he complimented what I heard from a conversation I had with an FBI special agent about 6 months ago. And that is that a lot of times people think when there's an incident, then you report out to the law enforcement agency. But there's a best practice of getting ahead of that. And so a lot of times these players, these roles, intermix throughout the process. So the best case practice would be as you're developing your and maybe I'm skipping ahead in the conversation, but But there's this idea of, as you're putting together what are your standard operating procedures, you're putting together what your continuity of operations plan is, having those relationships ahead of the events and knowing who to reach out to and actually developing a by name relationship with, for example, with the FBI or with Europol or whomever the respective organization is a best practice, because they will be able to tell you what some of the threats are. They will be able to proactively engage with you, because their business is to make sure you don't get in trouble, right? And so that's huge. And on the education piece, I was just speaking the other day with a good friend who's a professor at King's College London, and we were talking about this. And it should be as fundamental as basic civics to understand the cyber threats and the misinformation threats in the world. Because at the fundamental, if you don't understand those, if you don't understand how those threats affect your interpretation of reality, right? It's because, again, it's not just cyber, it's not just technology and data. We're talking about this bigger theme that we're all a part of. Then we're all at a loss. And the starting point is education. So putting that into the schools, putting that from primary through university, and not just having it this specialized theme that is specific to people who are practicing cyber threats.
Thank you. No, feel free to jump in whenever you want, Arthur. That goes for you as well. But if I may stay just a tad bit longer with the question on stakeholders, players involved in this. We had a good question from the audience that I was honestly thinking about myself as well. And Susan, if you don't mind attempting that, what is the role of the, it says here formal, but let's say more traditional banking sector in supporting the mobile money merchants, particularly in Africa, as Justin said, there's been a big uptake in these sort of financial services. So how do they collaborate? Do they collaborate? And maybe related to that, the question that you mentioned that, as far as I understood, if I misunderstood, please correct me, but I had a feeling that a lot of these new age financial services tend to have a significant pressure on their margins. So are they forgetting sometimes about their cybersecurity practices as well? Is this something that may potentially even threaten in a big scale at one point international peace and security? Is there a potential for something like that, or is that not the case? Sorry, these are two interrelated questions, but feel free. Thanks.
Right, excellent questions. I'd like to start by responding to the last question, and that is the importance of cybersecurity within the financial services sector. I can very confidently say that within the financial services sector, cybersecurity is top of mind. It's on every board agenda. Millions and millions, and I'm going back to my roots of rands, millions and millions of rands worth of investment is made annually in cybersecurity, and it's a consistent expenditure. So from where I sit, I cannot imagine that cybersecurity will be compromised in order to keep the margins low at all. I don't even think that conversation would fly in any of the financial institutions that I've come across, both within my own country and even across the globe in different contexts. So I'm quite happy to put it out there that please understand banks are looking after you. Financial services take cybersecurity very, very, very as a very high priority. With regard to telecoms, mobile, and traditional banking and so forth, what an interesting space. I've been watching the convergence between banking and telecoms for years now, and it excites me no end because it's not a relationship that is a straight line relationship. You have these various dynamics. First and foremost, you have banks who use telecoms as service providers. That's the one relationship. Then you have relationships where they are partners, where banking licenses are being used to facilitate mobile platforms. And so this conversation carries on. And then on top of all of that, if you look at, and it's been said this morning a couple of times, authentication, dual authentication. Very often, telecoms infrastructure is being used to facilitate dual authentication for banks. So it's complex and it's exciting and it's very diverse. And I think it's healthy as well, because at the end of the day, the space and the interdependencies and so forth are really contributing to the joint responsibility of making sure that the consumer out there is being serviced, first and all, and secondly, in a safe space. So, yes, that's how I see that landscape. I don't see it as a competition between sectors at all. I see it as a dynamic, changing environment where there are partnerships further collectively, and especially in Africa, when it comes to financial inclusion, the benefit of using tech and all that goes with technology cannot be overemphasized. It's brought opportunities to people in the most rural areas and banking to people in the most rural areas, and it's got to be applauded. It's got to be embraced.
If I could jump in. Sorry, Justin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sure. I was actually looking around the room. Who's talking? Yeah, hi. Sorry, Arthur. Go ahead, please.
On the digital financial inclusion point, I just add a few things. And I have brilliant colleagues, one of which is in Kenya, who's leading a project exactly on this issue of cybersecurity for mobile money and other forms of financial inclusion that we're beginning to see. The first is that for many, this is their first interaction with the financial system, and therefore the emphasis on trust here is paramount, and getting it right is really important as folks begin to think about ways in which to serve the underbanked across the world. And I'm sure Susan has seen many examples of this, but also the threat landscape looks slightly different. Actually, we have very little public intelligence about how mobile money and a wide range of small and medium-sized banking institutions in Africa, in Southeast Asia, in the global, in South Asia as well, are targeted, because either it's the banks who can afford to get threat intelligence services and then keep that reporting private, or there's just a lack of a market for cyber threat intelligence. And so to some extent, a lot of the threats in this space are a black hole. We don't quite understand them yet, and that's a market failure. And then the second point I'd add is we see a lot of different types of threats where there's more insider threats that we see across banking institutions in the space, across telecoms in the space, as well as a range of different techniques and procedures that cyber criminals will use to steal money, from SIM swapping to a range of different low-tech techniques that allow them to steal money off of people's phones. But this is among the most vulnerable of the communities. And so I'll just echo points from both the other panelists around improving the cybersecurity training we offer as we think about how to improve digital financial literacy more broadly. I think there's a lot of ways we can incorporate some of that to ensure trust in some of these new digital financial services that are being adopted widely across the world by folks who may not have exposure to financial services prior to that point.
Thank you, Arthur. Yeah, that was quite interesting. I believe there's much to be said probably about the smaller players here. But Arthur, if you don't mind, I'd like to stay with you. I have a question. So for everyone, I've broken the tradition, and I'm weaving the questions that we received from the audience. I think they're more pertinent for the current discussion, particularly so when we're talking about the actors and stakeholders involved. The question that I found quite interesting came from anonymous, from the audience, I assume, is that it goes, does the financial and trade sector want more or less government policy intervention to address malicious ICT incidents? What can governments do? And I thought, given that you talked about a convening power of the institute, so what are you getting from the stakeholders that you? What do you think is the desire, I suppose, by perhaps even trade industry?
tricky question. I would say that many in the private sector are eager to work with government partners and stakeholders, but they're looking for proportionate risk-based policies that allow a degree of flexibility, so that the either rules or requirements that a government stakeholder might be placing upon, particularly I'm speaking about banks here and other financial institutions, they are proportionate to the size or the capability or maturity of that bank. And I think we're seeing pretty widespread recognition of this in a large number of jurisdictions where regulators are generating more risk-based regulatory practices that allow for that flexibility. I do think it's slightly uneven as we look at developing economies. In some cases, financial regulators will adopt some of the regulatory practices from more mature jurisdictions, and I think that can create some friction that we've seen, as it's not quite as cookie cutter as that in some cases. And then a second point I would say is the private sector is often looking for government to share their understanding of the threat landscape, just as government actors are asking for the private sector to share threat intelligence and report incidents to them. And I think this is a place where that collaboration and convening can happen better than we're seeing it now. We're seeing some experimental models in the US and the UK bringing together private sector actors in the financial sector with either law enforcement or some of the national cybersecurity authorities, and in some cases, keeping regulatory authorities out of those conversations to establish a better circle of trust and promote sharing. But I think getting the kind of public-private collaboration up into gear and ensuring that the incentives are aligned such that everybody in the room feels like they're on the same team and fundamentally just trying to lower the risk is essential to getting to a more secure cyber posture. And if we continue to operate in silos and think about what's best for the individual institution versus what's best for the next layer of abstraction up, we're going to continue to spin the wheels. And so moving towards that collaboration will be essential as well.
Thank you, Arthur. That's quite comprehensive. And a question, if you don't mind, Justin, it's your turn. I like your box, but what about—
It was a triangle.
What about oh, sorry, I guess I wasn't listening. What about the actors or stakeholders that are half in, half out, meaning the external vendors? And I think there's a question that's sort of similar to what I was about to ask. So what responsibilities should vendors have? So that's more about responsibility if they lack a robust, secure software development lifecycle. Perhaps it's also about hardware, not only software, but nonetheless. So what are the roles, I suppose, and responsibilities of the vendors? Arthur also mentioned today the exchange attacks that are becoming more and more prominent. So I suppose that question may be pertinent in this discussion.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. And as Arthur said, it's a very tricky one because it's multifaceted in its answer. First of all, I think, Jay Truesdale, who's CEO of Veracity Consulting, was just mentioning this really well the other day when we were talking about there's a huge lack of consistent auditing across vendors around the world. If you go into Bloomberg Terminal, right, if you're a financial analyst, you're working in an investment bank, you can look inside a Bloomberg Terminal and see all the suppliers of major organizations around the world. But so if you kind of imagine that picture in your head, like right at the center, a major corporation, and then all the suppliers, the vendors, as you mentioned, who are kind of feeding into that. You can kind of get a perspective of the breadth of how many people are intertangled. The reality is that there is no consistent across that picture way to see who is kind of green, yellow, red from an overall cybersecurity practice. There's a lot of work to be done to standardize that, to be able to put into motion not just a policy, but an operational process that is consistently reported on, that is consistently audited, and that is consistently and transparently communicated to the world. So in that same type of a Bloomberg terminal is my example, which is at the core of a transparent and fully information efficient financial market. You would need to have that, because the contrary to that is to say, well, then what happens when we don't know? Well, information asymmetry is at the core of dysfunctioning financial markets, which is at the core of a dysfunctional economy. And so you could make the argument that it is in everyone's best interest. And I think it all kind of loops back to what was also being said, that around the multiple players, sharing of information, there's a huge, something bad happens at your personal home. You don't want to go tell your neighbors about it. You don't want to talk around about, airing dirty laundry and things like that. Similarly, with cyber attacks, people oftentimes want to the extent possible, keep these things private. And the reality is we see also this trend where, as Arthur was mentioning, more and more organizations are popping up, forums are popping up, where it's not just companies sharing information on intelligence and threats, but also working in collaboration with governments. That's the right direction, which also goes in the direction of having this fully transparent and consistent reporting apparatus for vendors. And then finally, I would say that this kind of does loop back to the point on that you were asked to answer, Susan, on startups, and would anyone ever forego margins to be able to make their numbers, right? Well, first of all, that doesn't make any economic sense, right? Raise your hand if you know a startup who has margins at all, right? Everybody's operating at a loss. And so the reality is, especially when you're in a hyper competitive environment, the cost of a customer acquisition is incredibly high. And you're going to keep customers you're going to acquire and keep customers based on trust. At the point where the trust starts to falter, you start losing customers. That is contrary to the growth of any startup or any company in any economy. Looping that back full circle, I think you can see that same play out across the more broad sum of all vendors, that if we don't have trust in the system, then how will the entire system grow? And therefore, kind of pulling back in summation, you need to have that mechanism in place for auditing and transparency.
Please.
Thank you. I'd like to jump in and just make a comment on vendors and the role of vendors in this ecosystem. And I've already said that vendors are definitely part of the solution. But I just want to add to that and say that despite being part of the solution, what's keeping banks up at night currently, and from conversations I've had with the CISOs of late, within my community, is that third-party risk management is keeping everybody up at night. It's really become quite a big topic among security practitioners. And what made me think about that is when you spoke about references and collections of information that gives you comfort to know who you're actually dealing with and where they rate from a cybersecurity perspective. And within the SABRIC environment, that's where I come from, we now, as a collective, our member banks are as a collective working on minimum requirements for vendor risk management. You can always do more, but there has to be a minimum. And can you imagine being a vendor and serving multiple firms? I mean, you'll have to employ teams just to deal with risk management issues and questionnaires and so forth. So I think that's a very exciting space where a lot more can be done. And this is what we're exploring at the moment, to see how as a collective we can do third-party risk management in a way that is smart and in everybody's best interest. I just wanted to share that with you as well.
No, that's very useful, but it does actually lean into the third question that we have today. So trying to figure out how has the sector evolved or responded to the development in the threat landscape. Sectors, excuse me, not only one sector, but two sectors that we're addressing in this particular panel. Arthur, would you like to share some lessons learned, perhaps again coming from your convening capabilities and history, and also something that may come from your research?
Sure, and I'll intentionally think about macro level, trusting that my esteemed panelists can think about things at the business level as well. The first thing I'd say is I think that a range of communities across the international community have recognized the stakes of the problem. And so we see this being at the forefront of agendas continually discussed in key forums, and we're seeing that bridging that we had hoped for and is needed. And I think recognizing the stakes is that's essential in the beginning. The second piece, and I think we've talked about this already, and so I won't go into it, is stronger forms of public-private collaboration. The third that I think we're beginning to explore, and this ties into third-party risk management, is just developing better maps of where the risk lives in the system. And so particularly when we think about the financial sector, there is the lower level of IT infrastructure, and you'll have different service providers servicing that degree of infrastructure, and you'll have different points of failure that need different risk management practices. But then going one layer of abstraction up, you have the business logic underlying the financial services sector, where if point A on the underlying layer goes down and you have a bank in one country shut offline for 3 days, that will have serious systemic consequences potentially for surrounding countries. And so that's why this becomes a global problem. And fundamentally, we don't have a good sense of that mapping. And so I think as this community coheres around itself, finding ways to map out that risk is becoming a new priority, because without maps, we will be fumbling around in the dark a bit. And then the point I'd end on is continuing to think about the less, the drier issues like workforce, where we are seeing a global cybersecurity workforce gap, everywhere. And this really does affect the financial sector. And I think the financial sector here can be a model for other sectors in this way as well, in terms of training and onboarding new cybersecurity talent to help address that gap and also secure the financial system worldwide. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Justin?
Yeah.
Pondering?
Yeah, no, I think obviously I agree with everything Arthur was saying. The trends from our perspective are going to continue from a technical point of view. I think you're going to see consistently increased usage of edge devices and things like AI at the edge, data originating and collecting at the edge, metaverse environments, and things like this that are just very, very edge driven are going to increasingly complexify the nature of the cyber threats and are increasingly going to bring them closer to individuals. And the more that those edge devices are a part of your everyday activities in your livelihood, the more it's going to, at the individual level, become more and more of a potential threat challenge that everyone's going to become more and more aware of. I think that there's also, kind of looping back to what I was mentioning earlier, from kind of state actor perspective, we also are going to see more and more and more state-sponsored attacks against other states, right? And I think that these are going to have multiplier effects. And one of the trends that you're going to see, probably two major trends that I think are worth noting. One is going to be the need to diversify supply chains. So if concentration of your supply chain is just an increasing risk for very little reward oftentimes. And some of the most successful companies, customers of ours, are very well on their way on that path toward diversifying not just their supply chains into the core products and services that they provide, but also in terms of how they are building their products. So if you think about from a technical industry, how they diversify the tech stack of solutions that they're building, which leads to another potential, and we already see it potentially happening, is what we call the balkanization of technology. So if you think about the breakup in a bad way of tech stacks and the isolation of new internets. You already see, for example, not naming names, but some countries are developing their own internet separate from the rest of the World Wide Web in order, and tech stacks that will be complementary to that. And what happens when the data gets there and doesn't come back? What happens when not just the data but the code gets stolen on dark web and goes into this balkanized area and doesn't come back? Those represent everything else we talked about is all kind of non-zero sum games. Like these are all, the airline industry, for example, doesn't compete on safety, right? Safety is everybody benefits. And so everything we've talked about up until now has been something that everyone benefits from. But that balkanization is an area where it can create a non-zero sum game that can, where there are actors that will potentially entirely change the landscape that we're all working on in a way that is not equitably beneficial for everybody or really anybody.
Thank you, Justin. Susan?
Thank you. Right. So the ever evolving cyber threat landscape has really changed a couple of things within the financial services sector. And I want to start sort of moving from in to outer layers. And within banks, most certainly significant spend on cybersecurity risk management. I've already mentioned that. And that is there to stay. The spend's not only on technology, because technology in its own does not equate to cybersecurity. The spend is on resources, the spend is on education, and a whole spectrum of things that fall under the cybersecurity umbrella. So definitely the financial investment has been made and has to and will be made and will continue to be made for many years to come. Within firms themselves, the role of the CISO has also been elevated, where previously cybersecurity might have been something that the IT team does amongst other jobs. It's now there's a segregation of responsibility, and that's good. And most CISOs have a direct hotline to the CEO because of the importance of cybersecurity, and it's a good thing that's happened. Also, I'm finding that boards have cybersecurity top of mind. You know, something goes into the media and the next thing the telephone starts ringing. Everybody wants to know, can that also hit my firm? What does it mean to our organization? And boards are interested, executives want to know what's happening out there and want to stay informed. So all of those things I believe is good and shows that cybersecurity is top of mind. Traditional banks have been forced to rethink their businesses. That's a definite reality that we're living with, and the strategies have to be multi-pronged. I alluded to it earlier on. You know, it's not just about responding; it's about identifying, detecting, protecting, recovering, learning, evolution, and there's many pillars in that conversation. Something that excites me no end is how cyber threats have actually brought sectors together, sectors who might not previously have wanted to collaborate with each other, now don't have a choice. And one of the exercises that we're busy with is actually mapping out the whole ecosystem and the interdependencies between sectors. It's such an interesting exercise because if you know what the touch points are, then you know where the potential vulnerabilities are. Also, should there be an incident, who does what? So planning, we're all forced now to spend some time on planning, and you spoke about it earlier on. It's no good waiting until there's a big train smash and then wanting to find out who you're going to talk to. You've got to know up front. You've got to be ready to be able to do these things. So in our area, in our jurisdiction, that's a lot of that is happening. Intersector collaboration and intersector incident response planning, and much of this is being driven by our central bank, which is lovely. So yes, so you see how things actually come together. Lots to be said, but let me move on. So I want to talk a little bit, if I may, just straight on to what I think should happen. Please. And where the areas are that I think we can maybe work on collectively. And I want to start with global legislative reform. And there I am basically wanting to empathize with the colleagues in law enforcement. If I think about mutual legal assistance and how long it takes to get evidence from one jurisdiction to another. I really sincerely believe that we need some interventions there. I know a lot is being done, and I'm very appreciative of how we've evolved in that space. But sometimes just to get evidence that is acceptable as admissible evidence in court is a little bit problematic still, and we need to start, maybe putting our heads together to see how we can work better in that space. Something that I feel very passionately about is getting a balance between data privacy and crime combating. And I am absolutely pro data privacy. Please don't misunderstand me. But there's a need to protect those same individuals whose data we protect against crime. And it would be awesome if we can get some enabling legislation in all jurisdictions where firms don't have to at risk share information, but are actually there's enabling legislation that allows them in deserving cases and in the context of protecting their citizens to actually share information with each other, not private to law enforcement. I'm talking to share amongst each other, because prevention is the way to go. And I want to leave that to say, that is a last thought from my side, if I may, that responding to crime, great, we must respond. But responding to crime is a huge burden on states, and it is very, very expensive. I believe that we should rather be proactive and prevent it. And the private sector can do a lot in that space. And if we're given legislation that allows us to do it, not at risk, but authorizes us to actually do it in a legal manner and at a next level, then our prevention efforts would be, would really be boosted. And I believe that that is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I was about to check the watch, but I have it here. We only have 8 minutes and a half left, and there are a couple of questions that have one thing in common, which are, I suppose, the new technology. So I think we're gonna go slightly back to the first question, and assumingly to the well, actually, we can address new technologies not only from a threat perspective, but also from the solutions perspective, if there is something like that. So a question for
Andras. There's a question.
There's a question. Sorry, you mind if I finish this question and then I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't see you. Thank you. Just 2 minutes, please. I was about to ask about the role of new technologies. So we have here AI and crypto and DLT and so on and so forth. So what is the role of these new technologies in the development of the threat landscape, as well as the potential solution side, I suppose, of the problem? In light of the another question over there from the gentleman at the back, if you could just keep your intervention very, very short, that'd be highly appreciated. Thank you. And oh yeah, I need to tell who to start. So Arthur, would you like to go first in the same order?
Sure. There's a gamut of technologies, and I could spend a whole other panel talking about future casting. I'll highlight one that I think is particularly interesting is around the role of synthetic media, deep fakes, but also the audio component to that as well. We're seeing that employed more and more in a variety of contexts, and we think that there's necessary work that will require businesses and regulators to rethink controls around authentication. It's actually a very easy problem to solve, but there seems to be little movement on this, and this is where I think, to Susan's point, we can take action now and get ahead of the threat landscape. And then the only other point I'd make is that over the next decade plus, we're going to see rapid technological change. This question will be here for the next 10 years every time you guys host this conference. And so I would just say, I think everybody all the stakeholders involved in the problem set need to get ready to be agile and adapt quickly. And so avoiding rigid governance frameworks, controls, and being able to change with the dynamic technological environment we're in is fundamentally important.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you also for being very brief. I appreciate it very much. Justin?
Yeah, I think that there's going to be, with a lot of these technologies, AI, for example, or deep learning more specifically, a continuous blend. As you mentioned with deepfakes, you see a lot of blend of these and creating misinformation. So bots and deepfake type of personalities, and that misinformation goes to a broader part of the overall fabric of what do we believe in with data, what do we believe in as real information, et cetera. But then on the other side, the same artificial intelligence models can be used for spotting anomalies in systems faster than any systems admin ever could, right? And so I think is a double-edged sword on both sides of these.
Thank you. Please, Susan, yes.
Right. So just a brief statement from our side. Technology and the use of technology and disruptive technology within the financial services sector is going to stay. And most certainly we must expect that traditional banks are fading out to some extent, and the new breed of banks are going to look very, very different to what we are used to in the past.
Thank you. Well, very concise. I really appreciate it. So, gentlemen with sunglasses at the back, if you could take the microphone, introduce yourself, and pose the question. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yep, it's on, yeah.
Yeah, hello. I was late. I just came from Moscow. I'm from Foreign Ministry of Russia. And very interesting discussion, and thank you for this invitation. A question to the speakers. Given I liked a lot what you said about law enforcement, public-private partnership or collaboration, about jurisdiction. It's very, very important. So given the nature that we see of cybercrime, or we can talk a lot about terminology, we say in Russia about information space crime. Given the nature, the transborder nature of these crimes, how you deal with that, how you see it should be dealt with to ensure that what you mentioned in trade, in finance, how you find malefactors, criminals, again, given the transborder nature of the crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to direct the question to any specific speaker? Okay, Arthur, if you feel comfortable addressing this question first.
Yeah, sure. Just cognizant of time, I think this is an extended conversation as well, but I would say in the financial sector specifically, there are a couple of ways in which one could tackle the problem. One angle is to think about the overlap between financial crime, where there's far more global consensus or cross-border consensus around what constitutes a crime than there is around what folks have called cybercrime. And so starting with actually areas of global agreement around financial crime and the architecture behind that, and around the great work that the Financial Action Task Force has done, I think you can begin to make progress in a challenging topic where a sector agnostic approach will be more politically charged.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you very much, Arthur. Justin?
I think to tackle this from two perspectives. From a criminal perspective, this is a little bit outside of my corporate swim lane, but if someone commits a crime, held accountable, full stop. And I think that there are tremendous, around the world, interlocks between law enforcement agencies and the companies and the individuals who are victims of cyber attacks at an individual and company level. At a more strategic kind of geopolitical perspective, I think that it was mentioned really well this morning by the ambassador from Brazil that you can argue that critical infrastructure, for example, is a core part of a nation state's well-being, and an attack on that can be considered equivalent to an attack on that nation state to some degree, right? And this is up to debate in legalities, but the point being that when there are attacks that are conducted against the infrastructure, and I think everyone in this room would agree that their access to financial institutions and all of the trade around the financial institutions are part of the critical infrastructure that are a part of a modern economy, that's something that needs to be protected. And at the very least, I think what we can all agree on is that when states utilize cyber threats and cyber attacks against other states and even individuals and private companies, we need to hold them accountable. And if holding accountable at the very least says, hey, this happened, that's what needs to be done. And we need to hold accountable as well those who don't say that this happened. We need to have a collective voice around it. So.
Thank you. Susan, this is flashing, so.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm so sorry, my mistake.
So the issue of jurisdiction is definitely being exploited by criminals. There's no argument about that. And I think a starting point is for all nations to have cybercrime legislation so that your activities and malicious activities will have consequences irrespective of where you live in the world. It's a big topic, lots to say, but in the interest of time, I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you very much. I hope that satisfies the gentleman in the back. I'm afraid we are at the end, and we're approaching lunchtime. Well, we've approached lunchtime. We don't want to hold you back. So thank you very much for participating in this second panel on trade and finance. Now, if you would like to help yourself to lunch, it's just behind this building, or this room where you found your coffee before as well. Thanks again to all the speakers. Thank you, Arthur. I guess you can have breakfast. We're gonna have lunch. Thanks for getting up early in the morning. Thanks to both of you for coming such a long way. Thank you, and we'll reconvene in 1 hour if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
vaccine researchers are being targeted by professional hackers.
Public's traffic police and schools enforce hospitals to divert ambulances.
Hackers were able to gain access to the control rooms of electric utilities.
Good afternoon, good morning for those who are on that side of the world. Welcome back. And for those who are here in Geneva, I hope that you enjoy your lunch break. I'm Samuele Dominioni, and I'm a researcher at the Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR. And today is my pleasure to be the moderator for this panel on protecting critical infrastructure concerning information and telecommunication technologies, the so-called ICTs, and transport. Before kicking into the discussion, please let me remind a couple of housekeeping rules. If you would like to intervene during the Q&A session, you can submit your question using the Slido platform. Just scan your QR code and open the link and insert the code. You will be able to see questions already asked, vote for them, and add your own. And if you're in the room, we invite you still to use the platform, but if you really want to, we have a microphone at your disposal, and just raise your hand and present yourself. As I mentioned, this panel, we will dive into transportation and ICT critical infrastructure to understand better what are the threats coming from malicious cyber acts that are affecting critical infrastructure in these two very important sectors, and how the multi-stakeholder community has been dealing with these threats and what else can be done. I'm joined today by prominent experts coming from companies and organizations that are leading in these sectors, and I'm very pleased to introduce you to Ms. Jaya Balu, who is Chief Information Security Officer at Avast. Thank you for being here with us in Geneva. And online, I'm pleased to introduce you Mr. Pascal Buchner, who is the Director of ITS and Chief Information Officer at IATA, the International Air Transport Association. Pascal, it's a pleasure to see you. Hello there.
Pleasure is mine, Samuel. Pleasure is mine also.
And last but not least, Mr. Kevin Reifstack, Director for Critical Infrastructure Protection at Microsoft. Hello, Kevin. Good morning. So I'm very glad to have you both on board for this panel. And for those of you who are interested to know more about our speakers, please consult their bios online at the Cyber Stability Conference 22 website. So what these two sectors have in common and why we decided to put them together? Well, because they connect the world. And the relevance of both ICT and transportation infrastructure has been recognized in the final substantive report of the open-ended working group in the field of information and telecommunication in the context of international security, where member states acknowledge that the importance of both critical infrastructure and critical information infrastructure that support essential services to the public. Member states also concluded that there are potentially devastating security, economic, and social humanitarian consequences of malicious ICTs against such infrastructure. So without further ado, I would like to ask you, to all of you, how has the cyber threat landscape evolved in this sector? And Jaya, maybe let's start with you. You are working in cybersecurity companies. You are at the forefront for what concern cyber threats. And also before joining Avast, you were CISO at KPN Telecom, a Dutch service provider. So how did you see the cyber threat landscape evolving in this sector?
I think the biggest thing that's evolving is this trickle-down effect that you're seeing in terms of tools and methods. So tools and methods that were once reserved for incredibly sophisticated actors have become in the last decade much more commonplace and much more accessible to a larger group of actors that do not have the same level of sophistication that would necessarily like develop those tools, but they certainly have the sophistication ready to use them. And we're seeing more and more in terms of methodology of things used as a service. So the previous strategy to play a sort of whack-a-mole where you find a threat and then you hit it down as a defender, this is not really a sort of workable, viable choice anymore. And what you see is from a defense perspective, it's much more difficult for us to evolve to some of these threats than the attacker's perspective in terms of evolving and rapidly meeting every challenge, if it would be, you know, coming from a availability perspective or from setting up new infrastructure and conducting the attack again. And that evolutionary capacity is, I think, why we still see really stupid attacks like DDoSes and DDoSes for hire still being effective and used globally today.
Okay. Thanks. Maybe we can come back a bit more on tools and actors later in the Q&A session. Kevin, how did you see the trend landscape changing from the perspective of one of the leading companies in the ICT sector?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just say I agree with everything that was said by my co-presenter on the panel today. I think one of the interesting things that I would add to what she said is how the cyber threat actors have kind of shifted with the cyber threat landscape over the cyber landscape over the last couple of years. So as the pandemic struck and companies and organizations and people increasingly went to using remote technologies to enable their daily lives and their businesses, we also saw cyber threat actors shift their techniques and tactics to go after those ICT technologies and compromise them to get access to the networks and systems that they need access to. So we saw that shift over the last 2 years. And one of the other shifts that we also saw was increasing realization on the part of threat actors of how valuable managed service providers in the IT sector can be as a target to enable access to multiple victims simultaneously. So the Kaseya ransomware attack, which affected many victims simultaneously because it was a single service provider to a broader industry, is a good example of that. And so I think that was an example of this trend playing out. The other trend that we saw in the last couple of years was increasing targeting of the supply chain. The SolarWinds incident was probably the most significant incident that happened and implicated supply chain security. But again, this was another example of cyber threat actors undermining a IT provider to gain access to multiple customers simultaneously. So it's in a bit of that same thing. And I'll hand it over.
Thank you very much. And Pascal, let's turn into the specificity of the aviation sector. And of course, even here, the ICT have considerable importance for air transport. And how do you see the evolution of threats in your sector?
So I would agree with Kevin and Jaya that the volume has increased and the sophistication as well. If we look at the aviation industry, I'm using a report for Eurocontrol. We have between 2020 and 2021, we have seen a double of the number of incidents, and the number of ransomware attacks that were successful has been multiplied by 2.5. So really, we have seen a huge increase. The main target are still the airport users, because about 60% of the attack were targeting user of the airspace environment, where only 27 was targeting airport, and only 9% were targeting manufacturer or service provider. And the big target is the money. So at the moment, even if, of course, we are working with airline and with the Civil Aviation Authority on the safety of the aircraft, I would say that at the moment, the main target is for the cybercrime to have access to the money, whether it is by stealing credit card data, whether it is using ransomware in order, of course, to obtain ransom from the victim. And we have seen very little attack also with attempt to steal intellectual property for OEM. It's mainly more the manufacturer that are in this attack. But clearly, the main objective is the money. And we have seen also an increase of the number of vulnerabilities. So Kevin was talking about the supply chain, and it is true that after SolarWinds, this has become a critical part of all the aviation industry, and we are working very hard in order to make sure that all the supply chain will be aligned in terms of cybersecurity maturity. But it is true that we have seen an increase of the vulnerability. The number of vulnerability that we have to address in our system has been multiplied probably by 6 if I compare last year to what we had in 2019. So reach a huge volume on huge increase of the volume, and the money is the target.
Thanks. Maybe we can remain a bit on analyzing the evolution of the threat landscape, and I would like to follow up with a couple of questions. So, building on what you all mentioned, so there has been an evolution and increase in ransomware attacks. And my question is, why do you think that there has been an increase or an upsurge in terms of this specific typology of attack? And also, you all said that there has been, of course, a growth in terms of general attacks. So my question in this case would be, is just because the attack surface increased and became bigger and bigger, or what else? What are other factors that can play a role in this surge? Thanks.
So a couple of things. Look, you already heard that vulnerabilities are exponentially increasing. That's not about the vulnerabilities that are just coming in. That's about an organization's capacity to absorb those new incoming vulnerabilities versus the kind of logjam of vulnerabilities they already have to deal with on their stockpile of vulnerabilities. It's about patch management, and no organization is really very good at it in terms of knowing all of their assets and being able to manage those vulnerabilities effectively enough, even according to their own security policy. This has gotten to be a cumbersome task. And even if an organization manages to do that for themselves, there may be still a part of that supply chain, as we mentioned. It wasn't necessarily the airport facility, but other people who are using that facility that would be victim to a vulnerability, and then it subsequently spreads upstream, potentially downstream. And these are real cases that happen to real people. As long as ransomware is using a vulnerability, doesn't matter which one, to get in, and can be rapidly evolved if there is a large number of victims that would suddenly patch all of those vulnerabilities. As long as there's another residual pile to, run an exploit from, and they can then evolve that malware in order to conduct the next attack, we've got a problem. What we also see is that our traditional remedy for ransom, which is we tell everyone to back up their stuff. Back up, everybody, back up online, back up offline. But how does that work, your backup, if you have a double hit attack? So it's not just about making sure your services are not available, but about exposing that data online. So they still have you. So there's still a high degree of ability to pay. Also, initiatives, unfortunately, good initiatives like No More Ransom, which keep keys, decryption keys, in order for victims to be able to identify, am I the victim of a ransomware campaign which has keys on a central server that I could use to decrypt my data? Not enough people have even heard of No More Ransom. Not to mention that the amount of keys that we're getting into the project isn't enough compared to the volume of the attacks that we're seeing. Add to the fact that the type of actors that are exploiting these types of campaigns are not just cyber criminals, but also state actors, makes the degree of complexity for law enforcement much more difficult. And the fact that they are really well organized when it comes to getting payment from your grandmother by telling her how to use Bitcoin in a really easy way and having a call center service available for her to call in case she gets stuck. I think we underestimate the professionality of cyber criminals. We need to stop doing that, take them much more seriously, and evolve to a similar degree of capacity.
Thanks, Jaya. Kevin, would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Jaya said. Particularly, I think she had some particularly strong responses on the vulnerability side and the defensive side. I'd say from a threat side, one of the biggest factors has been the specialization, which I think Jaya touched on earlier in her remarks, where actors no longer have to be able to have the knowledge and the capability to build the malware, to deploy the malware, to run the payment schemes, but the malicious actors now specialize. So you'll have some people programming the malware. Other people will be taking that malware and selling it or licensing it to other users. Those users will buy accesses on the black market from others who specialize in compromising organizations or entities. And so this specialization has basically created the ability for malicious actors to grow their capabilities exponentially. And then the other factor I'd highlight, which she also touched on, was the lack of consequences for many of these actors. I think we've seen some positive steps in the last year or two, a few arrests being made internationally of ransomware actors. But by and large, I think most of these actors are still not facing real consequences. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a challenge to curb this activity if they're able to make large sums of money and not face any real world consequences for the action. So it's a huge challenge.
Yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't even create a barrier for entry in these activities. Pascal, would you like to add something specifically connecting to the aviation sector? Why do you think start to see certain kind of tools that probably earlier were more were seldom?
Yeah, I would like to react on what Jaya said about the speed to patch system. I have an example last year about a vulnerability that has been disclosed beginning of August. I think, no, it was end of August. It was the 25th of August. And on September 2, one service provider from the line was attacked and was totally blocked by a ransomware using this vulnerability. So from the 25th of August until the 2nd of September, already, this vulnerability was exploited. And to the point that now we are changing our best practice. In the past, when we were patching system, we were patching a pre-production environment to test that we are not breaking the application. And then after the week after, we were patching production. Now we are patching production immediately and we hope that we are not going to break something. And if we break something, then we roll back. But now we don't have the time, to test in pre-prod. And actually, we are moving to a DevOps method, and we are patching our system as soon as the vulnerability has been disclosed. So yes, there is an acceleration on the speed of attack, and it requires also an acceleration on the defense, from the defenders.
Thanks, Pascal. Jaya would like to take the floor again. Yeah.
I really would love to agree with Pascal here, because I think this point bears some attention. The amount of time for someone who's actually crafting an exploit based on release notes. So let's say, and if, Kevin, I apologize for picking on Microsoft, but you guys are big. So if Microsoft has Patch Tuesday, right, and they have their release notes, the amount of time for someone to try to develop a proof of concept code to run the exploit on the thing that Microsoft released a patch for, which they know, the attackers know, that not everybody is up and ready to go with the patch. They know this. They're exploiting our own policies for how we do patch management against us by making sure that they're just a bit faster. And so they run the exploit against, they scan a wide array of devices, or maybe they're more targeted, but our ability as defenders to look specifically at what exploits are out there, what's running, and then to really, truly squeeze our patch cycles, that is a level of maturity that most organizations globally do not have. And even if they have the maturity and they know about it, they don't necessarily always have the capacity to influence it. So this is something that I really think, if we're going to try to fix things, it's these kinds of things that we need to fix.
Thanks for these very insightful thoughts. And I would like to build up again on a bit what we said about threats. And I guess that each sector has its own specificities when it comes to what are the most frequent targets. So if we look at from which part of the sector the malicious actor penetrate into the system, into the network. If we look at telecoms, what would you see being the most frequent asset or component of telecom being exploited by malicious actor?
So let's be honest, the most so-called sophisticated attacks have very humble, stupid origins. They're still phishing. They're still vulnerabilities. So that being said, from a telecommunications infrastructure perspective, the most successful and widely attacked component are modems. And that's because, we have a couple of different pieces of legislation that are working against us. So across Europe, there's this idea that people can choose their own modems to connect to telecommunications infrastructure. They buy their modems based on, other concepts than security, because it's cheap or because it's connected, or, they don't necessarily know if it's going to be supported by the telco or ISP that they're using the modem for. And we see these modems that are vulnerable, exploited, don't have built-in security mechanisms, don't have good patching and update mechanisms, and they're then used for botnets, et cetera. And then trying to replace modems that are out there in the field, if they are issued by the telco, is incredibly difficult and expensive. If they're not issued by the telco, it's even more complex. I mean, within a corporation, just managing the extended bring your own devices is already a challenge. Imagine doing that at a telco scale. So it's super difficult, and we know that there's a lot of vulnerabilities out there. But what we also see is threat actors are actively supporting, the development of new attack surface on these. So whether it's a Netgear device, and I'm now naming companies, I shouldn't probably do that, or WatchGuard, you'll see, if you just Google the last couple of months, you'll see all of these devices being exploited at scale globally.
Thanks. Kevin, would you like to follow up on this?
Yeah, can you repeat the question again, please?
I mean, in your sector, then it's up to you to decide in which sector, a specific sector of Microsoft business you would like to focus your answer. But within each sector, which is the most frequent, let's say, vulnerability? Where do you find the most frequent vulnerabilities when it comes to penetrating the system by a malicious actor?
Thanks. Yeah, so I think that's a really complex question for a sector as broad as the ICT sector. But I will say, going back to kind of what I highlighted earlier, one of the trends that we noticed at Microsoft in the last year or two is the increased targeting of managed service providers. And for those who may not be aware, many organizations, particularly smaller organizations or medium-sized organizations who don't have a lot of internal expertise on how to manage the various ICT systems they have, will often hire a third party who manages their email servers and their cloud and all the other ICT products and services that they're bringing in from vendors. And that third-party provider will then have multiple tens, hundreds, maybe thousands of customers where they're actually the administrator managing those accounts for those customers. And so what we've seen threat actors discover, be they criminal actors or potential government actors for espionage purposes, is that if they can compromise one of those third-party managed service providers, they can potentially gain access to tens, hundreds, thousands of customers more easily than targeting those individual customers themselves. So I think that is a particular threat vector that we've been monitoring in recent times that's particularly concerning.
Thanks, Kevin. And Pascal, when it comes to the aviation sector, which is the weakest link, if you may share something with us? I'm afraid you're muted, Pascal.
So if I unmute myself, it will be better. Sorry for that. So yes, we see a lot of fraudulent websites because one of the targets is to steal the credit card information from our passenger. So we see 41% of all the attack are with this fraudulent website. 26% are with phishing. So still a big part of the attack. And then we have a lot of web application attacks directly, so targeting website for airline or for distribution system. And finally, we see a small portion of hacking and ransomware. So clearly, a fraudulent website associated with a phishing email. And if I look at from a corporate perspective, if I look at internally, clearly phishing email is always the first step of the kill chain. And I'm sure that all of you know that it takes a lot of days before the initial compromise of one user, and then after the internal escalation inside the network, and depending on your security control, it is possible or not. So we see also for the ransomware attack that in the past, ransomware was a malware that was sent via email, and the malware was able to propagate itself if the control were not there. Now we see a compromise. We see the hacker trying to penetrate the network, and then after to establish their footprint, and then to implement the ransomware. So the result is that the ransomware attack is even more sophisticated than before. And usually when there is a ransomware attack, before all the data has been exfiltrated before. So when things are encrypted, it's only the last piece, but you have already lost all your sensitive data.
Thanks. So we can close for the time being a bit the analysis of the threat landscape and the evolution, and we can try to let's say pass to the second set of questions, which relate more the stakeholders involved in the management of the threats in both sectors. Kevin, would you like to provide us with an overview of who are the main stakeholders involved in managing threats in the ICT sector?
Yeah. So in the ICT sector, the main stakeholders, first and foremost, are going to be the vendors and the software companies and others who are creating the products and software and services that are being used. So they're going to be kind of the first line of defense and trying to manage the vulnerabilities in that product. developing it with a secure development life cycle to do their best to ensure that no vulnerabilities are in when it's disseminated. And so they're going to be the first stakeholder at all stops along the way. Another big stakeholder in the ICT sector are international standards organizations or national standards organizations. So ISO internationally, it's going to be NIST within the US, but there's also several other organizations that Microsoft works with around the world. And we're an active participant in kind of helping, number one, in the development of good cybersecurity standards, but also pushing various organizations to harmonize those standards to the greatest extent possible, because as a large international company, it's often difficult for us to create software that adheres to multiple standards. So number two, international standards organizations are huge. Number three, the end users. I think we've already talked many times in this panel so far about the need for patch management or enabling antivirus or good authentication, encryption, doing backups. Microsoft and other companies do our best to make those sorts of things easy for end users to do. But at the end of the day, we can't necessarily go into everybody's network and turn those good things on and ensure they're being used. And in some cases, it's not possible based on the use case for some organizations to use them. So it's not always super easy, but obviously the organizations and the end users are a huge stakeholder. And then finally, I think what's increasingly we're seeing in recent years is government being a huge stakeholder in security for the ICT sector. Historically, it was not a heavily regulated sector internationally. And I think you're seeing more and more broad regulation of ICT in the EU, in the US, not so much so far, in Australia, Singapore, India, lots of countries around the world are developing increasing regulations for cybersecurity for ICT. And Microsoft's working with those governments to help develop those as well. So we understand that governments want to have trust in the security and resilience of the technologies that they're using, that their critical infrastructure is using, and we're here to partner with governments to try and come to regulations that make sense.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Jaya, would you like to follow up on this?
From a telecoms perspective?
Yes.
Well, from a telecommunications perspective, we obviously, in the telecom sector are very regulated. However, I should say that despite that regulation, there's additional things. So the regular telecom regulation is focused on availability management. So they just want to make sure that your network is up and running, that you're using the right spectrum, and that you're doing all the things you're supposed to do there. But on top of that, this notion, of course, of like vital infrastructure, the fabric of country usually means that there's additional regulations and requirements on telecom providers. And on top of that, there's other stakeholders that enter the fray in terms of the consumer market, how you're responsibly doing data use and analysis, so that there's like a sort of triad between availability as well as the use of personal identifiable information, as well as this idea of being part of the vital infrastructure. And those are the main governmentally associated things. On top of that, within telcos, for information handling and incident handling, we try to disseminate information within a telco space between each other while involving like a regulatory authority, so there's no unfair market concentration. And then I still have to say, I think for incident handling, we still so rely on our CERT to CERT relationships from our computer emergency response teams in order to actually, when we see attacks, when we see incidents, to get help from our fellow technical folk and other industry, and whether that's, the ICT community of vendors or it's different affected organizations, that CERT to CERT relationship for me is still unmissable.
And following up on this, how is organized CERT to CERT cooperation in the private sector?
Well, the majority of it is still through organizations like FIRST, trusted introducer. It's still the communities that were there initially, they're almost self-evolved, but there's also, like if I look at, not just from a telco space, but for example, for Avast, we're a member of the Cyber Threat Alliance, CTA. So we also exchange information there. And I would say that those are also part of our stakeholders. They're people like us, like-minded, the same technical skill set, but also in policy evolution to support some of the things that we're doing. We're also working together with Europol from the technical perspective, or other agencies as needed in order to make sure we have the right information to do rapid response and help each other out where we can.
Okay, thanks. And in this, the government certs are a part of the picture, or?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's difficult to do anything if you're not part of your national cert organization.
Okay, thanks. And Pascal, maybe we can try to understand better who are the stakeholders that particularly pertain to the aviation sector.
Yeah, and you know that our sector is heavily regulated. And so the first stakeholders will be the civil aviation authorities. And they are the one who have defined the safety measure. And recently they have also defined what should be all the mitigation to mitigate the potential effect of cybersecurity threat on the safety of the aviation. So clearly, whether it is ICAO, so the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is part of the UN, whether it is all the civil aviation authority, EASA in Europe, FAA in the US, but also in other countries like Australia, China. So really the leading civil aviation authority are working together. And in addition to that, we are bringing all the industry through the different associations. So IATA is representing the airlines, but we have also SCI representing the airports. We have Kenzo representing the air traffic management system. We have ITIA, which is the association of all the manufacturers and the OEMs. And so we are all working together. We are all sharing best practice. And we are part of an aviation ISAC. So an ISAC is an information sharing and advisory center. So there is one in finance, you have financial ISAC, you have a different ISAC in the automotive industry. So every industry has built its own ISAC. And for us, it is critical because this is where we are receiving information from the other certs. We are receiving information from the different agencies, whether they are federal agency or where they are national agencies. And this is where that we are sharing all the information, both on the real time. So threat intelligence is coming real time to our system, but also we are sharing best practice. And also we are trying to bring a common framework that will use that will help our members to address cybersecurity issues the same way in every country. Because one of the challenges of the aviation industry is that it's a global aviation. It is, but it's very diverse in terms of implementation. So you have leading countries that have a very high level of maturity, and sometimes you are in some countries where the level of maturity is not at the same level. And here we need to align everyone, and we need to share a common risk framework that will allow us, of course, to manage the risk end to end.
Okay, yeah, that is quite understandable. And thank you, all of you, for sharing your thoughts on this and building up on these questions. I also would like to to pass to the third one. We saw and we looked to the evolution of the cyber threat landscape. We look at who are the main players in terms of cybersecurity in each of the sector. And so my last question before opening the floor to the Q&A session: what else can be done to increase the cyber resilience in each of the sector concerns? So I'm thinking about telecommunication, but also to the broad general, to the ICT, and eventually to the aviation sector. Maybe Pascal, we can remain with you if you don't mind.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, we've been working hard to update our safety measure with cybersecurity provision, especially for the maintenance and the repair of spare parts in the aircraft, because you have to understand that an aircraft is a data center with 2 wings and usually 2 engines. And so you have more computers in an aircraft than in most of the data centers. So it has been obvious that with the evolution of the e-connected aircraft, there will be an evolution of the threat, and that we had to adapt our safety measure to this evolution. And it doesn't touch only the aircraft. For example, if you take the next generation of air traffic management system, so we are working on the next generation that will be totally digitalized. And so, the feed will enter directly into the flight management system, and without the pilot to make a decision, the route will be modified, based on the feed that will be received from the air traffic management system. So of course, this will increase the safety of the flight because it will allow reaction, it will allow better anticipation, but provided that all these connections are secured and cannot be compromised or cannot be spoofed by hackers. And so this is, what we've been doing, trying to improve the level of controls. And I would say what we have seen in the past in the financial system in terms of security controls now is moving into the operational technology of the aircraft. And so all this system will be or now, and all these best practice are now embedded into the aviation system. We have a vulnerability sharing program with the manufacturer, and we understand together what are the remaining vulnerabilities, what is the way to mitigate them at a level that will be acceptable and that will not cause a threat, to the life of the passenger. So this is all these things that we are doing with the complexity of managing a complex supply chain, because again, it's not only the leading airline and the leading airport that has to reach the level of maturity, but it is the entire industry end to end.
Thanks, Pascal, for this. What about the ICT sector? Kevin, would you like to comment on this? What else can be done to increase the resilience of this sector?
Yeah, as with many things, I don't think there's a magic bullet here. I think we talked a little bit earlier about how there's a strong need to get organizations and people to improve on doing some of the basic things. In the Microsoft Digital Defense Report in the past year, our research showed that 98% of cyber incidents could likely have been avoided by the use of common things such as antivirus, keeping software up to date, using multi-factor authentication is a huge one. So a lot of these basic cybersecurity things, if put in place, would help prevent many of these attacks. And so how do we educate the user base on how to do it and give them the tools they need to do it is a big part of this. Another thing that is not necessarily the case in all situations, but we believe in many situations, many organizations, if they move to the cloud, will inherit a better security posture for what they move to the cloud. And that's because when you move to the cloud, you get a cloud service provider security for those systems and services. And so if you're still running your on-premises servers, I definitely encourage people to look at the security advantages that come to moving to the cloud while realizing it's not right for every organization in every situation. Moving on from the end users to companies and organizations within the ICT sector, I think there's a big responsibility on us to continue to educate customers and to make our tools easier for them to implement good security. I think we've made a lot of strides in recent years to make capabilities easier for customers to use, but I think we have a long ways to go still in doing that. And then finally, with governments and standards organizations, working with them to develop the standards and the regulations that enforce those standards where needed, to make sure that they're giving end users and governments the trust they need in the security and the resilience of the products while not harming innovation or competition in the ICT market, as is usually a concern when it comes to regulation. So those are kind of the key initiatives I see going forward.
Thank you very much for sharing this, Kevin. Jaya, would you like to?
Yeah, since Kevin and Pascal took a lot of the good ones, I'm just going to focus on the things I'd like to see for Christmas, which is, if I could just ask, I'd like to ask for completely contradictory things. I'd like to ask for capacity building in terms of law enforcement capability to actually find attackers. We know where the attackers are. We can see where the attacks are coming from. We see the tools, the methods, the sites that are being deployed to go ahead and perform the attack. I think we need to cooperate better amongst the defenders in order to stop them. So that's my first Christmas wish. The second one is completely contradictory to that. While improving this kind of global law enforcement capability and this transferring of information in a judicially right process way, I'd like to ask that we do not, by any means or any request for global trade, et cetera, weaken cryptographic standards. We need to maintain and uphold everything that we require from a government, company, and personal perspective in order to make sure our cryptography remains strong and secure and has never been given to anyone a capacity to weaken that, either from a standards or protocols perspective or from a key escrow idea or any other kind of misguided concept to help law enforcement do their job better to weaken cryptography. I actually think that creates more problems than it actually solves. So that would be my second thing, keep strong cryptography strong. And finally, the third thing is also kind of strange, which is, you might have seen that in Europe, we have the newly released NIS directive, the Network and Information Security Directive. One of the big concerns that I had with the first NIS directive was the burden shifting from the makers of products, from hardware and software vendors, to the users of those products, from telecom to transport, et cetera. I think we need to be very careful in our industry to make sure that the responsibility and the liability are held with the makers. And I'm speaking as a maker of products to make sure that we take up that responsibility to protect our users and don't burden shift to say all of the things that the users need to do. So it'd be the third thing that I would like to ask, that for all policy and regulatory concerns, that we make sure that a lot of that responsibility is kept by the origination of the goods that we use in that supply chain and not to the consumer. And that we really think about how we create our supply chain to be more resilient, because we know we've broken that one too.
Absolutely. Thanks. So I now open the floor to questions. I would advise you to pose questions through the Slido platform, and I'm going to take some from here. There is one which is for Pascal. How did the lockdown mandates during the height of the pandemic affect the frequency of cyber incidents against the aviation industry?
So there was a decrease because of the decrease of the people flying. So the activity has decreased. Remember that at the beginning of the crisis, airlines were down by 80% of their volume. So of course we have seen a decrease of the number of attacks. Of course, in parallel, because people were working remotely, we have seen an increase of the attack, I would say, in the corporate IT, because people working from home were not always protected the same way than when they are at the office. So here we have seen an increase of some of the risk. And of course, we had to adapt all our system to be able to, to manage this shift. Now, what I have to say is, since the restart and the forced digitalization of everything, we see here an evolution of the threat because there is much more digitalization. Of course, the surface of the attack is increasing, and we are very happy to deliver all this digital innovation, but we have to keep in mind that they have to be safely delivered. And whether we are talking about artificial intelligence robots that are using data, this data has to be protected, because we have seen also some new attacking a machine learning system with trying to poison the data, trying to create an inference to the algorithm and things like this. So clearly, the hackers are faster than us. So if the business is moving, the hacker will move faster than the defender, and this is why that also we need to move fast behind them. But at the moment, it's still a catch-up business for us.
Thanks, Pascal. I would like to pose a question that actually can be responded by all of you, and it can be connected also to the supply chain issue. In any case, the question goes like, attackers use lateral movement to access the systems. So would not be better to include every system in terms of critical infrastructure? That's kind of a bit too
Yeah, so if everything is urgent, nothing is. And I think that, it really is important for every company to identify its key processes and key infrastructure components in order to have focus. Because really, we miss focus. If we try to do everything, you have what we very often see when you get a brand new system to suddenly get all the logs and all the alerts from all the various systems. If you cannot prioritize, then you have incident fatigue. You just become overwhelmed. So we absolutely should not do that. We should identify what are the key vital components, and we should be able to work our way down the food chain. That being said, I do think that we still see a lot of attacks that are coming from relatively small suppliers that are supplying to critical infrastructure, and we don't always have those. I do think that we miss a certain amount of visibility because of that fact, and we then miss this idea of supply chain interdependency rather than dependency, the fact that we all need each other. This is glaringly stark if you think about the energy sector and the telecom sector, and how they affect each other, and how the absence of either one of those has almost like a national geopolitical influence.
Yeah. Kevin, would you like to follow up on this?
I first to say that her answer was perfect. I don't have a lot to add on to it, but maybe to use some different terminology that we often use in cybersecurity. I think when prioritizing, it's important to remember that cybersecurity is a risk management exercise, and you can't mitigate risk to everything. So the best you can do is manage the risks. And when managing risks, the first step is going to be to assess your risks and prioritize based on where your highest risk is. So we've talked a lot in this conversation about how organizations are already struggling to protect what they have. If everything is critical on the network, then they're going to have no hope. And so they have to start by prioritizing their risk and managing those risks first the best they can.
That's clear. Thanks. Pascal, would you have anything to add? Otherwise, I have another specific questions for your sector.
No, I would agree that if you take an aircraft, we have different domains in an aircraft, and they are totally segregated. So the command and control domain cannot be accessed to anyone, where the cabin is maybe more open. And so, yes, we need to identify what are the crown jewels, and of course, this one has to be protected. So segmentation is really the solution that we have to implement in order to avoid lateral movement.
Thanks. And I remain with you, and then I pick questions from the floor. An anonymous participant from the online, or I don't know, in any case, is asking how is the aviation sector dealing with the scarcity of cyber specialist skills on the market? But I think that this is something that is
but
sector, not only on the.
it's not easy. It is true that also the best people that we had, they moved to the IT industry. And so it is true that it has been a challenge. And so the solution that we have is training, bringing new people, trying to train people coming from the field, coming from IT, and them being trained to cybersecurity. It is true that airlines have increased the amount of spending on cybersecurity. So we are not yet at the level of the financial sector, but it's increasing a lot. But yes, it's a challenge, but it's also a challenge to find a pilot or to find also a crew member for the aircraft. So this challenge is across the industry, not only on cybersecurity.
So I would imagine that on the other side of the coin, you don't have any problems in terms of skills.
I wish I could say that were the case, but we're hiring just in case you know someone who's a malware reverse engineer.
Same for you, Kevin, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's a shortage for everyone, and we're all competing for the same talent pool. So whenever there's a shortage, it's not easy for us either. I would say from Microsoft's perspective, we've recognized the challenge globally, and Microsoft announced in the last year a program to actually help cyber skilling of individuals, not only within the US, but within many countries around the globe. And so we're making curriculum available for institutions to use and helping bring skilled people up, providing funding to help people, get scholarships and access that funding, and then trying to encourage more institutions to become qualified for teaching cybersecurity. In the US, that focuses in community college, but internationally, that takes place in different types of organizations. So Microsoft is fully committed to helping address this challenge globally.
Okay, thanks. And now I would like to open the floor here in Geneva. There is a gentleman there. If someone can give him a microphone.
Thank you. Just a small comment for the audience. Microsoft is responsible for many leaks of personal data. And we know all of that they cooperate closely with the US government, with the US special services. And there is no way you can lecture us on what you do to preserve the personal data of users worldwide. And I ask the audience to consider that what you say has nothing to do with the ways to ensure information security. Thank you.
I would like to.
Can I say something? I would like to defend Microsoft because what happened to Microsoft.
I would like just to say that I invite the participants to abstain from geopolitical speculation, and I would like to remain on track.
So what I just wanted to say, what happened to Microsoft has happened to all the vendors. It's not only them, it is all the supply chain in IT.
A second, one at a time. Pascal, please.
Yes, I was just wanted to say that what happened to Microsoft has happened to all the IT vendors. And today we are in a world where when you download the software, a new release from your preferred vendor, you cannot trust it. But it's not only Microsoft, it is all the IT industry.
May I respond real quick?
You want to follow up, Kevin?
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate Pascal defending and agree with everything he said. I don't know which incidents he may the commenter may be referring to, but just would emphasize that Microsoft takes its relationship with its customers and governments and the importance of trust very importantly. And as Pascal said, we have been the victim of cyber attackers over the years as well. And we try very hard to avoid that and protect our customers. But no cyber defense is 100%, unfortunately. And so I just end that by saying we're doing our best to ensure that information is protected and want to work with customers to earn their trust.
Thanks, Kevin. Can we please keep on having, keep on going with the other questions? Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm Chris Kubeka. I wanted to ask a question to all three of you. With the advent of easy availability of cyber attack tools as a service nowadays, what do you think is the biggest threat when it comes to some of the threat actors that you all experience?
So this was exactly my first response in terms of the trickle-down nature. So we have these super sophisticated attacks, which sometimes are crafted in the basements of state actors, and they then find their way into someone who has no idea actually how to build that attack on their own, but they're using it as a part of a giant campaign as a service. So it's also part of this assembly line process, which recruits a whole host of new attackers to this mix that don't have the relative sophistication to actually do anything else beyond deploy the attack and make sure it's still up and running when other infrastructure takes down. So it has a tendency to have this mushroom capability, which again makes us play this whack-a-mole thing. So I actually think this is one of our biggest problems today, this democratization of technology, but then in favor of the attacker.
Kevin, any thoughts on this?
No, nothing really to add on top of what she said. I mean, I will say, I guess that, I think one of the biggest concerns, ransomware as a threat in this specialization, there's the impacts of shutting networks down, but then there's the potential for impacts to impacting human health and safety and more broad effects. And I think we saw those types of impacts with the ransomware that affected the Colonial Pipeline last year. So when we think about the risks of ransomware and the risks of this increasing threat, sometimes it could go beyond just the economic cost to particular entities or organizations and impact our lives more fully, such as the gasoline shortages that we saw in the aftermath of Colonial Pipeline. So I think that's something to keep in mind.
Thanks. Pascal. You should unmute yourself.
Yes, no, nothing to add. I totally agree with what was said. It's everybody can attack you. Cybercrime is a very successful business, unfortunately, and so there's more and more people, and yes, they are reselling everything on the dark web. So even if you don't have the skills, with very little investment, you can become a hacker. So yes, the volume of that, everybody can hack you.
Thanks. And speaking of ransomware, as we already did throughout the panel, there is a question, does the evolving business model of malicious actor, for example, ransomware as a service, but other type of attack as a service like DDoS, requires, according to you, more or less government intervention?
So the DDoS of as a service, by the way, one thing about services, it's easier to take a service, pull it down, rebuild it somewhere else. We also don't see attackers disappear as quickly as the services come up and down again. And with DDoS of a service, it's actually particularly irritating because we've known for more than a decade how to stop all DDoSes. The first of them is BCP38. If we all implemented, the ability in our local telcos, again, this should be part of policy. This should be part of global policy that we make sure that operators adhere to implementing best practices for their telecommunications infrastructure. So if they would implement BCP38, it would be impossible to do spoofing across their networks for this attack traffic to even get through. That would be the first thing for DDoS. The second thing is making sure that operators cooperate to bundle capacity to identify the upstream and downstream of that attack traffic. If we try to stop attacks at their origin, rather than waiting for them to move across a network all the way to their destination, we'd be in much better shape. And we can actually mandate operators to figure this out. No more peering agreements between operators who don't implement best practice. How about that one? Sales will kill me, but this should be the right thing to do. And I think that there you can play a role as law enforcement. If we just say, let's take one problem, Because what we also see when we are looking at criminal infrastructure, whether it's malware, bulletproof hosters, DDoSes, is they tend to diversify. They tend to be business people who have more than one source of income. So when you take down some infrastructure, you're not taking down one malicious activity, but a whole myriad of things that they do. So I really think, yes, we should cooperate more.
And here you see a possible intervention by the regulator.
Yes.
In which...
For example, making sure that globally we implemented like the right policies, BCP 38, 84. Let's make sure we don't have pairing agreements that are sustainable over time if we're passing this kind of traffic to each other. The same thing could hold in terms of how we identify malicious malware. And there is a certain portion of this which I think should be embedded in just generic agreements to sell certain services, because now there's a disincentivation to do that. So we need to figure out how to have a different type of incentive model, and that right now, initially, the easiest way to get through that is just regulatory pressure.
Okay, makes sense. Kevin, would you like to follow up on this, maybe focusing more on the ransomware as a service issue?
Yeah, so I think I'd say two things. I think one, definitely government involvement is needed to sort of deter and prevent ransomware. I think we talked a lot earlier about that. Ultimately, ransomware is a people problem, and people are conducting these ransomware attacks, and until their incentives are changed, either through arrest or otherwise, they're likely going to continue doing it to seek the economic benefits that they've been gaining. And only governments really have the capability to, through law enforcement, detain people and impose consequences. So that's one. Two, I think there is already a lot of actions being taken by governments around the world to regulate ICT, and in particular cloud services increasingly. So NIS2 in the EU is looking at cloud as critical infrastructure. Australia recently passed legislation that will have cloud labeled as critical infrastructure. I believe I've seen proposals this year from Indonesia, Colombia, and other countries that have ICT or cloud or digital services or some variation of as potential critical infrastructure. And so I think, from Microsoft's perspective, we understand governments need to build trust in the security of resilience of cloud and other ICT products. And we're going to work with them to help them develop regulations that work both for Microsoft as well as them, and ensure that they have that trust in Microsoft's products and services.
Thanks. Pascal, do you have anything to add?
No, only one point is, because aviation is a global industry, we need also the regulation to be the same in every country. So one of the issues that has been difficult for our industry during the COVID crisis is that every country was adopting measures that was different. More or less, they were the same, but they were different also. And we see this also in terms of cybersecurity. And this is why that we are working with the international organization to advocate to have global standards that will be used by all the governments, and not to force airlines, for example, to adopt different measures in different countries, because you will have a specific provision that are not adding to the overall security, but are creating complexity and a burden for the airlines.
Thank you, Pascal. And with this, we are running short of time, and I have to wrap up the panel. And I would like to thank once again to all our speakers that joined us today, Java, Pascal, and Kevin. It has been a very interesting discussion, and I'm glad that you took off time from your busy agenda to be with us. And I invite our audience here in Geneva to join me in a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much, and I now invite you to remain seated or not to go far away, because we will have another interesting panel focusing on two essential elements of our society: energy and water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
If you're still with us since this morning, well done. We're approaching the end of the conference. This is the last thematic panel before our concluding session. If instead you have just joined us, you know what you've been missing, but don't worry, all of our recordings will be made available on our social media channels right after the conference. So if you've missed any of the previous panels, just connect to our social media channels and you'll find them there. I'm Giacomo Persipaoli. I have the pleasure and honor of leading UNIDIR's Security and Technology Program and the amazing team that put together this event. And as I said, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the fourth and last thematic panel of the Cyber Stability Conference 2022. In the next 70 minutes or so, we will be focusing on energy and water, which are two critical sectors, critical infrastructures that are really underpinning the foundational workings of our societies. I'm pleased to introduce you our distinguished speakers for this last panel, starting with those that I have the pleasure of welcoming on the physical stage with me. On my left, Ayan Exter, project specialist at Kadir Has University, cybersecurity and critical infrastructure protection. Ms. Chris Kubica, founder and chief executive officer of IPASEC, and connecting online, Dr. David Massington, executive assistant director for infrastructure security with the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency in the US. So before we start, just a quick radio check with David. David, can you hear us okay?
I can. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. So continuous access to essential services like electricity and water supply is really a prerequisite for peace, security, and development. However, and we've heard this also from the previous panel, much of this infrastructure that underpins such services is subject to multiple challenges, including but not limited to their cross-border nature, but also the presence of legacy infrastructure that is somewhat connected to new generation ones. And often those connection points between legacy systems and new systems introduce new vulnerabilities and weaknesses. But also we're finding here probably across all sectors, this is where, when it comes to energy and water, this is really where the digital infrastructure connects to physical systems, whether it's industrial controls or other types of physical systems that really enable the functioning of this infrastructure. So over the course of the next few minutes, I guess we were going to go across the panel, just like we've done before, and really try to understand how the cyber threat landscape has evolved, what are some of the main stakeholders involved in the management of the threat. And different panels before us have already shown how, depending on the sector, the landscape of the stakeholders involved in the management of the threat can change significantly. And last but not least, reflect on how has the sector evolved and adapted to the new realities and the new threats posed by the cyber domain. After we've done that, as usual, we will open the floor for questions, both virtually and physically. So I'd like to start the first round with our speakers with David, and really ask you, what are some of your thoughts around the evolution of the cyber threat landscape?
First, thank you for the invitation to speak on the panel. I think first I'd like to focus on the fact that threat actors able to hold at risk or able to hold hostage, to use a term, water and wastewater systems, as well as energy systems, are empowered by the fact that they don't have to be local. You can attack from anywhere in the world. You can pose compromise risks to any system that is internet connected. So point one, maximum targetability from anywhere to infrastructure everywhere. I think also the threat has been worsening over the last decade as new tools, new techniques, and new awareness of vulnerabilities are spread around the world as well. So you've got a global set of infrastructure with common technology, an empowered set of threat actors that can be nation states, that can be criminals, that can be others who aren't fully identified. I think also that we've seen a greater level of activity against critical infrastructure that we're concerned about that we consider systemically important. So that means that infrastructure that's an enabler of broader economic or social activity, water and energy fit into that category. We also think that those systems need greater scrutiny in terms of protecting them from risks and threats due to knock-on effects. So policy is sort of focused on those systemically important critical infrastructures to a much greater extent. We've also had incidents that punctuate the heightened feeling of risk. In both March of 2020 and in October of 2020, we issued alerts, operational directives with guidance for people to change their alert posture, the level of protection that they received on a national basis. Now, our water and energy sectors are privately owned and privately overseen. So when we issue an alert, there are voluntary and mandatory elements. We haven't issued many national alerts before, so the fact that 2020 saw 2 of them, and that subsequent 2 years, has seen more of them, shows you the heightened risk awareness or risk concern that the United States certainly brings to this topic. Couple of conceptual points to make. One, we consider supplying water and managing wastewater to be national critical functions. Now, in our policy framework, national critical functions means the government pays special attention to these functions as those that might be attacked by nation-state level adversaries that seek to somehow impede or impair the U.S.'s ability to project power or to deliver services at home. Second, I think that the focus on interdependencies is much more prevalent in the United States than used to be true. That means that water systems, communications, pipelines, financial services, and other related services, again, water and energy being foundational to almost everything else, means that national policy is much more likely to want close oversight. Whereas we like to think we're a free market country, we are. That doesn't mean that the government is indifferent to risk conditions in privately owned infrastructure, so that a lot of policy thinking about how to align incentives so that the private sector does what we think is necessary for critical infrastructure protection and national security. And with that, just to emphasize that there's a lot of collaboration between ourselves and our principal allies internationally, with our private sector partners who share a common goal of reducing risks. And irrespective of where those risks are posed, who poses them, we're interested in minimizing disruptive effects.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And I'd like to go now to Ayan. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much for having me here. After David's speech, I would like to maybe elaborate a little bit from a broader perspective regarding the cyber threats to energy industry. And maybe I can give a very brief overview for the last decade. And personally, I find 3 trends very important. One is the one which is targeting the operational technologies. The other is about the vulnerabilities in the global supply chain. And finally, since it wasn't discussed today, but renewables are very important because we are trying to enhance the secure and green energy transition, so it's very important. When we look at the last decade, we can see that digitalization in our energy infrastructures has been on rise since we are working on the modernization of the grids. Thanks to this, we have lower costs and more efficiency. However, we are discussing more and more sophisticated threats, and more sophisticated and transnational threats, because most of the energy infrastructures are not just located in one country. However, we have transnational pipelines dispersed regionally, internationally. So I can say that no country and no institution can be isolated from this kind of transnational threats. And when we look at the trends, we can see that energy industry is one of the most targeted ones. This is because energy industry is the backbone for the other critical infrastructures, and also it has a huge economic stake in the national GDPs and so on. So we can see that we can see an increasing trend in the attacks to the critical energy infrastructures. In the last decades, I think that we see important incidents the ones which are targeting the safety systems of the plants. And for instance, previous panelists mentioned that the colonial incident is very important. But I would like to discuss this point from a more energy security perspective, because we have 4 A's when we are discussing the energy security: availability, accessibility, acceptability, and affordability of the resources. And what I found interesting is that I think that cyber attacks are becoming more and more dangerous in terms of their degradation, in terms of affordability and accessibility of the energy resources. And I found this trend very important. Since I mentioned 3 important points regarding the global supply chain, I believe this is a very big headache for the main industries, but also for the power, for the pipelines, for the other infrastructure, energy infrastructures. This is also a very important trend because they are purchasing different hardware, software. So also, we don't have much control on the risk assessment and the vulnerabilities of these global suppliers. So secondly, OT stuff, operational technologies. This is like our arms on the ground, because we are controlling our energy infrastructures via operational technologies. And currently, we see the IT-OT convergence threat, which is a convergence trend, which is very important. And these 2 technologies require different perspectives, require different security philosophies, different mindsets, and we are currently facing in a skill crisis in OT industry right now. And finally, renewables are very important, and we should keep an eye on them, but we also have an opportunity, even though they use increasingly sensors, digitalized infrastructures. We now have the opportunity to design them with a security-focused mindset, and I think that now this is time when we can change our perception regarding the security by design perspective.
Thank you, Ayan. Chris, over to you.
Well, thank you very much for having me. One thing that we have to remember is the energy sector and water sectors around the world work together. Rarely can you have one without the other. Think of nuclear power. In order to produce that and to make sure things are cool, you have to have water. There's a lot of relationships between those 2 that we have to recognize. And one of the things that I kind of see lacking is as much cooperation as there should be between those 2 particular sectors when we're talking about the current threat landscape. Now, in the last 10 years, a lot has happened. 10 years ago, almost to the day, was the first Shamoon attack against Saudi Aramco. And that took out about 85% of their Windows-based computer systems. It could have caused a catastrophe on the oil markets, and it made the world shudder a little bit. Some consider it the first time that we could have basically wrecked an entire world's economy due to a cyber attack, a wiper virus. And another thing to consider is some regions, they are now more and more dependent on things like desalination. And when those types of technology for water sustainability come under attack, they don't have an alternative to that. They can't just go to a lake like Lake Geneva because there are no lakes. So they have to keep that going. We've also seen different types of attacks. I've personally been involved in 6 nuclear cyber attacks. So far in my career, I hope to never see another one again. But when we build this type of critical infrastructure, we expect it to last a long time. Nuclear facility costs billions and billions and takes a long time to actually implement. It could take a decade or sometimes more. When we talk about renewable energy, to go off what the fellow speaker had said earlier, we need to find that affordability. Also, many countries in the world have recognized that we kind of don't want to be underwater anytime soon. I mean, I live in the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and it's already 3 meters under sea level. So if the water rises that much more, boy, oh boy, we're all going to be swimming. I'm a good swimmer, luckily, but I don't really want to have to do that. Another thing that we've had a big challenge with is most countries, especially their national policy and what is required of energy, water, and waste operators, The unfortunate thing is the vast majority of policy, nationally and internationally, was written in the analog days, and it's still become very difficult to step out of that analog shadow into a fully digital world. We are getting an increase in sensor technology, different types of communications. We're trying to make things more efficient, more effective, fantastic. But at the same time, again, with the affordability factor, these particular industries are quite challenged because at the end of the day, how much are they supposed to pay for cybersecurity versus how much is electricity or clean water going to cost the end consumer? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, and David and Ayan for this first kind of really tour d'horizon on establishing what the trends in the threats are. I think it's really important that we start here. But I would like Chris to come back to you and for the second question, because you emphasized how the interdependencies and the convergence between different sectors, energy, water, but communication, etc. So it's becoming increasingly difficult to disentangle these sectors with one each other. So I guess the challenge transfers also when you're talking about who are the stakeholders involved, because if it's difficult to compartmentalize sectors, then the stakeholder base expands exponentially. So from your perspective, what are some of the challenges related to stakeholders involvement? Who should be doing what?
Well, I mean, I think financially, governments should be helping out the industry, but at the same time, there should also be increased regulations when it comes to the vendors that make the technology that fuels these particular industries to have some sort of responsibility. Do they have what's called a secure software development lifestyle or life cycle? Do they mandate, all right, if there's a patch available, how can I make this available for my customers so as to test it out and be able to roll it out as quickly as possible? Not every vendor is doing this. This is very unfortunate. We've also seen an increase in industrial IoT being used, and sometimes the vendor will be there today and won't be there tomorrow. These are some of the dangers of investing in new technology. Another thing is when we're talking about regulators, they need to understand what the technology is and how it can be used and misused so as to protect against the risk. And the consumers, in some areas and regions of the world, water, for example, or electricity, for example, has come under cyber attack numerous times, and they don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling about what's going on in those industries. So I've seen one area in particular where across the street from the electric provider, they also sold generators because they just didn't trust them, or they didn't trust the water that was coming out of the tap. So we also need to have assurances for consumers who are also stakeholders of these particular services that yes, these are safe, that there's going to be some sort of uptime and so forth, because too many things revolve around it. There's jobs associated with it. Hospitals are attached to this electricity, et cetera, et cetera. And so stakeholders who depend life and death on these two particular industries have to also be included and given assurances.
Thank you. And Ayan, I want to go back to you and invite you to reflect, particularly when you're thinking about the different roles that stakeholders have in the management and the mitigation of this threat, particularly reflecting on the role of academia and civil society.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, we have many stakeholders when it comes to the cyber resilience of the energy infrastructures, but generally government and private sector, the relations between government and private sector are really emphasized. However, I believe we have, as you said, two actors which are generally overlooked. One is the academia and the other is the civil society. Since the beginning, since the morning, we have been discussing the talent crisis in cybersecurity, and every industry is complaining about we cannot find the right talent, people don't have the hands-on experience, etc. So this means that we need academia, right? So I think not only for the energy industry, but in the all types of critical infrastructures, we need academia to make more hands-on experience and to integrate these kind of experiences in their curriculums, and then I think that they should make cybersecurity trainings more accessible and maybe more affordable to the broader audience. Another point is that about academia, as far as I can observe, since I'm coming from social science background, as far as I can concern that generally we see the victory of the technical sciences in the cybersecurity. However, we are discussing about social technical problems. So we need more diverse options, methodologies in approaching today's complex and wicked problems. So this is also academia's task to bring this kind of expertise and different kinds of mindsets. Also, I believe in terms of the civil society, generally the civil society actors are considered as the vulnerable ones, right? However, they should have and they can have very important roles in the societal resilience in the pre-crisis period, in the crisis times, and in the post-crisis periods. For instance, when we think about a breakdown in a natural gas pipeline and the big chaos and the big, panic among the people. So civil society can have an important role to create awareness, to avoid this disinformation, and to help the recovery, and then to disseminate the message, the right message to everyone. So I see maybe for all types of energy, all types of critical infrastructures, but also for energy infrastructures, we need also civil society in terms of the management and in terms of the cyber resilience approach.
Thank you. And David, thank you for patiently waiting the second round of questions. I wanted to come back to you because in your initial remarks, you mentioned the cooperation that you have with private sector and public-private partnerships seem to be a potential way forward, given the extent to which this infrastructure is owned, managed, or operated by private actors. So can you elaborate a little bit more on the model of public?
Sure. As I do that, I'd like to comment on Ayan's discussion of civil society, because I think there is an overlap here. In the United States and much of the West, private sector owns and operates large swaths of water systems, wastewater systems, although in my former country, Canada, public authorities own water systems. So there's a mix. There's a mix in the United States as well. I think that responsibility for risk in water systems is often shared by public authorities and by private operators. And the question is, on what basis do they collaborate? Is it shared information? Is it shared expertise, shared methodologies, and shared data? I mean, each of those are necessary if that stakeholder partnership is going to translate into capability to mitigate risks, whether they're all hazards risks from climate change or risks from cyber actors who want to reduce the availability or integrity of systems that are operating in that critical infrastructure. Just a word on civil society and what that constitutes. Now, I unfortunately used to be a professor of public policy prior to this job, and we always included, at least in the cyber policy courses I used to teach, open source developers as part of civil society, because they weren't for profit often. They were often volunteers. They often had technical chops the government lacked, and they were often responsible for and accountable to those who used their open source libraries in critical infrastructures. Now, I'm on something in the US called the Cyber Safety Review Board, and we've just completed an analysis of Log4j that people may know on the stage or elsewhere. That was a set of libraries that are managed entirely by a civil society standards body, the Apache Software Foundation, who were then used by users in the public sector and the private sector who are dependent on those those open source software libraries for key functionality. Now, that means that those stakeholders from civil society are integral to protecting and detecting risks that flow to water and wastewater and energy, where Log4j is used and where a lot of other open source libraries are used. Dependent on civil society for maintenance of key technology, and dependent on them for early warning that key technologies may break down, exposing water infrastructure or energy infrastructure to risk. And I think that there's a considerable overlap between the exploitation of ransomware, for example, and vulnerable open source software that is managed by civil society groups but used by others. And I think that's an important point to make. Certainly, this agency, CISA, collaborates extensively with civil society groups because they develop key software, sometimes using SDLCs and sometimes not. And that means that risk can arise from a multiplicity of places, and those stakeholders are collaboratively and collectively involved in closing those risks as soon as possible. That's all for me on this one.
Thank you. I'm actually going to stay with you for the last, start with you at least for the last round of initial questions, which is really reflecting on how the sector has adapted and what the sector has done to increase its resilience against malicious ICT activities.
Sure. I think one thing that has happened is much more collaboration between water and wastewater systems, at least in the US, and those same open source software developers that I just mentioned. Often that takes place through better contractual oversight with technology providers in the supply chain. So I won't mention company names because I'm not sure that's appropriate in this forum, but when you use software that's developed in the private sector or the public sector, you have some responsibility to make sure you know where it comes from and what risks that it conveys to your customers. That means that government can be a catalyst in making sure that utilities or water system operators or energy companies that consume software from others can be as aware as possible through contracts or through information sharing of how that technology can make them victims. So that enabling self-protection is a part of the way the sector's evolved over time. We're much better at identifying inbound risks and threats that can come from exploitation of open source and proprietary software than we were in the past. I think secondly, at least in the US, and I've got a unit here that reports to me called CISA exercises. We do many tabletop and other exercises that emulate or simulate risk to key systems, both from an availability standpoint and from an exploitability standpoint, to try and empower defenders to make them better able to anticipate what attackers may do, both in denials of service and more insidious attacks that can persist in a network or in an infrastructure and diminish services for an extended period of time. Our administration, this is the Biden-Harris administration, has actually put in place industrial control system and IoT initiatives at the national level that target in particular water and wastewater treatment and energy infrastructure because of, again, the knock-on and the interdependency status of those infrastructures. For us, that means that if we can get improvements in risk awareness, improvements in the ability to mitigate risks through the implementation of standards that we also collaborate with open source and other organizations on NIST, for example, we can get cybersecurity benefit elsewhere in the economy and elsewhere in society. So civil society, private sector, and government collaboration, each element of that sort of triptych being catalytic in enhancing overall capabilities.
Thank you, David. I'm just going to go over to Ayan, your perspective on increasing cyber resilience.
Yes, sure. First of all, I'm not very pessimistic about energy sector's profile since we see many improvements, particularly in the last decade. For instance, improvement on the OT industry, for instance. We see new standards, new approach, and recently the industry started to discuss engineered informed approach to OT security, which means that generally, the sector were excluding the engineers when they are making the cybersecurity standards, but we see that now we are taking into consideration from the real OT expertise. So also in May, as far as I know, under the World Economic Forum, many oil and gas companies also came into a consensus to encourage their systemic cyber security resilience. I believe they decided to incorporate cyber expertise in their companies. So I think that there is reasons to be optimistic, but also there are plenty rooms that should be improved over the time. And I think that I can approach the topic from international and national or institutional perspectives. For instance, from the international perspectives, since we discussed that cyber threats are transnational threats, so we still see that there are many gaps among the nations. And if you have a look on the International Telecommunication Union's Global Cybersecurity Index, we see the gaps between the cyber security maturity levels among the countries. And this, I believe, weaken the overall global cybersecurity resilience perspective. And this is important in terms of the encouraging the capacity building exercises and capacity building activities. Also, since energy infrastructures are geographically located, we have the pipelines transporting many nations, many countries. So these also requires the joint exercises, better threat intelligence sharing. This is also another point that we need to focus from the international level. From the institutional level, I think that we are still focused on the technical perspectives too much. And in the morning, one of the panelists talked about the people, process, and technology. And I already mentioned that cybersecurity is a social technical problem. So we need to, I won't say human is the weakest link. I know this is very, very cliche right now, but we still need to consolidate the human layer and social layer when it comes to the critical infrastructure protection, including the energy, because we are not creating the engineers, the technicians, operators, executives. We are not just creating this new environment. We are also influenced and shaped by it. So it's important to pay attention to this interaction. I believe I can summarize.
Thank you. And Chris, over to you.
Well, I have seen some real improvements in the global north when it comes to resiliency. We now have this great term called SCADA in the cloud, which is moving some of the control operations into the cloud and making it much more resilient, similar to what Microsoft had mentioned previously, where if you have a server on the premises versus something in the cloud. Right, so now there are cloud services and also hybrid services. And this can be absolutely fantastic when it comes to certain types of resiliency. There's other improvements that I've seen thanks to things like the Paris Accord, where a lot more water facilities and wastewater facilities are actually incorporating renewable electricity. So just in case the electric goes down, they have some sort of electricity supply to actually keep going. Which is a very good thing. There are other improvements because of the improvement in different types of technology. We have seen additional resiliency, and that is fantastic. But as the panelists had mentioned, the world is a big place. And the global north has been doing a pretty good job. Not every country, because not every country has the money to do so. They've been trying. The global south, on the other hand, in many cases, they're actually being left behind, which is very problematic because then they become more and more fragile on the global stage when it comes to attacks against this type of infrastructure. And we need to be able to, as a world, look at the fact that we cannot just operate solo in one particular country or one particular region anymore. We have to think about our neighbors. We have to think about the fact that much of the world is trying to diversify their energy supply. And right now, some of that diversification is coming from places like the global south. And so we cannot leave them behind, and we have to enable them with the same type of technology that we have for resiliency as we have in the global north.
Thank you. All right, so this was a first kind of a round of questions to all of you. I see a few already starting to pop up in the Slido platform. I will invite all of you to contribute. Let's start now. We have about half hour before we break. To address some of these questions. I will start by acknowledging one that is actually the most liked question I see on screen right now, that unfortunately is not exactly for this panel because it reflects more on the role of the international community So it goes back to states, to governments in multilateral fora, and this is going to be the focus of our concluding panel. So to whoever has asked that question, I ask for your patience, and hopefully it will be answered in the last panel. But I will start with a couple of general ones, and then I can have specific follow-ups to all of you. This one I particularly like because I think it connects the issue of cybersecurity with other issues that are mainstreamed and seem to find a lot of support in like popular support, like for example, green energy or water security. So the question is, should discussions on green energy and water security also include cybersecurity as a cross-cutting issue? And it's kind of a leading question. Hopefully nobody's going to say no. But assuming that the answer is yes, how can this be done in a balanced way? So how can we balance the need to move towards more sustainable energy and secure water supply with cybersecurity, strengthening cybersecurity? And I'm just going to start with Ayan.
Yeah, I find this question very interesting because I mentioned in my speech that we are remembering the energy security phenomenon when we are discussing the cybersecurity. So it is important. Yes, definitely. I believe we should also incorporate the cybersecurity to green energy, the water security, but also it's a problem about prioritization. So we don't have like limitless resources, and we need to make a delicate balance about how to approach this topic. What should be protected from which dimension? So who will be protected? What would be the limits? So mapping the right stakeholders are very important. In a summary, yes, we need to have it, but also we need to carefully plan it.
Chris.
So I think it was about 7 years ago that a particular European country asked me to do a survey of what types of green energy I could openly find on the internet that was exposed. And I ended up finding basically almost all of the wind turbines in this particular country. And they were a little shocked about that. They were also shocked that almost 90% of those wind turbines had login pages that I could use admin for username and admin for password, thereby remotely being able to do whatever I wanted with that turbine. So I don't think that that's a very good idea. I think all of you would agree the same thing. But this is one of the challenges when it comes to what I would refer to as more industrial types of systems. The majority of the manufacturers started out during a time when they thought that their version of digital or cybersecurity was the fact that they used what was then more obscure technological protocols that would hide them and keep them away from someone trying to attack them. Well, that's not the case anymore. The genie is out of the bottle, if that's the saying. This type of knowledge is available on YouTube, and it has been for a decade. So we need to push back and go, hey, we all like nature, we all like green energy, and I don't want Amsterdam to become Venice. So we have to incorporate these things because different types of green energy I've already seen has been held hostage, not only for ransomware, but for various geopolitical reasons and even economic reasons. So incorporating at least some level of cybersecurity where it's not, ooh, let me do this, 10 minutes later, you're able to get into a water system in a particular European country. That's not very good. So we need at least around the world a basic level of cybersecurity when it comes to this type of very, very, very critical infrastructure.
Thank you. David, over to you on the links between cybersecurity and green energy.
I guess I'd say that a definition of costs and risks need to be clear. That is, security is not a nice to have. Security is a vitally important element of decisions to roll out renewable energy technologies because they interconnect with legacy energy systems. that means that in that interconnection, adversaries can exploit that interconnection to hold hostage or make vulnerable or disrupt renewable energy. And there have been recent examples with wind turbines, as was just stated, and their interconnection with satellites, for example, in enterprise or sector-wide energy systems, which is the way these things are managed, especially in the interconnection. That's actually how you keep stable electricity grids, by the way, when you connect renewable to legacy base load supply. So I think that it's unavoidable that cybersecurity be taken into account when we're doing a transition to include or enable use of renewable energy systems. I also think that, back to that civil society point and who it is who's developing the software that allows us to interconnect these systems, it allows broader participation in that risk conversation that at least Western countries want to have as a way of understanding who pays, who bears the burden of those risks, and who pays for new technologies to be deployed. If those new technologies, for example, carry a risk premium, a greater risk to users, or just more expensive, then someone has to pay for that. And that has to be distributed across user bases, or the government has to pick up the tab. There's no magic to how you understand affordability. I think it's also important to recognize that we've had threat actors targeting renewable infrastructure, both because it interconnects with older infrastructure, but also because they're interested in what's going on in renewable infrastructures that are being constructed. That means that the attackers are paying attention to the vulnerabilities, and that the defenders need to pay more attention to how to lock down their system so that they're not quite as vulnerable as they might be otherwise.
Thank you. I actually want to build on this question to explore something that has always kind of interested me, because David, you just mentioned that security is not a nice to have, is a requirement. And that is coming from the perspective of a user or a client or the recipient of those services. However, if we look at the companies that are running these infrastructures or services, security features in the cost lines is not really a revenue generating feature. It's a cost, and we've seen that in time. I'm curious to see from your perspective if you've seen attitude towards investing in cybersecurity change, because physical security has been there since the moment something was physically built, but the concept and the realization of the importance of investing in cybersecurity, I think it has matured in the last decade, as long as, hand in hand with the understanding of how serious the threat was. So I'm wondering what have you observed from your different perspectives in terms of this willingness to invest, and what are some of the both positive and negative incentives that can be given? So positive incentives in terms of, positive incentives, so credits, benefits, so things that can be done to positively support, and negative incentives being instead more fines or barriers to entry certain markets unless a certain requirement has been met. So it's just this thought about the evolution, if you want, of the culture and investment appetite in critical infrastructure operators. Chris, you would like to go first?
Sure. So 10 years ago, when Saudi Aramco was attacked, they didn't have much investment in cybersecurity. They didn't think that they were much of a threat, or excuse me, a risk. Since then, they are now, again, the world's most valuable company, and their top priority for risk is included absolutely cybersecurity. They were able to learn from the various Shamoon attacks, because there have been several, unfortunately, and see the effects on their people and also the world. So they find it very, very important. So if the world's most valuable company has recognized that cybersecurity is a top risk, and they have willingly and gladly invested, what type of investment and return on investment can other companies and organizations like Saudi Aramco do when they improve their cybersecurity? Now, along with that, they were able to protect different types of intellectual property, which worth money. It's very important. And some of the organizations that we're talking about, some of them also have various different types of intellectual property. So when we see investment and minimization of risk, we can also see a return on investment from different types of cybersecurity. So I've seen some improvements in that direction, which I've been very happy about. But at the same time, there's still this struggle with some organizations because of cost, or if the board does not recognize that cybersecurity is an operational and business risk. Sometimes it's viewed as something so exotic. Why do we have to bolt this on? Oh no, it's going to take all these experts, without the understanding that your business continuity and disaster recovery plans should just happen to include cyber instead of thinking it as something exotic and overpriced.
Yeah.
Definitely, I see an increase, particularly from the executive sides and the C-suite sides. Unfortunately, this is because of the rise of the ransomware, because people are increasingly see the concrete impacts of the incidents. Because unlike the physical world, generally, we have the invisibility problem in cyberspace. We cannot understand who is the attacker, what is its intent, to what extent it can reach to our systems, what would be the consequence of such an attack. So we have such kind of invisibility problems, so we had a less appetite for investments, but I also see this trend is changing. This is also important when we look at the approach of chief information security officers, because maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they are not very involved and engaged in the boards, and particularly the communication and between the executives, C-levels, and the CISO was weaker. So, but now it changed, and I see that many of the chief information security officers are now placed in the boards, executive boards. Also, this is an important reason that why we see more investment in cybersecurity.
Thank you. And David, I'm going to turn over to you. And if you allow me, I'm just going to add a little extra to the question, in particularly because in the energy field, we see kind of a proliferation, because it's such a mainstream topic, green energy, etc. We see a lot of startups as well coming up with innovative ideas, trying to drive innovation, etc. So when it comes to, in a startup where cash is not exactly in excess, how do we instill a more cybersecurity kind of aware culture in the sector?
I'll try and get to the startups point a little bit later, but I think what I've noticed over the last decade is that a convergence of opinion, agreement between the private sector, at least, and parts of government on the reality of cybersecurity as a problem and as an operational risk challenge, as was mentioned by Chris. I think that it's clear that the question of who pays always emerges. Many companies would like to pass the bill to someone else. They would like to pass it to their customers, or they would like to pass it to governments, or they would just like to just pass it along as long as they aren't paying. That's an end state that some companies have pursued. I've seen less of that as I've gone from sort of working in one administration, then into academia, and then into the private sector. What I see is a greater sharing of risk information and data on outcomes so that people can see the results of risks not being properly managed. And the Saudi Aramco case was mentioned. That case was a wake-up call to many people. There are a lot of IT breach and other cases that have large numbers of victims, financially expensive, sort of the Maersk NotPetya case a few years ago being another large internationally commented case that showed the reality of costs and the unavoidability of damage. So I think that as people share an awareness that they can be victimized, their calculus of what they need to do has changed. From our standpoint here, we're mostly a voluntary best practices organization. We mostly try and convince people to do the right thing by being technical enough to convince them that we can speak with fidelity about the technical risks they can confront. And we can also offer them solutions in terms of technology or best practices to mitigate risk and lower costs. So that's made what we say more credible. On startups and new technologies that are introduced into critical infrastructures, I think this is an area where governments may need to step out. The governments, if we're interested in national critical functions as we define them here, can't simply allow or simply close your eyes to the fact that new risks may be introduced into more stabilized or protected systems through technical innovation. That doesn't mean that you turn your back on innovation, but it does mean that you have your eyes open to uncase risks are created. And I'll mention Log4j again, a risk in networks, in devices that stayed quiet for over a decade, and then when it finally arose, finally after last December became real, posed real operational risks to people and cost money to fix. Its exploitability was hidden for long periods of time for reasons that we could discuss. But startups that introduce new technologies or new software capabilities into established infrastructures both present opportunities and risks, both of which need to be taken seriously. So it's always a glass half full situation for us.
Thank you. I have another question that I'm just going to slight adapt here, but is really bringing the parallel of the 9/11 and how that incident, that event, kind of completely changed the perception of security in many domains, including starting with the aviation security and the aviation industry. So, in your perspective, how, without reflecting necessarily on specific nations or regions, etc., but looking at the sector in itself, the energy and water sector, how far are we from an equivalent incident, an incident of equivalent scale that can actually lead to an abrupt change in posture to when it comes to security policy? Is that even a scenario, or because of the kind of incremental improvement that we have witnessed in the last 10 years, it is even difficult to conceive that such an abrupt shock, if you want, could impact the sector? I'll start with you, David, and then I'll go back to the speakers here in the room.
Okay, I think that fundamentally the answer is we don't know. We don't know how far we are from a large event that would shock our preconceptions into making us change our approaches. We've done things that seem sensible, that seem best practice oriented. We have used data and our risk experience to hopefully put in place precautionary protections to the worst known vectors for attack. That leaves an unknowably large zone of uncertainty out there. I think there's a second part of the question, though, which is, can large events, single large events, impact the distribution of risk in cyberspace? And I think the answer to that is a qualified no. I think that we've dealt with pronounced vulnerability across infrastructure in IT and OT systems for over a decade. And I guess I'm less sanguine than some of the panelists are that we're making progress. I think that the progress that we make on the defense is less profound than the advantages that attackers still retain. I think that they retain advantages because vulnerability has been preserved or allowed to persist in infrastructure for a very long period of time. And I think that you've seen innovation in basic attack methods and exploitation of old and new technologies that allows attackers to stay ahead a little bit. And I'm not sure that we're closing that gap. At least we're not confident that we're closing the gap here. We are making progress on collaboration and some modeling and other infrastructure innovations are allowing us to make headway. But attackers see those innovations and get to get to contemplate how to defeat them. So this is an ongoing challenge for us.
Thank you, David. Chris, you want to go next?
Well, since I focus a lot on the Middle East and Northern African region, I have seen some very good improvements in collaboration. There are also transnational pipeline infrastructure throughout parts of the GCC and other parts of Northern Africa. And they've seen that big cyber attacks are an absolute possibility. So they are working together as much as they can and as much as memorandums of understanding permit them to. But they see it as a common threat throughout the region. And they find it very, very, very important to do something about it. They've already been shaken by a series of various cyber attacks against that particular infrastructure. There's also been a terrible water dam that was attacked that caused a whole bunch of ecological damage, which that particular country in question does not have the money or the resources, and it could take decades and decades, lifetimes and lifetimes for it to ever be improved. So they've started to really take it seriously and help their neighbors who don't have as much money to improve their infrastructure because of those types of cyber attacks. And one particular Middle Eastern country recently, I believe it was last year, because of attacks on their fresh water systems to consumers, they said, you know what? We have to change this. We have to make it easy for operators to contact us the moment they even suspect that someone might be nefariously knocking at their door. So they instituted an emergency number, 311, for any water operator in that country to call to get immediate assistance. So I think that's a very good win. And throughout the Middle East and Northern Africa, we've also seen a bit of a shift where countries are also allowing ethical hackers who do things legally, securely, and in a non-destructive way. When they discover vulnerabilities on this type of critical infrastructure, they are permitted by law to contact either directly the organization or the national level computer emergency response team as a preventative measure, because they have learned the hard way. The Middle East and Northern African regions are used as a testing ground by various countries. Because if they get hit hard, the sanctions are not as hurtful as in other places in the world. And this has been going on for over a decade now. So I do see the opposite of what's happening sometimes in the Western world occurring in a positive way in the Middle East and Northern Africa.
Thank you. Ayan, you want anything to add on this?
Maybe like the aviation industry, because this example was previously mentioned, we are learning from deadly attacks, because in aviation, the best practices are unfortunately improved with the accidents. So in the cybersecurity, we have also, I believe, the same approach. But I don't know whether we can compare it with like a physical 9/11 event. I believe these two realms has different characteristics, so it's hard for me to compare it. But I believe every type of incident, the successful incidents, I can say that it is testing the limits of our organizations, leadership, capacity. So we can learn from even single incidents, small incidents, to the major ones. So these are also valuable experiences. I can summarize.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the time, and I think we have time for one last targeted question for each one of you. And I invite you to try to keep it to 2.5 minutes maximum if you can. So I'm actually going to start with you, Ayan. And you mentioned earlier that we should consider socio-technical perspectives to increase the energy sector's cyber resilience and, in general, cybersecurity and crisis management. Can you explain a little bit, because this concept of socio-technical approaches is starting to find its way in multiple debates, including AI governance, but more in general as well. So please, over to you.
First of all, maybe I can start with approaching the crisis particularly cybersecurity crisis, because as far as I know, we have no agreed definition about what constitutes a cybersecurity crisis, but these are, the unexpected, unwarranted, and unprecedented events that are coming in the time and resource limitations, and people need to make robust decisions under the various limitations. So when I'm discussing the social technical perspectives, I am mostly discussing about the improving the cognitive resilience and ability of the people. This could be particularly the social layer, who are one of the major components of our critical infrastructure. So in order to improve it, in order to make them more resilient, I think that also David gave some examples about tabletop exercises, but I also find these scenario playings are very important, because you can find the blind spots in your organizational process when it comes to the crisis management. It can test your leadership abilities, and generally people are working in technical and non-technical teams are working in silos, so these are important to bring them together. Of course, there is some point about the governance, but when I discuss the social technical perspectives, I'm generally trying to mention the leadership, crisis communication. Also, this communication also includes the external stakeholder management and relations with media. Also, these are the other components. And I believe these are equally important as improving our technical posture.
Thank you. Chris, I want to come to you with you've mentioned multiple times you live in Amsterdam. And I also I had a question about security researchers, and taking kind of inspiration from the fact that you live in the Netherlands, which is a leading country and one of the first movers in terms of establishing a policy for responsible and coordinated vulnerability disclosure. So what is, in your view, the role of the security researcher community in all this?
Well, the role is you have people who want to do things with technology that are good. Why it's important is we do have this big skill shortage in cybersecurity worldwide. And that's in all of the different roles. But because of the number frequency increases of various types of cyber attacks, you also have people who have regular jobs and whatever they do, but they also happen to have, and I want to stress, ethical hacking skills. And it's very important for people like me, because if we see that you left the door open to your house, we want to be able to call you up and say, hey, listen, I didn't go inside your house, but this is how you can close your door so that nobody steals anything. Just think of that in the digital realm. And one of the reasons why I like some of the recent initiatives to bring on security researchers and ethical hackers like myself is we do play this very important role, and more and more countries are starting to recognize that. Even recently, 2 months ago or so, the Department of Justice came out with a new policy that stated, at least on the federal level, that if an ethical hacker does testing in a non-destructive way and alerts the authorities in a secure manner, that they will not be prosecuted on a federal level. And that was a huge shift from how the US government thought of it before. And it's not like we want huge rewards. If someone like me recognizes something going on in the Dutch government and I report it, I get back a t-shirt that says, I hacked the Dutch government and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. So money and fame are not the big things. We just want to do good. And if we get a t-shirt every now and then, fantastic.
I wish I had the technical skills to be able to get that t-shirt as well, but it's okay. David, I'm coming back to you with the last question that actually is taken from the list that came through the audience, which is really about to what extent private companies or in general critical infrastructure operators active in the energy sector are open to more regulations when it comes to cybersecurity. We've covered before, and you've mentioned that there is, increased awareness and willingness. It's just who pays the bill. But on the other hand, from your perspective, what have you seen as appetite or willingness to be more regulated when it comes to cybersecurity?
So I guess I break that into two parts. I think first that companies are willing to do anything they can to reduce their costs and to hopefully reduce their risks of being exploited by people who want to hold them for ransom, for example. They don't want regulation. What they want is better ability to manage risk and to keep costs under control. That also translates into making sure that their businesses don't pose risks to other people or to other entities, their customers or the governments that within whose jurisdiction they operate. I think what we've concluded is that what we want is measurable, with metrics, risk mitigation from cyber risks. Regulation is one approach. Another approach is operational collaboration of a tactical nature, of an incident nature that can reduce risk perhaps more quickly and perhaps with more persistent impact. So in answer to your question, I don't think the companies have changed their attitude about regulation. I think that they mostly would like to avoid it. I think that what some governments have concluded, our government, at least at the federal level, has concluded, is that what we need to do is find a way to find common cause or make sure that the incentives align properly. Sometimes regulation is going to be necessary, and we've talked about systemically important entities lately in the United States and systemically important critical infrastructures where mandates for risk reduction, for patching, for operational security oversight in IT and OT areas are likely to come. But that's not most of critical infrastructures. For most of critical infrastructure, it's going to be hopefully just a technical level collaboration among specialists, not people like me, people who actually understand critical infrastructure systems at a deep level in ways that leverage best practices and technical standards to mitigate risk by design in a way that achieves persistent risk buy down. And that's sort of, I think, the goal.
Thank you, David. I'm just looking at my timer. It says 16 seconds, so perfect, right on time. Thank you so much to the three of you for engaging in such an interesting and insightful discussion. It was a great way of finishing our thematic panels. Thanks so much for the time. Please join me in a round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to take a short coffee break and then back in the room in 15 minutes at 40 minutes past the hour for the concluding panel of the Cyber Stability Conference. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to this concluding session of our event on critical infrastructure protection in the context of international cybersecurity. My name is Cécile Aptel and I'm the Deputy Director of UNIDIR. We have had a very rich day so far, exploring different cybersecurity challenges pertaining to critical infrastructure for different sectors. Now, this concluding session will enable us to bring the discussion back to the international cybersecurity policy context. And I am absolutely delighted to announce that we will start with a statement from His Excellency Ambassador Gafour, who is the chair of the Open-Ended Working Group. Then we will have a short recap of the day by our rapporteur, Dr. Camino Cavanac. And we will then turn to hear our very distinguished panelists, considering the role that the United Nations, primarily through the Open-Ended Working Group, can play in this context. And our distinguished panelists for today are His Excellency Mr. Jörg Lauber, who is the permanent representative of Switzerland to the United Nations and the former chair of the Open-Ended Working Group. We also have Honorable Ms. Marina Karl-Joland, member of the European Parliament, as well as Dr. Beyza Unal, who is the head of science and technology at the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs in New York, and Mr. Vladimir Radunovic, the director of cybersecurity and e-diplomacy at Diplo Foundation. But first and foremost, Ambassador Burhan Gafour, who is the permanent representative of the Republic of Singapore to the United Nations in New York, and also, of course, the chair of the Open-Ended Working Group on security of and in the use of information communication technologies. Ambassador Excellency, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Cecile. Good morning, friends from New York, and good afternoon to all of you in Geneva. Very, very delighted to join you today, and very happy to see some familiar faces. A very warm hello to them as well. I'm delighted that I have this chance to speak with you, and I want to thank UNIDIR for organizing this event and giving me this opportunity. And I understand that you've had a very full day of fruitful discussions relating to the topic of critical infrastructure protection. And so if you allow me, I'd like to share some of my own thoughts. What is clear is that all of us agree that critical infrastructure protection is both necessary and important, especially in the current context. And 2 of the 11 GGE norms on responsible state behavior in cyberspace that was adopted by consensus deal specifically with the protection of critical infrastructure. Now, the effects of a malicious cyber incident on critical infrastructure can be immediate, far-reaching, and potentially devastating. And in this regard, it is really urgent and necessary that we take action and act as one at the level of the international community. And the fact that we have a framework of norms, rules, and principles for responsible state behavior provides us the foundation and framework within which to address issues of critical infrastructure protection. Now, it is clear that we need to do something, but the question is, how do we do it? How do we work together to protect our critical infrastructure? That question is something that requires further discussions. And this is something that I intend to encourage within the framework of the open-ended working group, the second edition of the open-ended working group that I have the privilege to chair. Now, what is clear to me is that the protection of critical infrastructure is not something that can be done by states alone, because if states are to make meaningful progress and achieve meaningful results, we will need to work in partnership with experts and stakeholders. And I'm very happy to see that this conference brings together a range of experts from different sectors, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank their presence and participation. I want to share with you some thoughts on how experts as well as other stakeholders who are present here can work together in the framework of the open-ended working group to strengthen the role that the international community can play in advancing critical infrastructure protection. First, I am intending to invite stakeholders and experts to participate in the various discussions on critical infrastructure protection over the next year. And it is my hope that the stakeholders who are present here and also others will accept my invitation to contribute your expertise and knowledge to our discussions. Some of you may have seen the draft annual progress report that I have put forward in advance of the next meeting of the open-ended working group, which will take place in July. And in my draft annual progress report, I have included a recommendation calling for the open-ended working group to engage in very focused discussions on the protection of critical infrastructure and CII, with representatives from stakeholders at the 4th and 5th sessions of the open-ended working group, which is basically the sessions next year in March and July. I've also included a recommendation calling on the open-ended working group to invite experts to make presentations on topics relating to existing and potential threats. And this includes also threats to CI as well as CII. In particular, by inviting experts to share their risk assessments, threat intelligence, and also best practices and incident mitigation measures. So in the context of these focused discussions next year, hopefully, I'm also considering organizing intersessional discussions with stakeholders on the topic of CI protection. And it is my hope that we will be able to have as much participation from experts and stakeholders like yourself. Secondly, I'd like to invite those of you who have a lot of expertise and knowledge in this domain of CI protection in the different sectors. I'd like each one of you to consider how you could organize yourselves and engage and support the work of the open-ended working group that will be meeting later in July, but also next year. For example, I would like to invite you to consider organizing yourselves into small networks or coalitions that could work together to present unified expert advice and possibly even suggestions and recommendations to member states in the context of the open-ended working group. And these networks or coalition could also be organized sectorally, similar to the session we have had today, which brings together experts from the different sectors, whether it's health, ICT, finance, and trade, for example. I think that it is important to get sector-specific advice in order to go into a deeper discussion rather than talking about critical infrastructure protection in a very general or generic way. So in that sense, member states and the open-ended working group process will certainly benefit from expert input, and better still if these inputs are coordinated with networks of experts from certain sectors, for example. The third point that I wanted to make is that if you have specific ideas or proposals in terms of what the open-ended working group can do and should do in order to advance critical infrastructure protection, especially given the current context that we are in collectively, I'd like to encourage you to consider submitting your inputs in writing to the open-ended working group, either as working papers or concept papers, with the intention of encouraging a discussion around some very specific initiatives. I have said many times as chair of the open-ended working group that it is my intention to keep the working group as action-oriented and results-focused as possible. And one of the great benefits that I inherited was an excellent consensus report chaired by my predecessor, Hugh Glover, Ambassador of Switzerland, who was handed over to me and to us collectively a framework of consensus, which not only endorses the 11 norms and underlines the importance of this framework of norms, rules, and principles for responsible behavior, but the report also identifies a range of ideas and proposals for further action. So in the context of the open-ended working group that I chair, it is very much my hope that we will not repeat and replay the discussions we've had over the last 2 years previously, but rather how do we build on the acquis, the framework, and the consensus that we have already. How do we build on that to take some very concrete steps forward, even if they are half a step, as long as they are a step in the right direction in a very concrete way, then I think that would be very important for the international community. And I see protection of critical infrastructure as one area that is urgent and necessary and very much ripe for further action and consideration by member states. So proposals in writing from networks of experts will be very much useful for the deliberations of member states, because ultimately member states do not have a monopoly on wisdom, on knowledge, on expertise, certainly not, and neither do member states have a monopoly on what are the best ideas and proposals. So this is where the whole idea of partnership and working with stakeholders is going to be very important. And as chair of the open-ended working group, I'm continuing the tradition of engaging with stakeholders, both within the session, which is during the week of the formal session, but also before the session in a very informal way. And many of you might have seen the letter I have circulated, in which I have outlined the program of work, as well as my program of engagement with stakeholders. So I look forward very much to keeping in touch with all of you and look forward to your continued support as well as your ideas. So with that opening remarks, I wish all of you a very, very fruitful discussion. I thank once again UNIDIR for bringing very eminent people and brains around this very important topic. I won't be able to stay for the rest of the discussion, but my colleagues will be here. And I also look forward to looking at the report, and I wish you a very, very productive panel discussion. Thank you very much, Cecile, and thank you to all my friends for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Gafour. Thank you for these remarks. Thank you as well for the nice thanks and also for your readiness to receive inputs. And in fact, not only to receive, but for your encouragement to receive sector-specific advice, to be prepared by networks or coalitions, as you suggested, certainly something that will have been noted here. Thank you very much again, Excellency. Now, before turning to the 4 brilliant panelists that we have, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Camino Kavanagh, who is from King's College London, as well as the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and who is today's event rapporteur for this conference. So that, Camino, please, if you could recap the key messages and insights that we had in today's different panels, that would be fantastic to then open the floor to the panel. So Camino, please.
Great. Cecile, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Yes.
And so it's a real pleasure to be here today. It's great to see so many friendly faces and to see so much fantastic work that's emerging across all of these different sectors over the past years, over the past decade in particular, we've been looking at. Having worked very closely on the last two GGEs and the open-ended working group, it is really quite remarkable to see how much advances have been, how much progress has been made. But just to recap, and it's a very difficult job to recap all of the and take into consideration all the excellent points that were raised throughout the day. But maybe just to summarize, I mean, today in the opening panel, we learned how critical infrastructure figured in the consecutive GGE and the open-ended working group reports, and its centrality also to each area of work in these reports. So that's in the existing and emerging threats, the international law section, the norms of responsible state behavior, confidence building measures, and capacity building. There are critical infrastructure elements in each of these. And while there may still be gaps, speakers did mention that states' efforts to adhere to the framework and put in place the structures and mechanisms required to support implementation of all the measures agreed over the past 2 decades will contribute significantly and is contributing to protecting critical infrastructure and ensuring greater resilience. The speakers each showcased developments in areas specific to humanitarian assistance and economic development, noting some of the more recent challenges as well as some of the progress that have been that they have witnessed over the past few years. In the Curing the World, the Health and Healthcare panel, speakers spoke of the main characteristics of attacks hitting the healthcare ecosystem and the harms that these attacks have represented for peoples and organizations across the world. Interesting, they also discussed how their own respective organizations are responding to threats that have accelerated in number and severity with the onset of the pandemic. Innovative models of public-private cooperation, transparency about how they have been affected, the willingness to make tough decisions about the products and service in use, and how to deal with legacy products and services, prioritizing privacy and data protection, prioritizing risk-based approaches to cybersecurity and resilience, investing in capacity building, and moreover, more structural approaches to cybersecurity education and workforce upskilling are some of the recommendations that panel put forward for responding to threats across the health ecosystem. So in panel 3, Growing the World, International Trade and Finance, speakers in this panel discussed the evolution of cyber-related threats affecting financial services and trade, with very specific emphasis on the former. For evident reasons, the sector is one of the most targeted. Threats continue to evolve in tandem with technological developments and uptake within the system. Cryptocurrency exchanges, as well as supply chains and third-party attacks, are currently of particular concern within the sector. At the same time, speakers noted that levels of cybersecurity maturity and resilience are shifting in a positive direction. These levels of maturity differ significantly across regions. However, for reasons ranging from policy and regulatory requirements to available resources and capacities. Positive developments include the degree to which financial services have elevated cybersecurity concerns to a strategic issue, acknowledging that it involves multiple layers of responsibility, as well as the engagement of all levels of management. As with the health sector, the financial services sector is applying a risk management approach to cybersecurity, but a range of challenges remain, not least with regard to third-party risk management, especially where vendors are concerned. More comprehensive approaches to risk mapping are also needed to identify cross-sectoral interdependencies and vulnerabilities, and better align incentives across public and private sectors. In terms of recommendations, speakers discussed the need to continue strengthening intra and cross-sectoral threat intelligence sharing and information sharing, advancing models for public-private collaboration, placing greater emphasis on anticipatory relations, using constantly evolving business models to preempt threats, and of course the need for constant awareness raising and capacity building. Then we moved on to connecting the world, ICTs and transport. Speakers in this panel discussed the evolution of cyber-related threats and vulnerabilities across the telecoms, IT, and aviation industries or sectors. One common challenge to all is how the business models of malicious actors are changing, with the number of services that they provide increasing every year. The speed at which malicious actors deploy their capabilities is increasing, making it more difficult for traditional incident response and remediation to keep pace. Across these sectors, expenditure in cybersecurity has increased. The aviation sector was a very interesting discussion. They are following a similar trajectory as the financial services industry in terms of maturity and layered responsibilities and risk management. Again, for each speaker, a risk management approach is the only viable one for managing cyber threats and vulnerabilities. And we're seeing more emphasis on standard setting as well as regulation of the ICT sector, with increased emphasis in some jurisdictions on ensuring that responsibility and liability are held or brought back to the maker and manufacturers across supply chains and not just the end users, as had been the case previously. And as with previous panels, intra and cross-sectoral collaboration, as well as public-private cooperation, as well as the engagement of civil society and academia, are critical to dealing with the challenges that the sector is facing. And then finally, we came to Sustaining the World panel, energy and water, and I'm sorry if I haven't captured as much here. But in this panel, speakers did discuss the manifold cyber threats that the energy, water, and water management sectors are facing. And like other sectors, these threats and risks continue to evolve and are becoming increasingly more complex. There have been sufficient incidents, though, over the past decade to ensure a higher degree of preparedness in light of these challenges, yet a lot remains to be done, especially from a defense perspective. Energy and water operators have made significant investments in cybersecurity over the past decade, but more needs to be done to distribute costs and ensure greater burden sharing. And then greater attention will need to be placed on emerging issues relevant to clean energy and emerging technologies, so that advances made thus far are not undermined by poor security practices, including all the way through from design to implementation and deployment. Speakers discussed how collaboration within these sectors has improved and also highlighted advances in public-private models of collaboration, as well as the importance of academia again and civil society in these different models. And like other panels, speakers also discussed the importance of reaching an appropriate balance between risk management and regulation. So before I close, what do all of these sessions have in common? I think it's very evident from the discussions throughout the day that state actors, as well as non-state actors, are threat actors. This is a reality that was identified as far back as 2010 in the second group of governmental experts on ICTs and international security. And while identifying and assigning responsibility for activity involving states has improved, as well as non-state actors, accountability remains a significant problem. Threats affecting critical infrastructure and essential services will continue to evolve, and vulnerabilities will always exist. Hence, focusing on ensuring resilience in systems and networks is critical. This includes ensuring the capacity to identify, respond to, and recover from cyber incidents affecting critical infrastructure. And here I'll pause because I think while there was a lot of attention throughout the day on identifying and showcasing the threats affecting critical infrastructure sectors and different responses, there's very little attention placed on recovery. I know a lot of smaller companies that are critical to certain sectors suffer significantly in this regard, and I think it's something that merits much more attention, and it's something that was discussed both in the open-ended working group, the last open-ended working group and the last GGE. And then collaboration, also common across each of the panels today, collaboration with and within and across sectors and between public and private actors is essential to protecting critical infrastructure and clarifying roles and responsibilities. Regardless of the sector, this is something that has been highlighted in consecutive GGE reports in the open-ended working group and is critical to many of the discussions that have taken place in the first and second current open-ended working group in sessions. Then across these different panels, threat intelligence sharing, transparency, cooperation, education, capacity building, innovation and risk management, exchanges on regulatory developments, furthering progress in security by design. All of these were discussed as part of the trajectories that different CI sectors have embarked on to deal with current risks. Importantly, risk management frameworks are evolving and are viewed as critical across each of the panels today to dealing with the kind of cybersecurity challenges discussed. These can be more effective than regulatory responses. Balance is required, and much more work is still required in getting the right focus within the different sectors. And then finally, importantly, I think the GGG and the open-ended working group reports have provided a very important framework within which all of these actions already fall. And it's really tremendous to see so much progress that has been made over the past decade in particular to start identifying how each of these broader measures are being implemented across sectors by different actors and how they fundamentally require the involvement of all stakeholders to ensure greater security and protection of critical infrastructure. And I'll just close on one last note: capacity building. It has been critical in getting to where we are today, and it will remain critical moving forward. Somebody raised this morning the big conference that will be held in February next year on ensuring that cybersecurity and resilience is an essential enabler of sustainable development. Much work needs to be done getting to that conference and also implementing all of those measures that have been put forward within the open-ended working group and consecutive GGEs to ensure that all countries and all stakeholders have the capacity to respond. Cecilia, let's stop there, and I hope I've captured, to the extent possible, the very, very rich discussions throughout the day.
Many thanks, Camino, and indeed you have managed to capture what have been very rich discussions throughout the day. And so really helping us to wonderfully not only close, but set the scene now for this concluding panel, which will give us the opportunity to bring back the discussions that we had and the insights that we had today to consider what's next, and especially at the policy level, reflecting on how the UN process, namely the open-ended working group, can now build on the insight we've heard in the course of these rich discussions in the course of today. So this panel with really great panelists will be an opportunity of having an exchange. And I'd like to start with Ambassador Jörg Lauber. I mean, of course, everyone knows you as both the permanent representative of Switzerland to the UN here now in Geneva, after having served in the same positions in New York, but also as the former chair of the open-ended working group for the period 2019 and 2021. In light of that experience as the chair of the first cyber open-ended working group, what do you think really the member states' approach, or how did member states approach the critical issue of critical infrastructure protection as part of that open-ended working group? If you could please start with this so that it gives us the chance to see what's next as well.
Thank you very much, Cecile, and thanks to UNIDIR for organizing this and for having me yet again as a former chair of the open-ended working group. It gives me at least the wonderful opportunity to see some familiar faces. It's always great to see them and be reminded of a rather interesting period of my life. It was also great to see Ambassador Gafour. Cecile, to be honest, when I listened to Camino, who, by the way, is probably in any way better able to reflect on the discussions we had in the open-ended working group, because she took a lot of notes at the time. But when I hear, Camino, when I hear you summarizing the discussions you had in this meeting today, I obviously very much recognize our own discussions we had in the open-ended working group, even when it's also clear that the world has changed since then, and especially the threat environment has clearly again evolved since 2 or 3 years ago. How did we discuss it? How did member states approach it in the open-ended working group in the last one or the first one? Remember, we started our work in earnest, seriously, in the fall of 2019, and then had to switch into virtual mode in early 2020 because of COVID. And in that context, I think there was, due to the pandemic, a much increased, very rapidly, much increased awareness of the vulnerability of critical infrastructure and critical IT infrastructure against misuse or against cyber attacks. I think that increased very rapidly. You remember, we were suddenly very much dependent on IT infrastructure in order to communicate, to do any sort of business, especially in our line of work, but in many others as well. And remember also that we saw, and Camino mentioned it, it also was mentioned in the discussion today, we saw increased numbers of cyber attacks against health facilities, healthcare, the healthcare ecosystem, as you said, as you mentioned, Camino. And I think that, in a way, that helped our process, because it really drove home for everybody how vulnerable our systems are, how much of a reality cyber attacks are, and therefore how important and how urgent it was for member states and for all member states to discuss the issue of cybersecurity, of the use of cyber technology in a conflict context. And I think in hindsight, I would say the issue around critical infrastructure was one of the drivers of the process. You also see it. I went through the report quickly again, the substantive report last night, and you see it indeed reflected in different chapters. We had a reference. Let me first say what we didn't achieve, of course, what the member states were not ready to do, and probably that will take a while still. That we were not able to have a definition of what are internationally recognized elements of critical infrastructures or IT infrastructure. That was not possible, and I don't think we had the ambition. There was what we had is a very good discussion around it. We had it, as I said, reflected in the chapter on threats in the report, where we actually specifically say that it is each state's prerogative to determine which infrastructure it designates as critical. We have it reflected in the chapter on norms, where there's also a recommendation in there to protect infrastructure and to exchange best practices on how to do it. We have it, of course, reflected in the chapter on capacity building. So again, the discussion around critical infrastructure, how much it is under threat and what we need to do to protect it against cyber attacks was, I think, if I remember correctly, but others were in the process, and please correct me if I'm overstating this now, but I think it was one of the most productive discussions, one of the issues that was most able to bring the discussion forward, because it raised awareness. It brought a lot of member states that had not been part of the process in the past to the table. It convinced them that they have to be a member of this exercise, a part of this exercise, that they have a voice. And it allowed us to enlarge the envelope a little bit. As I said, it allowed us to include some recommendations in the substantive part of the report. We also have a reference to humanitarian law in the context of infrastructure, etc. So I think I would think for the current discussion in the new open-ended working group, and Ambassador Gafour, I think, laid this out very clearly. This can again be an issue member states and other participants should be able to rally around to really take the discussion a step ahead and drive this further on. That's a bit what I can say, how I remember it from the discussions in the first open-ended working group. Thanks again for giving me this opportunity.
No, of course, many thanks to you, and that's very precious. And by the way, we're not only inviting you as the chair of the former group, but very much in your current capacity and as the permanent representative of our host country as well. Reflecting a bit further, you started already to mention some of the opportunities that were there and some of the challenges, for instance, on the lack of agreement around the definition. So what do you think was it in the specific format of the open-ended working group that presented challenges, but also opportunities for advancing discussion on this topic? And maybe as you reflect about the past, that, giving us insight on how you think this can be circumvented in the future.
I think the opportunity, as for other areas, was really to bring all the member states into the discussion and increase the awareness for everybody that they have an issue here they need to deal with, and so they need to participate in discussion, and also to start on the national level to reflect about what is my critical infrastructure, what are the threats, where am I lacking in policies or skills or equipment to protect that infrastructure, and where can I get help, technical cooperation, if I need. And in the working group and around the working group, there's a lot of activities around the working group, regional meetings, stakeholder meetings, that opened this discussion and opened the possibility for member states to tune in and to go meet with experts. And I think that I would very much like to see that as a value, raising awareness in member states, giving them access to better understanding of the threat, but also giving them access to a better response to it. And this is such, even if we were on the normal level not able to push the envelope much further, I think that I would like to see that as a value. And then, of course, we had a lot of discussions, or I remember many discussions where some delegations invited other delegations, please tell us what you consider your critical infrastructure in a sense as a confidence building measure. And I think that was very useful as well, even if it's not immediately reflected in the outcome of the working group. I think that to have a discussion, to have a platform, to have that particular discussion is useful. And on both levels, I think the fact that we are now continuing this discussion in the same format is very useful. And I'm sure, and I'm very confident from what I heard from Ambassador Gafour today. I'm sure he's going to drive that on, and he's building on that and using this opportunity.
Thank you very much. So looking at really the future and turning to Honourable Ms. Marina Carulent, who is a member of the European Parliament and of course really an expert in the field that I won't present any further. From your viewpoint, how can states better coordinate engagement with the operators of critical infrastructure to ensure that we increase together cyber resilience? Marina, please.
Thank you, Cecile. And to start with, I'd also like to say how happy I am to see many familiar faces. I'd rather prefer to see you face to face, but so my invitation, if you happen to come to Brussels, give me a call. Then at least we can have a cup of wine or coffee or tea or whatever. And I really do hope that soon we'll be meeting again face to face. As to the question, Cecile, I know that I have to answer a question, but before going directly to the question, I'd like to make a couple of remarks. First of all, I'd like to say that I very much agree. Well, Camino, thank you so much for brilliant overview of today's discussion. I was able to listen to the first one on critical infra, and also would like to thank both ambassadors for their updates. Jörg, it was good to hear you. Format doesn't mean that you don't have a present position. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, and especially Ambassador Kafur about the future endeavors. And I want to underline that although I'm supposed to speak more about regional cooperation and reaching out to other stakeholders, I do see that UN has its role. I've been in a couple of GGs, I've participated in different work formats, and I've been disappointed. And I've been disappointed that we were not able to discuss international law thoroughly or to have a good report in 2017. Yes, it was disappointing, but UN is unique. And these formats are unique for discussions, awareness raising, capacity building, confidence building, and I really do hope that there will be more events also under the auspices of UNIDIR, which is an excellent place of different stakeholders to come together. Now coming how to better cooperate with stakeholders and the partners for governments and public authorities. My regional experience is with EU, of course. Today, as the member of the European Union, I really do see that there is a willingness of cooperation with other stakeholders. I do see the digital agenda is high on political agenda. And again, I agree with Jörg and others who said that the COVID pandemic has brought it high on political agenda. And it's important, because without that, you do not have political attention, you do not have human resources, so it has to be in the heads of politicians. And it has to be in the heads of members of parliament. Because if you want to have smart laws, you have to educate politicians and you have to educate members of parliament. And that's why I'm really happy that we're now also having parliamentary track. As to EU, before we start talking to operators, we have to improve work talking to each other. Because if we talk about regional cooperation, it's also cooperation among member states. And as you all know, EU is at the moment working on the NIS2 directive. As a matter of fact, the text was agreed a couple of months ago in May by different stakeholders. And for those who are not familiar with all the abbreviations, NIS is the Network and Information Security Directive. So at the moment, we're working on the update. And we're talking to stakeholders and operators. There was an open public consultation procedure with more than 200 replies. The main answer was, or the main concern was, inconsistencies between different member states. So here I see what we can do much better. We can be much more consistent. We have an excellent example with data protection. I hope that now cooperating with critical infra, with operators, with new cybersecurity strategy, we will also have an example which might be useful globally. So I think it's also very important that in the EU recently we so-called upgraded the resilience of critical entities, and we were able to agree on what the fields are. There are today 10 of them: energy, transport, banking, financial market infrastructures, health, drinking water, wastewater, digital infrastructure, public administration, and space. It was a difficult work to get the list done, but that's done, which means that we have a common understanding among the EU member states. And now working with operators, I think that on a political level, we all agree multi-stakeholderism, inclusiveness, public-private partnership, but in practical steps, I do not see that we are taking full advantage of that or we're completely using that. And my history goes back to 2007 when my country, Estonia, fell under cyber attacks, and we experienced how important it was to work with operators, because they are the ones who set the practical standards. They are the ones who own critical infra. They are the ones who also provide public services. So in Estonia, the approach was not to build a separate public administration entity, but to invest into public sector. Invest into private sector, to raise them and to finance them to be equal partners to government. And for governments, I think it's one of the most difficult things. It's not in the DNA of governments to cooperate with private sector. It's still not there. Okay, maybe there are first steps done, but we still have to change the thinking. We have to understand that they are our partners. They are the best minds. They are the geniuses of IT world that we as governments can never afford. So the two-way street, two-way cooperation is of crucial importance. And to break stereotypes. If somebody says that private sector is not interested in cooperation, that's not true. They are. Look at the outcries by the private sector. I know, starting with Microsoft, how many, some 10 years ago, and continuing. And especially we have to support our smallest partners. For big tech, for big companies, it's much more easier. They have information, they have funds, they have experts. But to help the weakest link, that I think is also crucial for institutions, for organizations, because the weakest link will determine how strong we will be together in our efforts. Well, Cecile, you know, this topic is close to my heart. I love it. I can talk hours. I'll stop here, and I hope that maybe we'll later can engage in some sort of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you also for highlighting how we not only can, but should improve how we talk to each other in these absolutely crucial areas. Thank you. Let me now turn to Dr. Beyza Unal from the Office of Disarmament Affairs. And Beyza, we had Ambassador Gafour earlier already, in fact, encourage sectors, critical infrastructure experts that have a sector-specific knowledge to engage with the open-ended working group. Any other ideas that you could suggest on how the working group can leverage its mandate to inform discussion on critical infrastructure with expert sector-specific knowledge, and maybe any lessons learned from ODA's work supporting other processes? So, Beyza, over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Cecile. I think Ambassador Gafour's recommendations have been really useful, especially the one that he made on enabling sector-specific advice to the OEWG. Another way, of course, of looking at this issue is through issue-specific advice across sectors. So rather than compartmentalizing sectors, it could, the way that the sectors could work is to work together on specific issues. Some of these issues actually have been discussed within the discussions today in the conference, as far as I listened. Risk management and mapping, for instance, is an area that is cross-cutting across sectors. There are many countries and sectors moving away from prescriptive approaches and risk management approaches and moving more towards adaptive and active risk management portfolios. Another, I think, issue would be probably that is cross-sectoral is incident management and recovery. And recovery, as Camino also mentioned, supply chain security would be another area as well. And I think all of these issues are already part of the technical and the organizational norms that have been put together and developed in the 2015 GGE. This, I think that the advice that Ambassador Gafour has given as the chair of the OEWG is, and seeing that he's really willing to incorporate expert and sector-specific advice is really important and really welcoming. There are also three norms, right? As I mentioned, the 2015 GGE has three norms that are specific to the critical infrastructure Norm 13F that says that states should not knowingly support ICT activities. Norm 13G that indicates that states should take appropriate measures to protect the critical infrastructure from threats. And also the Norm 13H that actually builds on the first two norms and states that states should respond to appropriate requests for assistance by another state whose critical infrastructure is subject to malicious attacks. Now, I think what is needed and what we heard today is the implementation on operationalization of these norms. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce it. And there are some working papers and initiatives ongoing with that regard. Singapore, for instance, has been working on norms implementation checklist, focusing specifically for the last couple of months, especially on these critical infrastructure areas. ASEAN, they did an implementation work in ASEAN. Other regional organizations, I think, are going to be also consulted through that process. The UK has a working paper that focuses on cybersecurity capacity maturity model. If you look at maturity model kind of thinking, actually that comes really specifically from critical infrastructure across different countries. There is also another working paper from jointly put together from several states that calls for TCBMs, the transparency, confidence building measures. So I think all of these areas are really key to look at. And another thing I would specify is really to focus on multi-stakeholder engagement through the dialogues, through the modalities, maybe on the OEWG. I should indicate, for instance, that for the upcoming meeting in July, around 100 non-governmental organizations and other non-governmental entities have asked to attend the OEWG that's upcoming. And some of these organizations already had the ECOSOC status, others went through the accreditation. I think that number itself shows the richness of the expert community across geographies that will be presented in the upcoming meeting. And of course, Ambassador Ghafour also mentioned about his zero draft of the annual progress report. And I think the recommendation that he's putting forward on having concrete proposals for focused discussion on the protection of critical infrastructure for malicious activities is really key to do that. And Cecile, you asked the second question. I know I'm taking my time here, but on the lessons learned, there are many lessons learned that I think I could put here. But I think the key in here on this disarmament and arms control community of the lessons learned, what we got is we need to be able to separate the political disagreements from substantive discussions. And that's the general, I think, lessons learned that we have specifically because of the current security environment, which is quite polarized. A recent example of how to do that is really from the OEWG on space threats. Despite the fact that some states were initially not supportive of the creation of that OEWG, we had seen active involvement from states into the discussions, and all of the states acted in with political discipline and engaged very dynamically into that discussion. So it's really important to focus on the technical elements and the substance than the political issues, and we need to realize that there will always be disagreements and political differences. It's important to focus on the commonalities, and those commonalities, I think, for the cyber side is raising awareness on ICT vulnerabilities and threats, capacity building in countries, in sectors, in developing and lesser developed countries, implementation of the agreed norms, identifying the TCBMs for cyberspace, and so on. So I think I'll just stop there. Thank you, Cecile.
Thank you very, very much, Beyza, and thank you for really illustrating how we can learn from other areas of disarmament in terms of this conversation. Thank you. Now I would like to turn to our fourth panelist and Vladimir Radunovic. Thank you very much for your patience, Vladimir, of Diplo Foundation, of course, where you're the Director of Cybersecurity and E-Diplomacy. Beza was just speaking of the role of civil society in the open-ended working group. Can civil society better support knowledge transfer between practitioner and policymaker? And Vladimir, also considering that the time is very short and that, you know, we're in Geneva, this beautiful city, and I'm sure that's going to be music to the ear of the Swiss ambassador. But so what role can Geneva play in supporting the open-ended working group? If you could please take both questions. Thank you, Vladimir.
Sure. Thank you, Cecile. And it's great to be again with this great crew of people. And I share the frustration of not being face-to-face with all of you, which is our fault, to be honest. I will try to correct that next time. A brief answer to your first question, whether civil society can better support knowledge transfer, would be yes. But on top of that, I do want to thank you for putting up this whole event. And it's not just out of courtesy, because if you look through the speakers that we had throughout the day on this important topic of critical infrastructure, you can see the diversity of stakeholders that were there. And that certifies the need to hear these voices. How do we transfer these voices and maybe the messages that Camino picked up to the UN process? That's an open question. One challenge that I feel it exists in the, let's say, in the open-ended working group and the whole diplomatic setting is, while we all often say that we need greater involvement of stakeholders, I feel there's not always necessarily the understanding of what is the value added of civil society, why we need them, right? At least not maybe among all the delegations. And for instance, if we look at through the zero draft, the proposed zero draft by Ambassador Gafour, which I think really picks the main discussion points from the previous period, at some point it says that it acknowledges the partnership of other stakeholders with states on training public officials, research, and facilitating access to the internet. And that basically showcases really the limited vision of what civil society can offer to the whole process of norms and international peace and stability. First of all, civil society is a very diverse community. We tend to forget about it. We have think tanks which do policy analysis. Great example of Cyber Peace Institute and their work on health and critical infrastructure. We have the research community. Certainly the awareness or the assessments like the cyber maturity model, but also ethical hackers. We've mentioned that previously. Have we involved them somehow? Where are they? Then you have the grassroots organizations, which are doing a lot of awareness, community support, access as well. We have a bunch of advocacy organizations which are providing oversight, in a way, a correction factor that is much needed in these discussions with the governments. We, of course, have a number of capacity building organizations providing training, education, guidance. And then let's not forget that civil society, if we observe it more broadly, involves also the technical community. So you have the CERTs, and if you ask the CERTs, many of them, even if they're somehow based in the regulatory authorities or official public institutions, they would actually classify themselves as technical community, right? You have to ask them of the alliances and their experiences. Then the open source community, there was a lot of discussions about security of digital products throughout the day. How do we engage open source community? They're basically part of civil society as well. Then you also have the standards organizations, not the international ones in Geneva, but also many business alliances and other technical institutions. And someone mentioned it, I think it's quite relevant. We also have communities like science fiction community, you know, even the artists, because they really can bring a completely different perspective to our discussions, and let alone geographical diversity. So some of the general values or ways how we can probably help as civil society in a broad sense, ensuring this broad context, having cybersecurity reflected through human rights, reflected through development, economic development across the world. Contribution to policy implementation, a lot of discussions are about how we can help in implementing the norms, right? So there is a role of facilitation of the dialogue across different stakeholders done by by civil society. I can give you two examples from my own experience. One is the Geneva Dialogue on Responsible Behavior, facilitated by an NGO gathering together the private sector and some of the governments. The other one coming from my home country, Serbia, where we have managed to make a unique multi-stakeholder setting where, again, civil society put together the business sector and the public sector, because it has a sort of independent role in a way, depending who is doing that. But that's also one of the roles of civil society. Then assistance in situational awareness, in incident response. You have a bunch of technical community and researchers that can help hands on that. Research, capacity building, of course, and in our experience, we tend to see capacity building as a training, and Diplo now has 20 years of cyber capacity building experience. It is a process. You have to handhold the communities to help them learn and go through the process, understand how things work. And then there is also, and I think I'll conclude with this part of the civil society role, it's not just about implementing the norms, it's about shaping them. Because if you want the civil society, or private sector for that matter, to implement the norms, they have to have the feeling of co-ownership of that. You can't just, say, let's have states share the experiences about CERT cooperation without the CERTs being there in shaping these norms, right? And on one hand, we have direct involvement in the, let's say, open-ended working group. And we see the challenges. Now with the accreditation, there is part of political tensions, global political tensions, reflecting on the whole process. I wouldn't like to be in the shoes of Ambassador Gafour. But there is other bit of that, which is how do we enhance the understanding of delegations themselves, that they need to get their own stakeholders closer to the process, involve them within the delegations. And probably one part can be, if we look at the zero draft, that maybe we strengthen that part of participation of stakeholders in each and every bit of the document in a way, not just when it comes to the cooperation on critical infrastructure. And if you allow me a quick reflection on Geneva role, which I think is a great question. Believe it or not, there are 50 organizations, and that's mainly international organizations, some NGOs only mapped, that are dealing with digital policy issues in Geneva. In our analysis, more than 50% of global digital policy discussions actually take place in Geneva. And that's based on a study of Geneva Digital Atlas by the Geneva Internet Platform. I can quote Mr. Cassis, the president of Swiss Confederation, when he talked about the Geneva Digital Atlas at the WEF this year, who said Geneva is at the heart of digital governance. It's where technology meets humanity. And if you look at an interesting example of ICRC, basically, and the humanitarian data, you can see that case, in a way, has security aspects. It has technical standardization aspects. It has human rights aspects. And the institutions that are in Geneva, ITU, ISO, IC on standards, UN Human Rights Council, UNIDIR, certainly ICRC, they're dealing with security. So you have everything happening actually in Geneva. It's similar with health, where you have World Health Organization, with the World Trade Organization standards. So basically, Geneva can facilitate this holistic approach to multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder challenges, which I think is more and more needed. And by the way, the invitation to everyone who hasn't featured in this Geneva Digital Atlas to let us know, to make sure that in the next edition, which is coming, we feature them as well. Back to you, Cecile.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. And located as we are here today in the biocampus in Geneva, I can certainly see the connection that you're mentioning. And also, I think, as we're about to conclude this session on critical infrastructure protection in the context of international cybersecurity, what a wonderful way of making the connection between digital meeting humanity and the importance when we look at these issues, absolutely essential to survival and basic services. So thank you, Vladimir, and really thank you to our 4 panelists for sharing your expertise, your thoughts, your insight with us. Before I close this panel, I'd just like to maybe very briefly open the floor. We're short of time, but yes, please, and if you could please start by introducing yourself, yes? For quick comments or questions.
Yeah, thank you. It's Russian Foreign Ministry, Deputy Director for Information Security, Lukmanov. I don't have much compliments for the organizers. We asked for the floor to be given to Russia on this meeting. We were denied this, right? Russia was always promoted the issue of information security, and And of course, much of the discussion was very much helpful, much. But also, I don't have much compliments to the host country. I had last week to run to the Swiss embassy several times. Yesterday, after different procedures, including giving fingerprints, paying money for the visa, I was given Swiss visa at 11 a.m. So you can imagine what it takes for my government to send me here. Regardless, the points taken, well noted. Some of them are very much important, but I want I have maybe 1 minute left. I want to drive your attention to the following thing, that information security is an intergovernmental process. And echoing Ambassador Gafour and Ambassador Lauber, thanks also to their efforts, they brought this process forward. It's only for the governments to decide how to deal with this issue. The issue is related to peace and security. It's not about companies who discredited themselves and who try to give their advices how to deal with information area, but it's only for sovereign governments, sovereign countries. Taking this into consideration, I would like that also Ms. Kavanagh take note of what I mentioned before. As I understand, she did not. Again, it's only about governments to cooperate in the information security. Companies, NGOs can have their say, but we know that the majority of them are ruled by the governments in some other countries, and they promote their political agenda. My time is up. I think you all understand what I wanted to deliver to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and well noted. And despite the nature of your comment, which is well noted, we value dialogue, and that's why I was also very keen to give you the floor. And now we also have a question that was sent online, which I will put to the panelists, and so if any of our panelists would like to answer this. So it's the question is regarding the role of critical infrastructure for security of all nations. Why doesn't the international community collectively ban attacks against critical infrastructure with a legally binding instrument? So that's a quite critical question regarding critical infrastructure. Marina, I see you nodding. Would you like to take this, or Jörg, or both of you? Marina?
Yeah, sure. Exactly for the reason what the previous gentleman said. We have such a huge ideological division today when we talk about cybersecurity, when we talk about protection of critical infra, when we talk about applicability of international law. There are states who just say it in words and act differently, and that's the reality. And unfortunately, I do not see that in the near future we will be able to adopt anything binding in the framework of the United Nations. And that's why I said I see UN's role in awareness raising, capacity building, confidence building, but real measures have to be taken in other formats. And for me, it's EU, it's NATO, it's like-minded countries who share the same understanding of applicability of international law, of human rights, who together stand today against Russian aggression, so we can be effective in that format, but unfortunately not in the United Nations at this moment.
Thank you, Marina. Jörg, is that raising your hand?
Not really. I just want to second what Marina just said. And also, I mean, yes, there's no discussion yet really serious about the legally binding instrument, but there are existing norms. And in the GG, in the open-ended working group, we reconfirmed the applicability of existing international law, including charter principles, including international humanitarian law. So much of critical infrastructure is in fact protected under existing international law already. No, let's not be confused about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, really. And as we are really nearing the end of this panel, I'd like to ask all of you to please join me in a round of applause for this very insightful panel. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And with this, we are approaching the end of what has been an extremely busy day. And really this cyber stability conference addressing what is certainly a topical issue considering the current geopolitical context and circumstances. So therefore, as I close, please let me first take the opportunity to thank once again our sponsors, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and also Microsoft. I would also like to thank again all the speakers, so not only from this last panel, but from all of the previous panels. Those of you that intervened throughout the day, thank you very much. We were very glad to be able to assemble such a diverse selection of speakers, and your participation truly enriched our understanding of the issues at stake and also of what remains a lot of challenging protection issues that are absolutely critical. So with this, I'd like to really also thank the team of UNIDIR, and in particular, the Security and Technology Program for organizing such an event. So a big thank you to the head of program, Dr. Giacomo Persi-Paoli, and also all of the team, Wenting, really Moliei, Lenka, Andy, Samuele. I mean, to all of you, thank you very, very much. And last but not least, I would like to thank the audience online and here in the room for your interest, your engagement with this event, and more generally, your engagement with UNIDIR. Thank you very much. And if I may call on the audience, before you leave this room or before you disconnect online, please take a moment, if you can, to fill our feedback form. Your opinion is absolutely important to us. It's critical for us to also inform further research and further event as we constantly seek to improve our programs. With this, thank you very much. Take care and goodbye for now.